Chapter 3505. Clang. The old man of the Wu people continued to attack. The iron bell rang, shaking the soul. Finally, there were some young Heaven's favorites who couldn't hold on any longer. They let out shrill cries and their faces turned ferocious. In the end, their souls exploded and they died. Even the geniuses of the 9 general stars were struggling to hold on. Geniuses at the level of the 9 general stars would more or less have some means of soul defense or treasures that could block soul attacks. However, the opponent's soul power was too strong. It was said that the Wu people specialized in soul attacks. For example, the Jiuyo Heavenly Palace of the Taishu dynasty could also attack souls, but compared to the Wu people, it was child's play. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. They would all die. Buzz. At this moment, a layer of light spread out from the spectator stands and enveloped Lu Ming and the others. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt that the sound wave attack outside was blocked. It was completely blocked. The pressure on him lessened and he heaved a sigh of relief. The other geniuses were the same. Lan Shu. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Blue Merchant had made a move. At this moment, Blue Merchant was floating above Lu Ming and the others. A layer of light spread out from between his eyebrows and blocked all the sound wave attacks. Blue Merchant's soul was abnormally strong. He had broken through to the Divine Lord realm with pure soul power. His soul power was so strong that even a quasi-emperor couldn't compare to it. After all, the others mainly focused on cultivating their star cores and divine power, not their souls. It was just that as their cultivation increased, their soul power would also increase accordingly. The old man of the Wu people frowned and seemed a little surprised. Then, the black mist around his body thickened, and the iron bell rang non-stop. The sound waves rushed down like a tide, but they were all blocked by Blue Merchant. What a strong soul! How can you have such a strong soul? The old man of the Wu people shouted in shock. He realized that Blue Merchant's soul was far stronger than his. He was from the Wu people and was born with a strong soul. Moreover, he had a soul cultivation technique that made his soul several times stronger than other cultivators of the same level. However, his soul power alone couldn't be as strong as Blue Merchant's. Blue Merchant didn't say a word. He used his soul power to protect Lu Ming and the others. Damn it, let's see how you block me. The old man of the Wu people shouted angrily. The iron bell in his hand kept growing until it was 100 meters tall. The center of the old shaman's brows also shone with a dazzling light that fused with the bell. Clang. Deafening bell chimes rang out one after another. Sound waves continued to surge downwards like a torrential river, flowing endlessly. The old man of the Wu people pushed his soul power to the extreme, wanting to destroy Blue Merchant's soul, but it was useless. Blue Merchant's forehead emitted a dazzling light that completely blocked the soul attack. Lan Shang's current soul force was already equivalent to second-level Divine Lord realm. This was pure soul force and did not have any divine power at all. Damn it, this person must have obtained some kind of soul treasure and had a heaven-defying encounter. Otherwise, his soul power wouldn't be so strong. Even the Wu people don't have that much soul power. The old man of the Wu people shouted in his heart. Greed flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, the bell stopped ringing. He didn't use the bell anymore. Instead, he wanted to use his divine power to kill Blue Merchant. But then, a shocking sword light slashed toward the old man of the Wu people. It was Holy Old Heavenly King. Holy Old Heavenly King slashed at the old man of the Wu people as he fought with a barbarian race expert. The old man of the Wu people was shocked. He quickly waved his hand, and a huge wooden puppet appeared. It held a battle sword and slashed out, clashing with Holy Old Heavenly King's sword light. With a loud explosion, the huge wooden puppet retreated, but it also blocked Holy Old Heavenly King's sword light. Haha, Barbarian Emperor, it seems like your plan to kill the prodigy of the Taishu dynasty is going to fail. The great void sacred emperor's laughter came from the depths of space. I didn't expect the Taishu dynasty to have someone with such strong soul power. This is beyond my expectations. The barbarian emperor replied coldly. It's beyond your expectations. Today, all of you will stay here. The great void sacred emperor's voice was filled with killing intent. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, in the depths of the great void sacred capital, a few terrifying auras spread out. When these auras burst out, heaven and earth trembled. The entire great void sacred capital shook. So strong. Many people turned their gazes to the depths of the imperial palace, revealing looks of shock. These auras were too terrifying. They were not weaker than the Jun Wang, the 6th Wangya, and the others. They were all top experts. There are indeed some old monsters in seclusion in the depths of the Taishu dynasty. The Tianyi sacred emperor whispered, but he was not too surprised. Any force would have some foundation. Their strength could not be what it looked like on the surface. The auras that appeared now were the foundation of the Taishu dynasty. They were some terrifying old monsters, but they were usually in seclusion. Whether it was the Tianyi sacred emperor or the barbarian tribe, they all had such a foundation. They would not make a move usually. They would only make a move at critical moments. Obviously, the Taishu dynasty had summoned these foundations. A few figures appeared from the depths of the palace. In the next moment, they came close and killed their way into the depths of space, killing those barbarian tribe elites. The great void sacred emperor was determined to kill the barbarian tribe elites. He was furious. He was extremely furious. The destruction of the soul-cultivating flower had driven him crazy. He had to make the barbarian tribe stay so that he could vent the hatred in his heart. It's time to leave. At this moment, the barbarian emperor's voice sounded. You want to leave? Dream on. The great void sacred emperor shouted and launched a storm of attacks at the barbarian emperor. Even one of the foundations of the Taishu dynasty rushed over to help the great void sacred emperor kill the barbarian emperor. But at this moment, the barbarian emperor's body emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, the space around his body was filled with ripples. The great void sacred emperor roared and punched the barbarian emperor. With a violent boom, the barbarian emperor's body disappeared in an instant. In its place was a scarecrow, which was shattered by the great void sacred emperor's fist. At the same time, the other barbarians, including the old man of the Wu people, emitted a dazzling light. In the next moment, they all turned into scarecrows. As for their true bodies, they had disappeared without a trace. All the barbarians, including the old man of the Wu people, disappeared in an instant. Only the scarecrows were left. Substitution technique. The great void sacred emperor roared. His face was extremely ferocious. Obviously, this was the work of the old man of the Wu people. They had long been prepared to use the substitution technique at the critical moment to teleport the barbarian emperor and the others away. The substitution technique was a strange technique of the Wu people. As long as it was set up in advance, it could teleport people away at the critical moment. It was really mysterious. Chapter 3506. Although the barbarian emperor and the others had teleportation arrays on their bodies, they needed time to activate them. In such a big battle, there was no chance to activate the teleportation arrays. As for the substitution technique, as long as it was set up in advance, they could be teleported away in an instant. This was how terrifying the Wu people were. The Wu people were a race that could be listed in the list of 10,000 primitive races. They were extremely powerful and were not something the barbarian race could compare to. Damn the Wu people! Taishu Saint Emperor roared. Of course, he only roared. He did not dare to cause trouble for the Wu people. Although he was already a boundary emperor, if he encountered a real divine emperor, he would probably be slapped to death. There was no doubt that he would not be able to escape. The scene quieted down. The crown prince and the state preceptor sneered. There were many accidents today. Because of Lu Ming, the Taishu dynasty had defeated the Tianyi sacred dynasty and obtained the soul-nourishing flower. However, because of the barbarian emperor's appearance, the soul-nourishing flower was destroyed. At least the Taishu Saint Emperor could not obtain the soul-nourishing flower and achieved their goal. Lu Ming. The crown prince and the state preceptor's eyes flashed coldly. As for Lu Ming, they could get rid of him later. Brother Jing, the competition is over. We will take our leave. Tianyi Saint Emperor stood up and cupped his fists. Go ahead. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Taishu Saint Emperor said coldly. He was unhappy that Tianyi Saint Emperor did not help him just now. Of course, he would not make Tianyi Saint Emperor stay. If Tianyi Saint Emperor could come here, he must be prepared. There were probably many top experts in the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Moreover, if he attacked Tianyi Saint Emperor and the others, it would only benefit the barbarian race. If the barbarian race and the Tianyi sacred dynasty joined forces, the Taishu dynasty would be in danger. Therefore, although he was angry, he would not attack Tianyi Saint Emperor and the others. Let's go! Tianyi Saint Emperor could not be bothered with the Taishu Saint Emperor. He shouted and left with his people. For a moment, only the people of the Taishu dynasty were left in the square. At this moment, no one made a sound. The scene fell into silence. Everyone knew that the Taishu Saint Emperor was definitely in a rage right now. He was like a bomb that would explode at the slightest touch. Whoever offended the Taishu Saint Emperor would probably end up in a miserable state. Just like that, the entire place fell into silence. The Taishu Saint Emperor stood high up in the sky, his body emanating a tyrannical aura. He seemed to be adjusting himself. Just like that, after a long while, the Taishu Saint Emperor finally retracted his violent aura. He floated down and landed on the square. Greetings, Saint Emperor. Everyone bowed. Forget it. The Taishu Saint Emperor waved his hand, and then his gaze descended onto Blue Merchant. His eyes glowed brightly as if he wanted to see through Blue Merchant. After a short while, a strange smile appeared on the corners of the Taishu Saint Emperor's mouth as he said, Blue Merchant, you really are a peerless genius. You were actually able to take another path and cultivate your soul to the divine monarch realm after your stellar core was destroyed. Not bad. Blue Merchant cupped his fists and said, You flatter me, Saint Emperor. I was just lucky to break through. Sometimes, luck is also a part of talent. The Saint Emperor smiled, and then his gaze fell on Lu Ming. He said, Lu Ming, your talent has exceeded my expectations. You can be said to be the strongest in the history of the Taishu dynasty. You have even surpassed you. Also, this time, you have helped the sacred dynasty defeat the Tianyi sacred dynasty. I will definitely fulfill the conditions that I have promised you. I will definitely send people to search for your parents. Thank you, Saint Emperor. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With the help of the Saint Emperor, it would be much easier to find his parents. All right, all of you can leave. The Taishu Saint Emperor waved his hand, seemingly tired. He took a step forward and disappeared into the depths of the palace. The rest of the people also left. Lu Ming looked at Di Jinni. He really had an impulse to kill Di Jinni. However, when he saw Di Jinni standing beside the crown prince and the imperial advisor, he knew that he could not do it. After that, Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the rest left and returned to the hidden Dragon Duke's mansion. The news of the battle spread like wildfire. It spread throughout the Taishu Saint capital, and then the entire Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming's fame was pushed to the peak. He also gained a lot of titles. He was the strongest genius in the history of the Taishu dynasty. He was also the leader of the 9 great generals. He was the youngest marquis in history and so on. In short, everyone knew who Lu Ming was all of a sudden. Many people even thought that if Lu Ming did not die, he would definitely break through the bottleneck of the Divine Emperor realm in the future and become the first person in the history of the Taishu dynasty to reach the Divine Emperor realm. Yes, in the history of the Taishu dynasty, no one had really reached the Divine Emperor realm, including the one who founded the Taishu dynasty. The Taishu dynasty had gone through 6 generations of Saint Emperors, and no one had broken through the bottleneck. Back then, Jing Yu was thought to be the most likely, but unfortunately he had died. Now, Lu Ming was also thought to be the same. However, no matter how big the commotion outside was, Lu Ming stayed in the hidden Dragon Duke's mansion to cultivate. He did not return to the heavenly chaos starfield. He stayed in the Taishu Saint capital to wait for news of his parents. This wait lasted for a year. After a year, the Taishu Saint Emperor sent someone to see Lu Ming. There was news of his parents. The Saint Emperor has investigated. Your parents might have been taken away and locked in a remote galaxy in the Dark Pine starfield. Here is the map. An elder handed a map to Lu Ming and then left. The Taishu Saint Emperor was only helping him investigate. As for the rescue, he still had to rely on himself. Dark Pine Starfield. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He immediately called for Yuan Tsong and a few other 6th-level divine monarchs from the Dark Ape fighting race to save his parents. Lu Ming, I will go with you. If we encounter any array or soul attacks, I can help. Blue Merchant said as he walked over. All right. Lu Ming nodded after pondering for a while. Indeed, Blue Merchant was strong in soul attacks and arrays. Yuan Tsong and the others could not replace him. Lu Ming, this incident is very strange. I have a bad feeling about it. So, we should go back to the Hidden Dragon Star and bring Yuan Huan with us, just in case. Blue Merchant said. Yuan Huan was already an 8th Heaven Divine King and had cultivated the primitive divine body. He was strong and it would be safer to bring him along. All right. Lu Ming nodded. They immediately left the Taishu Saint capital and returned to the Hidden Dragon Star. Then, they brought Yuan Huan and a few other Dark Ape fighting tribe experts to the Dark Pine Starfield. Taishu Saint capital, deep in the palace, in a hall. The Taishu Saint Emperor was at the top of the hall. Below him, a few figures stood respectfully. Has Lu Ming and the rest left? The Taishu Saint Emperor's voice was cold. Chapter 3507. Your Majesty, they have already set off not long ago. A black-robed old man said respectfully. Lan Shang, do you want to join us? The great Void Sage Emperor asked with anticipation. As you expected, Blue Merchant and Lu Ming have set off together. The black-robed old man replied. Good, good, good. The great Void Sage Emperor said, good, 3 times. His eyes shone brightly and he seemed to be extremely excited. This Blue Merchant's soul power suddenly erupted and reached the Divine Lord realm. He must have obtained some soul-type treasure. If I can obtain such a treasure, I might be able to rejuvenate my soul and extend my lifespan. The great Void Sage Emperor muttered. His eyes were filled with greed. Previously, when Blue Merchant showed his terrifying soul power, the great Void Sage Emperor had his suspicions. He suspected that Blue Merchant must have obtained some powerful soul-type treasure. This was the treasure he needed the most. Whether it was useful or not, he had to obtain it. The Dark Pine Star region was very far away from the great Void Sage Emperor. It was a remote star region of the Taishu dynasty, just like the Qintian star region. Lu Ming and the rest went through a wormhole and arrived not far from the Dark Pine Star region. Then, they rushed towards a destination according to the map. With their current speed, they were too fast. They left planets behind them one by one. Before long, a huge planet appeared in front of them. This was a desolate planet. It was a dead planet. There were no living beings around it. There were no other planets or stars. It was filled with silence and desolation. It was also dark. This was very remote. If not for the map, they wouldn't have been able to find it. The map showed that Lu Ming's parents were on this planet. Let's go, Lu Ming muttered. Then, they retracted their auras and flew towards the planet. Soon, they landed on the planet. It was dark and desolate. There were no living beings. They followed a direction and slowly searched. Not long after, fog appeared in front of them. It was extremely dense. Be careful. I feel that something is wrong, Blue Merchant cautioned. His soul power was strong and his senses were sharp. Shoo shoo. As soon as Lan Shang finished his words, there was a terrifying air-rending sound in the surroundings. The void exploded and a few sword gleams pierced toward Lu Ming and the rest. Their speed was shockingly fast. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying. Lu Ming felt that he would not be able to withstand even one of these sword lights. He would be killed in one strike. Be careful. Yuan Huan and the rest were very fast, surrounding Lu Ming and Blue Merchant in the middle. Following that, several 6th-level Divine Lord Realm Dark Ape fighting race members punched out. Boom! The void was pierced as the fist of the Dark Ape fighting tribe members collided with the sword light. A terrifying explosion was heard, but the sword light was not destroyed. It was only deflected. The Dark Ape fighting tribe members were also pushed back. 6th-level Divine Lord Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the others were shocked. Clearly, The other party was also a 6th-level Divine Lord since he could repel the 6th-level Divine Lord Realm Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members. Who was it that kidnapped his parents and actually sent out a 6th-level Divine Lord to protect them? Moreover, there were several of them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword lights retreated and charged towards them again. The 6th-level Divine Lord Realm experts were about to charge forward again. Don't make a move. Protect the Mansion Lord and the rest. Yuan Song shouted as he rushed out. As though he had sensed a trace of danger, he ordered the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members to retreat. Boom, boom, boom. The strength of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members was at the 7th-level Divine Lord realm. How powerful was he? As he punched out continuously, his fist force broke through the void and could kill 6th-level Divine Lords. But at this moment, one of the sword lights suddenly exploded, emitting a terrifying fluctuation that far exceeded the 6th-level Divine Lord realm. It clashed with Yuan Song's fist continuously. A few terrifying explosions rang out, and a violent force swept out. A huge explosion occurred on the planet beneath their feet. In an instant, magma soared into the sky and the entire planet exploded. But the lava fragments formed by the explosion were all turned into ashes under the energy of Yuan Song and that sword light's collision, turning into cosmic dust. Following that, Yuan Song's figure swayed and he retreated 3 steps in a row. And the sword light that he got also drifted back. 7th-level Divine Lord Realm. Lu Ming and the rest sucked in a cold breath. The other party actually had a 7th-level Divine Lord Realm expert. Fortunately, Yuan Song sensed danger just now and personally took action. Otherwise, those 6th-level Divine Lord Realm Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members would be in danger. At least one of them would be killed. The planet exploded. Lu Ming and the rest stood in the cosmic void. Swoosh, swoosh. With a flash, many figures in black robes appeared around Lu Ming and the rest. There were a total of 12 of them and they surrounded them. Who are you guys? Why did you kidnap my parents? Lu Ming shouted. Kidnap your parents? We don't know where your parents are at all. One of the black-robed men sneered. What? Lu Ming was shocked. If the other party didn't know where his parents were, then why did the Taishu Saint Emperor say that? Could it be that the Taishu Saint Emperor was lying to him? Lu Ming, it seems like we've fallen into a trap. This is an ambush. Blue Merchant's face turned ugly. That's right. You've fallen into a trap. This is indeed an ambush. Don't think of leaving today. A cold voice sounded. Ripples appeared in the void and another black-robed man appeared. This black-robed man's aura was even more terrifying. 8th-level Divine Lord Realm. Yuan Huan said with a grave expression. The other party actually sent out an 8th-level Divine Lord Realm expert. Taishu Saint Emperor. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Needless to say, these people were sent by the Taishu Saint Emperor. To be honest, there weren't many people in the Taishu dynasty who could send out such a lineup. But why did the Taishu Saint Emperor send people to ambush them? Why did he want to kill them? Thoughts spun in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, it seems like we've really underestimated you. I didn't expect that you even have an 8th-level Divine Lord Realm existence by your side. That 8th-level Divine Lord black-robed man looked at Yuan Huan. This was really somewhat unexpected. Originally, they thought that the strongest person by Lu Ming's side should only be the 7th-level Divine Lord Yuan Huan. Because when Lu Ming submitted his merits at the Grand Council, the rest Shadowstone showed the scene of Yuan Huan taking action. 7th-level Divine Lord Realm Cultivation. But it didn't show Yuan Huan. They didn't expect that there was actually an 8th-level Divine Lord existence by Lu Ming's side. Yuan Huan, you protect Battle Ancestor well. Leave these people to me. Yuan Huan stepped forward. A powerful aura spread out, making the entire starry sky tremble. The faces of those 6th-level Divine Lord and even 7th-level Divine Lord black-robed men changed drastically and involuntarily retreated repeatedly. Suddenly, Yuan Huan suddenly attacked. An iron rod appeared in his hand. The iron rod swept out, incomparably huge, enveloping all the black-robed men. Chapter 3508. Yuan Huan suddenly attacked, his aura shocking. The iron staff was as large as a planet, sweeping across the starry sky. 8th level Divine Lord. The moment he attacked, he displayed terrifying power. However, the other party was clearly long prepared. The instant Yuan Huan attacked, that 8th level Divine Lord Black-robed man also attacked. A resplendent sword light illuminated the pitch-black universe. No idea how long it was, it slashed toward Yuan Huan. With a clank, the sword light collided with the iron staff, erupting with an earth-shaking rumble. One blast of force after another burst out, rushing into the depths of the starry sky, leaving behind one imprint after another that was who knows how many miles long. Yuan Huan and the black-robed man retreated at the same time. You all go and carry out the mission. Leave this person to me. The 8th level Divine Lord Black-robed man said to the other black-robed men. Yes. Those black-robed men received the order. Their figures flickered, rushing toward Lu Ming they all. And the 8th level Divine Lord Black-robed man attacked again. Sword light shocking the heavens, killing toward Yuan Huan. Yuan Huan wanted to rescue Lu Ming they all, but the other party was too strong. He could only do his best to resist. The two instantly exchanged more than a dozen moves, while the other black-robed men rushed toward Lu Ming they all. Courting death. Yuan Huan roared, his iron fists blasting out continuously. The starry sky exploded. One terrifying fist force after another pierced through the starry sky, sweeping across the starry sky, killing toward those black-robed men. But two dazzling sword lights burst forth, the power not the slightest bit weaker than Yuan Huan. The other party actually had two 7th level Divine Lord powerhouses. Bang, bang. Two 7th level Divine Lord powerhouses joining hands, their strength was too strong, instantly suppressing Yuan Huan, making him retreat repeatedly. Kill. Following that, the other black-robed men rushed toward Lu Ming they all. Retreat. Lu Ming they all retreated hastily, but the other party pursued closely, their speed astonishing. One sword light after another enveloped toward Lu Ming they all. Kill. Protect War Ancestor. The remaining Dark Ape fighting race members shouted, raising their combat power to the extreme. While protecting Lu Ming and Blue Merchant, they also fought with these black-robed men. These people's cultivations were too high. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were no match for them. For a time, a chaotic battle broke out in this area, and it was a complete mess. However, Lu Ming and the others were no match for them. After all, they had fewer people and were suppressed. Apart from Yuan Huan and Yuan Song, Lu Ming had brought a total of 6 6th-level Divine Lords from the Dark Ape fighting race. However, the other party had a total of 11 people. If it weren't for the fact that the Dark Ape Battle Tribe had cultivated the Ghost Battle art, they would have been defeated long ago. Even so, they were still no match for them. They could only form a circle around Lu Ming and Blue Merchant to protect them. They only had the power to defend and had no power to counterattack. After all, those black-robed men possessed extremely powerful battle prowess. They were no ordinary people. Far away, Yuan Huan and that 8th-level Divine Lord existence's great battle became even more intense. From the looks of it, you should have just broken through to the 8th-level Divine Lord realm not long ago. You're no match for me. Hunting sword The 8th-level Divine Lord black-robed man roared. His sword light was endless. Every sword was a killing move, and its power was getting stronger and stronger. For a time, Yuan Huan was actually forced to retreat. Die! The 8th-level Divine Lord black-robed man shouted coldly. Who can you kill? Yuan Huan shouted. He used the Ghost Battle art to the extreme and raised his battle prowess to the extreme. Following that, his body swelled rapidly and turned into a giant ape. This was the primordial divine body. Yuan Huan's cultivation was extremely high. Moreover, he was able to cultivate to the peak of the 7th-level Divine Lord realm. His talent was extremely shocking. Therefore, during this period of time, Yuan Huan had already cultivated the primordial divine body to the 4th transformation. Yuan Huan roared. The iron rod swept across the sky and swept out. Clang. The iron rod collided with the other party's longsword once again. This time, the sword light shook violently and the black-robed man was forced to retreat. Primordial divine body. The other party shouted in shock. At this moment, Yuan Song and the other Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members all displayed the primordial divine body. Among them, Yuan Song's primordial divine body was also cultivated to the 4th transformation. The other Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members were weaker and were only at the 3rd transformation. Even so, their battle prowess had increased by a notch. Yuan Song was fighting 1 against 2. At first, he was completely at a disadvantage. However, at this moment, he had turned the tables and temporarily stabilized the situation. The 6th level Divine Lord Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members also temporarily blocked the other party's attack. Damn it. All of you have the primordial divine body. How could all of you have cultivated the primordial divine body? The black-robed man roared in disbelief. The primordial divine body was a powerful physique secret technique. The cultivation conditions were extremely harsh. It wasn't something that could be cultivated just because one wanted to. Firstly, one needed the cultivation method of the primordial divine body. This was already very rare and precious. Moreover, even if one had the cultivation method of the primordial divine body, the cultivation conditions were also very harsh. It was understandable that 1 or 2 geniuses could cultivate it. But why were all the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members able to cultivate it? Kill! Yuan Huan couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the black-robed man. He launched a violent attack. The black-robed man kept swinging his iron rod at the black-robed man. In an instant, the black-robed man was suppressed and was forced to retreat. Hold on. Wait for me to kill this man. I'll come and save you. Yuan Huan shouted and transmitted his voice to Yuan Song and the others. As long as he defeated the black-robed man, the situation would be completely reversed. Don't worry. Yuan Song and the others replied. Lu Ming had been observing the black-robed man's attacks. Something's not right. The black-robed man's target seems to be Lan Shu. He has been staring at Lan Shu. His murderous intent has also shrouded Lan Shu. More attacks are also directed at Lan Shu. Lu Ming's mind raced. He was very surprised. He had thought that the black-robed man's target was him. Unexpectedly, that wasn't the case. This was because the black-robed man's murderous intent didn't land on him at all. Instead, it landed on Blue Merchant. He was just collateral damage. Clearly, Blue Merchant had also noticed this point. His eyes flickered and he was also surprised. Yuan Song and the 6th level Divine Lords from the Dark Ape Combat Tribe blocked the black-robed man's attacks. Meanwhile, Yuan Huan's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Damn it! The 8th level Divine Lord roared. He knew that they had miscalculated this time. He didn't expect that there would be an 8th level Divine Lord by Lu Ming's side. Moreover, they had cultivated the primordial divine body. Originally, with their strength, killing Lu Ming, Yuan Song, and the others would be easy. However, they didn't expect Yuan Huan to be here. At this moment, Yuan Huan's battle strength was extremely violent. He had already suppressed him. After a long battle, he would definitely lose. Clang. Right at this moment, the sound of a sword suddenly rang out in the distant starry sky. A dazzling sword light was like a celestial flying from outer space. It crossed the vast starry sky and slashed toward Yuan Huan. Yuan Huan's expression changed drastically because this sword light could already pose a fatal threat to him. At the crucial moment, the iron staff in his hand changed. It swept away several staff shadows and blasted toward the sword light. Clang. Several deafening explosions rang out. Yuan Huan's staff shadows disappeared. His figure swayed slightly and he retreated a few steps. Chapter 3509. A terrifying sword light forced Yuan Huan back. Following that, the void flashed and another black-robed man appeared. This black-robed man's speed was astonishing. In a flash, he appeared not far away from Yuan Huan. 8th level Divine Lord. Yuan Huan's expression was incomparably solemn. I really didn't expect them to have such a powerful existence. Fortunately, the Lord was considerate and let us follow you secretly just in case. Otherwise, you'll be doomed today. The black-robed man who appeared behind said coldly. The black-robed man from before said, Me. A cold voice came from the starry sky not far away. Following that, another figure appeared. Another extremely terrifying expert. Yuan Huan's heart sank and his expression became ugly. In the next moment, Yuan Huan turned around and rushed towards Lu Ming's side. Go! Yuan Huan growled. His violent aura rushed towards the black-robed men who were surrounding Yuan Huan and Lu Ming. Yuan Huan's strength was so strong that his aura was like a wave. Those black-robed men were instantly scattered and retreated in all directions. The encirclement of Lu Ming's group also dispersed. Go quickly! Yuan Huan roared anxiously. Because the two black-robed men who appeared behind him were too powerful. They were both 8th-level divine lords. Yuan Huan was still confident in dealing with one such person. But two he would lose without a doubt. If there were three, it would definitely be a dead end. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the rest also knew the seriousness of the matter and flew back one after another. Want to leave? Today, none of you can think about leaving. The two black-robed men who appeared behind him said coldly. Their figures flashed like black phantoms, sweeping across the universe's starry sky and rushing towards Lu Ming's group. Their speed was shockingly fast. Before they arrived, a terrifying sword light had already slashed towards Lu Ming's group. The sword light was shocking, spanning a boundless distance and was incomparably huge. It completely enveloped Lu Ming's group. No matter how they dodged, they were enveloped by the sword light. You guys go first. I'll hold them back. Yuan Huan roared. He turned around and waved his iron staff, sweeping away thousands of soldiers as he attacked the two sword lights. Two loud explosions rang out, and Yuan Huan's body shook violently as he retreated. At this moment, a resplendent sword light pierced towards Yuan Huan. It was that 8th-level divine lord black-robed person who exchanged blows with Yuan Huan previously. This sword was too fast. And Yuan Huan had just been repelled at this time and found it hard to dodge. Yuan Huan roared and barely managed to move back a distance. However, he still couldn't completely dodge the attack. Puchi! The sword light pierced through Yuan Huan's abdomen and blood flowed out. You want to block it? Let's see how you're going to block it alone. One of the black-robed men sneered. His sword light surged once again as he charged towards Yuan Huan. While the remaining 7th-level Divine Lord and 6th-level Divine Lord black-robed people continued rushing towards Lu Ming, they all. Boom! Boom! After a few more moves, Yuan Huan was forced back again and again. Another sword wound appeared on his body, penetrating his bones. The situation was perilous. Once Yuan Huan was defeated, Lu Ming and the others would definitely die. Ha! Die for me! Kill them! Remember, capture that guy alive first. Search his body for treasures that are useful to Lord before killing him. Some of the black-robed people laughed loudly and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Boom! Right at this moment, the void exploded. A saber light slashed out, slashing directly onto one of the black-robed people. This black-robed person had 6th-level Divine Lord Cultivation, but he couldn't resist at all. He was directly split into two by the saber light, dying on the spot. Who's there? Several black-robed people roared in shock as they retreated. The void filled up. After that, one figure after another appeared. There was a total of 7 people. These 7 people were wrapped in blood-red robes from head to toe. Their faces couldn't be seen at all. After these red-robed people appeared, they charged towards the black-robed people. Moreover, their strength was very shocking. The person in the lead had a terrifying aura. He was an 8th-level Divine Lord expert. He charged towards Yuan Huan and slashed down with his saber, charging towards one of the black-robed people. As for the other red-robed people, they also charged towards the black-robed people and the battle became a mess. What's going on? Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the others were a little confused. Who sent these red-robed people? They actually came to help them. So many experts. In the entire Taishu dynasty, there weren't many forces that could send out so many experts, right? Moreover, how did they know that Lu Ming and the others would be ambushed here? Lu Ming's mind spun rapidly, but he couldn't think of a reason. However, they naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. The Dark Ape fighting race fought back and finally blocked the black-robed people. However, they were still at a disadvantage in the peak battlefield. Although there was an additional red-robed person joining forces with Yuan Huan, they were still only 2 people. The other party had 3 people. Yuan Huan and the red-robed person were at a disadvantage. Who are you people? How dare you spoil our plans? You're courting death. A black-robed person shouted, his voice cold. However, the red-robed person didn't say a word and attacked with all his might. Universe ring. Suddenly, a cold voice came from above the starry sky. Then, golden light shone brightly. A golden collar suddenly flew out and smashed toward an 8th-level Divine Lord black-robed person. Rumble. The starry sky kept exploding. That golden collar's power was terrifying to the extreme, piercing through the universe's starry sky. Not good. The 3 black-robed people's faces changed drastically. Their voices trembled, revealing a look of horror. Then they retreated frantically. However, it was already too late. One of the black-robed people was shrouded by the golden collar. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't break out. No! He roared. In the next instant, the golden collar smashed into his body. This terrifying 8th-level Divine Lord existence's body directly exploded, turning into ashes. An 8th-level Divine Lord expert died just like that. Lu Ming and the others were stunned. In the next instant, they discovered that a figure had appeared above the starry sky at some point in time. This figure was also shrouded in layers of fog, completely unable to see the appearance. It seemed that these people who appeared today were all unwilling to show their true faces to others. However, this figure's figure was petite and seemed to be a woman. She gave a light cry and controlled the golden collar, smashing it toward the second 8th-level Divine Lord existence. Those 2 8th-level Divine Lord black-robed people retreated wildly, not daring to resist at all. Because they already sensed that the person who appeared last was too terrifying, surpassing 8th-level Divine Lord. It was very likely a 9th-level Divine Lord existence. Divine Lord realm, the difference of 1 level was the difference between heaven and earth. It was instant kill. A 9th-level Divine Lord was not what they could contend with at all. They could only retreat. You all hold them back, I'll kill them. That figure who appeared at the back opened her mouth, the voice crisp. It was clearly a woman. Only at this time did Yuan Huan and those red-robed people react to it, charging toward the other party one after another, wanting to hold the other party back. Chapter 35:10. As for the woman, she controlled the Vajra ring to attack an 8th-level Divine Lord. The black-robed man frantically retreated, but the Vajra ring's speed was astonishing. It turned into a golden light and instantly caught up to him. The black-robed man roared and slashed out a sword light with all his strength. This sword was incomparably stunning. No matter what planet it would be destroyed by this sword. The starry sky was split open, and a pitch-black crack appeared. Clang. In the end, the sword slashed the Vajra ring. The sword light shook violently and then directly exploded. In the end, even the black-robed man's battle sword exploded. The Vajra ring didn't stop. It carried boundless power as it bombarded the black-robed man. The black-robed man didn't even have time to scream before he turned into ashes. In just a short while, 2 8th-level Divine Lords were killed in succession. This scene was simply explosive. 8th-level Divine Lords were definitely peak experts in the Taishu dynasty. One had to know that some of the weaker heavenly kings were only 7th-level Divine Lords. These people were all existences on equal footing with heavenly kings. But now, they were being killed one after another. There was only 1 8th-level Divine Lord left. This person was incomparably terrified. He frantically retreated, wanting to escape. However, Yuan Huan and the red-robed man pursued relentlessly. They constantly attacked and entangled this person, preventing him from activating the teleportation formation on his body to escape. At this time, the woman above controlled the Vajra ring and attacked. Who are you? I'm telling you, I'm His Majesty the Sacred Emperor's people. How dare you kill us? This is a great crime worthy of 9 familial extermination. Roared the black-robed man. Originally, he didn't want to reveal his identity because the higher-ups had instructed him not to. But now that his life was on the line, he couldn't care so much. He could only use the Taishu Sacred Emperor as a deterrent. Unfortunately, whether it was Yuan Huan, the red-robed man, or the woman above, they didn't hesitate at all. They didn't stop attacking. "You're all treacherous." The final 8th level Divine Lord only had time to let out an unwilling roar before he was struck by the Vajra ring and killed. At this point, the 3 8th level Divine Lord black-robed men had all been killed. As for the remaining black-robed men, they were nearly scared to death. They frantically tried to escape, but Yuan Tsong, the Nether 8 battle race, and the red-robed men firmly held them back. At this time, Yuan Huan and the others charged over. "You're all treacherous." The black-robed men frantically resisted, but the result was already decided. Not long after, all of the black-robed men were killed. "Thank you all Divine Lord for your help. I know who sent you. You've been sent here, but I don't know who sent you." Divine Lord's Divine Lord. For the black-robed man, for the woman. "No need, we just don't want those people to succeed." Of the Divine Lord, and the black-robed men's. Divine. The woman in the starry sky spoke. She was still shrouded in mist, and her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. After she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she disappeared without a trace. "Divine Emperor." Lu Ming clenched his fists. His eyes were cold. This time, it was obvious that the Divine Void Divine Lord had tricked him into coming here. He had set up an ambush to kill them. Moreover, the Divine Void Divine Lord's target seemed to be Blue Merchant. Could it be because of the Soul Mother? Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart stirred as he thought of this. "Lu Ming, you should have guessed it. If I'm not wrong, the Divine Void Divine Lord wants to kill me and take the Soul Mother for himself." Blue Merchant looked at Lu Ming. His expression was ugly. He had also thought of this. "Back at the Divine Void Divine Lord's birthday, I used my soul power to block the soul attack of the Wu people. Although I didn't use the Soul Mother, the Divine Void Divine Lord must have suspected that I had obtained a precious soul treasure. And now, he has a strong desire for all soul treasures. That's why he sent people to ambush us." Lan Shang continued to speak, and his speculations were not far from the mark. Those red-robed men and that woman seemed to be from 2 different factions. Who sent them? Why would they save us? Lu Ming frowned. He was still very puzzled. Those who know about the Divine Emperor's plan are most likely people by his side. Those red-robed men, if I'm not wrong, were sent by the Crown Prince. Blue Merchant said. The Crown Prince? This time, Lu Ming was really shocked. The Crown Prince sent them? The Crown Prince actually sent people to save them? Didn't the Crown Prince want to cut Lu Ming into pieces? Why would he send people to save them? This answer was really beyond Lu Ming's expectations. As if seeing Lu Ming's confusion, Blue Merchant said, "If it was only the Divine Emperor who wanted to kill you, the Crown Prince would definitely clap his hands in joy. Why would he save you? But if there was some treasure that could extend the Divine Emperor's lifespan, the Crown Prince naturally wouldn't watch the Divine Emperor succeed." With Blue Merchant's explanation, Lu Ming understood. The Divine Emperor's lifespan was coming to an end. After the Divine Emperor died, the Crown Prince would succeed to the throne. If the Divine Emperor's lifespan was extended, how could the Crown Prince succeed to the throne? Therefore, compared to Lu Ming's life, the Divine Emperor's position was more important. That was why the Crown Prince sent people to sabotage and prevent the Divine Emperor from succeeding. In that case, who sent that woman? Lu Ming thought of that woman again. There weren't many 9th-level Divine Lords in the entire Taishu dynasty, right? I don't know. I can't see through her at all. Lan Shang shook his head and furrowed his brows. They discussed for a while but still couldn't figure out the woman's background. Then, they didn't stay any longer and left. After a period of time, they were far away from Dark Pine Galaxy before stopping. "Lan Shu, the Taishu Divine Emperor didn't get the treasure on you this time. I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest. He'll definitely send people to deal with you again." Lu Ming frowned, his expression grave. He was very unhappy, very unhappy. He didn't get any news of his parents, and now, Blue Merchant was targeted by the Taishu Divine Emperor. This made him furious and frustrated. "Lu Ming, calm down. Your parents should be fine. The other party wants to use your parents to threaten you, so won't they do anything to your parents?" Therefore, at this time, he has to raise his strength. The stronger you are, the stronger the force you control, and the more weight you carry. The more weight you carry, the more the other party will value you, and the more value you will have to be used. Your parents will be safer. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. As for me, it looks like I'll have to play dead. Blue Merchant continued. Play dead? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Playing dead was indeed a good idea. Chapter 35:11. But how should they carry it out? After that, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant discussed and came up with a plan. They could borrow Etion's power and lead the trouble to the barbarian tribe. They did it right away. They immediately went to Etion's place of contact and discussed with him to make a plan. Then, Lu Ming returned to the Hidden Dragon Star and led the Dark Ape fighting tribe to the battlefield of the barbarian tribe. Not long after, a piece of news spread rapidly in the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming led people to fight the barbarian tribe and was ambushed by them. They suffered heavy casualties. Even Jing Yu's teacher, Blue Merchant, died in the battle and his body was taken away by the barbarian tribe. Moreover, the recording of the Rest Shadow Stone was circulated. In an instant, it caused a huge commotion. After all, Blue Merchant was Jing Yu's teacher. He was extremely talented and was a top expert in the Taishu dynasty. Unfortunately, because of Jing Yu's case, his star core was destroyed and he died in the hands of the barbarian tribe. It was really a pity. This big show was naturally planned by Lu Ming and Etion. Everything was fake, but they acted as if it was real. Taishu Dynasty, Imperial Palace Hall. Damn it! In the hall, there was a furious roar. The violent aura shrouded the entire imperial palace. Many guards were trembling with pale faces. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In the hall, there were a few people standing below. They kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to make a sound. Taishu Saint Emperor sat at the top. His face was distorted and full of ferocious murderous intent. Damn it! Damn Blue Merchant, damn Lu Ming, damn the barbarian tribe. The Great Void Saint Emperor continued to roar in anger. He didn't understand why things turned out this way. He had arranged everything flawlessly. He pretended to have found Lu Ming's parents and deceived Lu Ming and the rest to go over. Then he sent experts to ambush them. There were more than a dozen experts, all of whom were above the 6th Divine Lord Realm. There were even 3 8th Divine Lord Realm experts. However, they never returned. There was no news. It was as if they were swallowed by a giant beast. How was this possible? There were so many experts by Lu Ming's side. Moreover, now that the Blue Merchant had been killed by the barbarian tribe and his corpse had fallen into the hands of the barbarian tribe, wouldn't that mean that the soul treasure was also with the barbarian tribe? Therefore, he was furious. This was related to his lifespan. He was unable to restrain his anger, and his killing intent was almost uncontrollable. After a long while, the Taishu Saint Emperor's aura finally calmed down. Men, send a message to the Berserker Emperor. Tell him that I'm willing to buy back the Blue Merchant's corpse at a high price. The Great Void Saint Emperor ordered. They naturally had a way to pass the news to the barbaric emperor. But after a period of time, the barbarian emperor replied with only 2 words, "No way." The barbarian tribe and the Taishu dynasty were mortal enemies. Not long ago, the 2 sides had fought a great battle at the Taishu Saint Emperor's birthday banquet. How could the barbaric emperor agree to the Great Void Saint Emperor's request? He did not even need to check or ask. As long as it was beneficial to the Great Void Saint Emperor, he would reject it. Barbarian Emperor, you're courting death. Men, give me the order to attack the barbarian tribe. I want to destroy the barbarian tribe. At the same time, mobilize the troops of all the heavenly kings and marquises' mansions and attack the barbarian tribe together. The Great Void Saint Emperor had gone mad. He wanted to launch an all-out attack on the barbarian tribe. Following the Taishu Saint Emperor's orders, the entire Taishu Holy Court was shaken. All the heavenly kings' manors and marquis manors sent out their experts to join the army. Together with the imperial army, they charged towards the barbarian tribe. Of course, the barbarian tribe was not weak either. They mobilized a huge army to fight the Taishu dynasty. A terrifying war had broken out. the Taishu dynasty and the barbarian tribe fought at the border. The war was endless, and a large number of experts fell every day. However, the Taishu dynasty was only slightly stronger than the barbarian tribe. How could it be easy to destroy the barbarian tribe? For a time, both sides were in a stalemate. Both sides had victories and losses, and the war was hard to determine. Lu Ming naturally led the Nether Ape fighting tribe to fight the barbarian tribe. Of course, he was just putting on an act. After a few battles, he brought his people back to the hidden dragon star and let the Nether Ape fighting tribe cultivate in peace. Just like that, 10 years passed in a flash. In these 10 years, the Taishu dynasty and the barbarian tribe were still at war. However, it was not as crazy as before. Both sides were in a stalemate, and sometimes there would be a big battle. At this time, Lu Ming received a piece of good news. It was sent to him by Yi Tian. He finally found the whereabouts of the mid-autumn moon. More than 100 years ago, someone found traces of the autumn moon in the north of the barbarian tribe. However, later on, for some unknown reason, the autumn moon seemed to have disappeared in the lost galaxy in the north of the barbarian tribe. Lost galaxy? Lu Ming's face was extremely solemn. Lu Ming had heard of the legend of the lost galaxy. It was said that the lost galaxy was in the north of the barbarian tribe. It was a very strange galaxy. No matter what cultivation you had, as long as you entered the lost galaxy, you could forget about coming out. Throughout history, countless powerful existences, including top experts above the 7th Divine Lord realm, had never returned. No one had ever come out. What happened? How did the mid-autumn moon enter the lost galaxy? Lu Ming was extremely anxious. Needless to say, the mid-autumn moon must have encountered some special circumstances. Otherwise, how could she enter the lost galaxy? No, I must go and find the mid-autumn moon. Lu Ming's face was filled with determination. No matter how terrifying the lost galaxy was, he had to make a trip. He could not leave the mid-autumn moon behind. Even if it was dangerous, he had to go. Moreover, he had to go immediately. The lost galaxy was strange and unpredictable. He did not know what dangers there would be. If he went later, the mid-autumn moon would be in greater danger. Immediately, he gathered Yuan Huan and Yuan Song and told them about this matter. Blue Merchant was naturally not here. Instead, he stayed with Yi Tian for the time being. You want to go to the lost galaxy? That's too dangerous. For countless years, no one who went in has ever come out. Lu Ming, you have to think carefully, Yuan Huan advised. I know it's dangerous, but this time I have to go. After I leave, I'll leave this place to you. Don't worry, I'll definitely come out. Lu Ming said with incomparable determination. Yuan Huan and Yuan Song looked hesitant. However, they had been with Lu Ming for some time. They knew Lu Ming's character. Once he made up his mind, it was useless even if others tried to persuade him. Since the battle ancestor has a request, we'll go with you. We can take care of each other. Yuan Huan said. That's right. Let's go together. Yuan Song added. No, you have to stay here. If you go with me, who will be responsible for this place? Lu Ming rejected directly. Then I'll go with the battle ancestor. With the clan leader here, there must be someone with the battle ancestor. Otherwise, it'll be too dangerous. Yuan Song said. He had to go with Lu Ming. Chapter 35:12. In the end, Lu Ming decided to bring Ape Song to the Lost Galaxy while Ape Huan oversaw the hidden dragon star. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming set off on the same day. Ape Song brought Lu Ming along at an astonishing speed, flying along the northern border of the barbarian race. Although they encountered the barbarian race along the way, with Ape Song leading the way, there were no obstacles at all. After a period of time, they finally arrived at the Lost Galaxy. Looking from afar, a galaxy was suspended in the universe, shining with silver-white starlight. It was incomparably dazzling. From the looks of it, it seemed to be slowly rotating. The galaxy was actually not like a river. Looking from outside the galaxy was circular and slowly rotating. It was incomparably mysterious. Let's go! Lu Ming whispered and flew toward the Lost Galaxy with Ape Kong. As they got closer and closer, Lu Ming and Ape Tsong finally flew into the range of the Lost Galaxy. When they flew into the range of the Lost Galaxy, a burst of dazzling light shone, so bright that the two could not open their eyes. After a few breaths, the dazzling light disappeared. Lu Ming and Ape Tsong looked around, and then their expressions changed. Originally, they had just entered the edge of the Lost Galaxy, but now when they looked back, there was a vast starry sky behind them. Lonely planets were suspended in the air, and they could not see the end of it. They could not see other galaxies at all. The two tried to fly backward, but after flying for hundreds of millions of miles, they still could not fly out of the Lost Galaxy. They were really lost. It seems that the Lost Galaxy has a terrifying field energy. Once a living creature enters, it will be lost and can't find the way out. Lu Ming frowned. Autumn Moon had been here for so many years. What had happened? Ape Tsong, let's go. Lu Ming said to Ape Tsong, then flew in the opposite direction. But after a while, Lu Ming stopped, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. Battle Ancestor, what's wrong? Ape Tsong asked. I don't know why, but ever since I entered the Lost Star River, my blood seems to be flowing faster. The primordial god blood in my body seems to be slightly pulsating, as if it is responding to something. Yes, it's an inexplicable response. Lu Ming said. He really felt that way. Sense? Where is that feeling coming from? Yuan Song's eyes lit up as he asked. There. Lu Ming pointed in a direction. If I'm not wrong, there must be something in that direction that attracted the War Ancestor. Maybe the War Ancestor is lucky enough to find the Autumn Moon Girl and the way out? Yuan Song said. Could it be mid-autumn moon? Let's go. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he quickly flew in that direction. The ape followed closely behind. In the Lost Star River, one would not be able to distinguish directions. Moreover, during the process of flying, the direction would constantly change. At first, Lu Ming felt that the feeling was in front of him, but after flying for a while, the feeling appeared on the right. Lu Ming flew to the right again, and after a while, it became behind him again. Sometimes it was right, sometimes it was left, sometimes it was in front, and sometimes it was behind him. It was constantly changing, incomparably strange, and difficult to grasp. If they did not have that feeling, they would be trapped here for the rest of their lives. Just like that, they flew for a full month. After flying for a month, Lu Ming felt that the feeling was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that Lu Ming was getting closer and closer to the place where he felt the feeling. Who's there? At that moment, Yuan Song suddenly shouted. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Lu Ming was shocked and he stopped in his tracks. He, I didn't expect someone to come in again. It's been a long time since a good meal was delivered. This time, I can eat to my heart's content again. A sneer was heard, and then the void spread. A huge python suddenly appeared, opened its bloody mouth, and stared at Lu Ming and Yuan Song eerily. A python had appeared in the Lost Star River. The python stuck out its tongue, sweeping Lu Ming's body back and forth, and said coldly, Young man, I like young people the most. The taste is fresh and tender. The last time a girl came in, the taste was really good. The python said coldly. Bang. At this moment, Lu Ming's head roared, as if it was about to explode. The last time a girl came in? Could it be the autumn moon? At this moment, Lu Ming emitted a terrifying killing intent. Yuan Song, kill him for me. No, cripple him first. Lu Ming roared. Bang. Lu Ming's voice had just faded when Yuan Song directly attacked. Grabbing with a large hand, a huge palm grabbed toward the python. 7th level Divine Lord, ah, damn it. The python roared in horror. Its huge body twisted, turning around to flee. He had 5th level Divine Lord Cultivation, 2 levels lower than Yuan Kong. The moment he discovered Yuan Song's cultivation, he did not dare to stay at all. However, with a difference of 2 levels, how could he possibly escape? Yuan Song's large hand grabbed down, covering the firmament, enveloping the starry sky within a radius of tens of millions of miles. Then he grabbed the python. The python struggled fiercely, but when Yuan Song squeezed hard, the python cried out miserably. It was unknown how many bones in its body were broken. You really ate a young woman? Lu Ming asked with red eyes. No, I'm lying to you guys. I did see a young woman, but before I made a move, she ran away. I can swear on my life source that I really didn't eat her. Spare me! The python cried out miserably. Lu Ming immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Since the other party dared to swear on his life source, it was most likely true. The woman you mentioned, what did she look like? Lu Ming asked. Very beautiful, like a fairy. Immediately, the python described it again. It was really the autumn moon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The moment the other party described, he knew that it was indeed the autumn moon. You're a 5th-level divine lord, how could you let her run away? You'd better not lie to me. Lu Ming said coldly. It's true. I did want to make a move at that time, but there was an expert beside that girl. I didn't dare to make a move. The python said. An expert? Lu Ming frowned and asked again, then do you know where that woman went after that? I don't know. I really don't know what happened after that. Please spare me. I've been trapped in the Lost Star River for a year. It's so miserable. Take pity on me. The python cried out miserably. Tears actually flowed out of its eyes, looking miserable. Then you have no value. Yuan Song, kill it? Lu Ming said indifferently. No, wait, right, I remember now. Hearing that Lu Ming wanted to kill it, the python almost shrank in fear and screamed sharply. Speak. Lu Ming said coldly. They might have gone to the core area. Those who enter the Lost Star River will never be able to get out and will eventually go to the core area. The python hurriedly shouted and explained. Chapter 35:13. The Core Land. Lu Ming and Yuan Song were curious. That's right. The core is the core of the Lost Galaxy. It's a planet. You should be able to see that in the Lost Galaxy, there's no divine aura at all. Only the planet at the core has divine aura. Therefore, all the creatures on the Lost Galaxy will eventually go to the core. The girl you're looking for may have gone to the core land too. The python quickly explained and trembled in fear, afraid that Yuan Song would kill him. Are you trying to lie to me? It's difficult to distinguish directions in the Lost Galaxy. How can other creatures find the core land? Lu Ming's face was filled with murderous intent. I'm not lying. If you sense it carefully, you'll definitely sense that all the energy in the Lost Galaxy is converging towards one place. Although it's extremely faint, you can still sense it if you sense it carefully. As long as you follow the direction of the energy flow, you'll be able to find the planet at the core. The python screamed in horror and quickly explained. Immediately, Lu Ming and Yuan Song sensed it carefully. Indeed, not long after, they vaguely sensed that the energy between heaven and earth was indeed flowing slowly and converging in one direction. However, the range was too small. If they didn't sense it carefully, they wouldn't be able to sense it at all. Even if they sensed it, they wouldn't think that the energy was converging towards the core land. The flow of energy in space was very normal. You've sensed it, right? I'm telling the truth. If you want to go to the core land, I can take you with me. The python cried. All right, let's go together then. Lu Ming said. It was good to have an acquaintance by his side. Moreover, Lu Ming couldn't determine whether what the python said was true or false. Yuan Song immediately let go of the python. The python's body quickly shrank and turned into a skinny old man with a shifty-eyed look. My name is Python Fu. The python chuckled and introduced himself. Then he led Lu Ming and the others in a certain direction. Along the way, Lu Ming carefully sensed that they were indeed following the direction of the energy flow. To Lu Ming's surprise, the direction of the energy flow was actually the same as the direction he sensed. In other words, the feeling also came from the planet at the core land. Just like that, they kept flying. However, their speed wasn't very fast as they couldn't use their full strength. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, they flew for another month. We're here. Python Fu revealed a look of excitement as he looked ahead. In front of him, there was a huge planet suspended in the air. Even though he was far away, Lu Ming could still sense traces of divine aura emanating from it. Furthermore, that intense sensation had grown even stronger. Mid-autumn moon is here? Lu Ming revealed a hopeful expression. The three of them flew towards the planet. I'll bring you to a place. Go there and ask around. Perhaps you'll find some information. They landed on the planet and flew in a certain direction. Not long after, a vast expanse of mountains and rivers appeared before their eyes. Giant mountains rose from the ground, with palaces built on top of them. These palaces were extremely magnificent, and there was a statue in front of each palace. These statues were all mystical dragons. Furthermore, that feeling seemed to come from this mountain range. Now, my primordial divine body has been transformed into the primordial divine dragon body. There's even a drop of primordial divine blood in my body that's related to the primordial divine dragon body. Could it be related to the divine dragon body? Lu Ming's mind kept turning. At this moment, the corners of Python Fu's mouth curled up into a sneer as he suddenly retreated. Stay here. Yuan Tsong noticed Python Fu's retreat. He roared and clawed at him. But at this moment, a saber suddenly appeared in front of Python Fu. The saber slashed at Yuan Tsong's huge hand. There was an earth-shattering roar. The saber shook violently and retreated. Yuan Tsong's huge hand was also cut off by the saber. The next moment, a burly man appeared in front of Python Fu. He was holding a rusty saber. 7th level Divine Lord. Yuan Tsong's face turned solemn. Hee, there's a newcomer. This is going to be fun. Cold laughter sounded one after another. Figures appeared one after another in the surroundings. Lu Ming swept his gaze and discovered that there were more than a dozen people. Each of their aura was extremely powerful. They were at least 6th level Divine Lords. There were even quite a few who were probably above 6th level Divine Lords. Python Fu. Lu Ming stared at Python Fu with an ugly expression. Clearly they had been tricked by Python Fu. I didn't lie to you. This is indeed the Core Lands planet. Python Fu sneered. The two of you, surrender yourselves. Be our slaves for 10 million years and we'll let you go. 10 million years? That's too little. At least 100 million years. The surrounding people laughed and stared at Lu Ming and company like cats staring at mice. Then they closed in on Lu Ming. Battle Ancestor, leave quickly. I'll hold them back. Yuan Tsong roared. Then his body changed rapidly. He displayed the primordial divine body and turned into a giant ape. At the same time, he displayed the phantom battle art and raised his combat strength to the extreme. Bang! Yuan Tsong suddenly attacked. Both fists blasted out consecutively, blasting toward the burly man wielding the battle blade. It's the primordial divine body. This guy is tough. Several exclamations sounded in succession. That burly man wielding the battle blade roared and also raised his aura to the extreme. The battle blade slashed out continuously. Immediately, more than a dozen blade lights appeared, slashing toward Yuan Kong. More than a dozen violent rumbles sounded in succession. Force overflowed. Fist force and blade chi swept out in all directions. Following that, the blade lights vibrated. More than a dozen blade lights collapsed virtually at the same time. That burly man wielding the battle blade retreated repeatedly. Go! Yuan Tsong roared and rushed out of the encirclement together with Lu Ming. Want to leave? Stop right there for me. Don't think about leaving today. The others roared and chased after Lu Ming and company. Aura erupted. Lu Ming discovered in shock that there were at least 5 people whose cultivation reached 7th level Divine Lords. There were actually so many terrifying powerhouses in the Lost Galaxy. Go that way. Lu Ming roared. Leading Yuan Tsong, he rushed in the direction of the palace. The other party had too many experts. If they rushed outside, they definitely could not escape the other party's pursuit. He had a feeling that if they rushed toward the palace area, there might be a turning point. In an instant, they rushed into the mountains. At that moment, the people behind them suddenly stopped. They no longer dared to chase after them. They all revealed looks of fear. Not good. Lu Ming had a bad premonition in his heart. The other party did not dare to pursue. Could it be that this place was dangerous? Otherwise, why would the other party not dare to chase inside? Chapter 35:14. How dare you disturb my cultivation? You're courting death. At this moment, a cold voice came from a palace beside Lu Ming and the rest. Then, a huge palm reached out from the palace and grabbed at Lu Ming and Yuan Kong. The palm covered the sky and was incomparably huge. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful aura that completely locked onto Lu Ming and the rest. "Be careful, combat ancestor." Yuan Song roared and stepped forward. He used all his strength and threw out more than 100 punches in an instant. More than 100 fist seals finally converged into a single fist seal and bombarded the palm. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out as the palm violently trembled. In the end, with a bang, it exploded. However, the fist print that Yuan Song threw out also exploded at the same time. Yuan Song's body shook violently and he retreated continuously. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. "Yuan Song, are you all right?" Lu Ming asked hurriedly. "I'm fine." Yuan Song wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the palace with an extremely solemn expression. 8th level Divine Lord. After exchanging a blow, he discovered that the existence in the palace was actually an 8th level Divine Lord. "So you've cultivated the primordial divine body. Your combat strength is not bad. Looks like I'll have to take action personally." A cold voice came from the palace. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Ming only saw a phantom flash and a figure appeared outside the palace. It was a white-haired old man with a cold gaze. "Senior, we're just passing by. We didn't mean to disturb you." Lu Ming cupped his fists. "I don't care if you're passing by or not. If you disturb my cultivation, you'll die." The old man's eyes were cold and revealed a strong murderous intent. "These guys are all twisted in their hearts." Lu Ming was speechless. He felt that the people here were extremely violent, unreasonable, and twisted in their hearts. They wanted to attack and kill at the slightest provocation. Lu Ming could understand. These people were famous powerhouses in the outside world. However, after entering the Lost Galaxy, they could not get out. They would be trapped here forever with no hope in sight. They could only wait for death here. Naturally, they would feel irritable and their hearts would be distorted. Swoosh! After the old man finished speaking, he threw out a palm and pressed down on Yuan Kong. The ape follower roared and did his best to resist. However, even if Yuan Song cultivated the primordial divine body and had the augmentation of the ghost battle art, his battle prowess was so strong that ordinary existences of the same level wouldn't be a match for him. However, the other party was an 8th level divine lord. No matter how strong Yuan Song was, he still wasn't a match for him. After barely managing to withstand a few blows, he was severely injured. "Little guy, I won't kill you. I'll cripple you and let you linger on with your last breath." The old man then looked at Lu Ming. His other withered hand reached out to grab Lu Ming. "Don't even think about it." Lu Ming roared. No matter how strong the other party was, he would not allow himself to be captured. He would resist to the end. At this moment, Lu Ming activated all of his strength. His primordial divine blood was also activated. His body rapidly expanded and turned into a huge divine dragon. His 9 claws stepped on the air, causing the void to tremble. What a powerful aura. A peak divine king actually has such a powerful aura. He's a divine dragon, a 9-clawed dragon. In this world, there's actually a 9-clawed dragon? No, it's not a 9-clawed dragon. It's the primordial divine body. This kid cultivated the primordial divine body. The people outside the mountain shouted in shock. In front of the palace, the old man was also shocked. Then, his eyes revealed a look of greed. Primordial divine dragon body. Haha, if I get this kid, I might be able to find a way out. The old man was ecstatic. His hand grabbed down even more firmly. Lu Ming roared and resisted frantically. But at this moment, there was a change. In front of the palace, there was a divine dragon statue. At this moment, the divine dragon statue suddenly moved. It let out a dragon roar and rushed into the sky. The dragon claws stepped on the air and slammed into the old man's large hand. Boom! There was a violent explosion. That hand was blocked. However, cracks appeared on the divine dragon statue. Lu Ming was stunned. He was a little confused. Why did the divine dragon statue move? It seemed to have some kind of resonance with the primordial divine blood in his body. The divine dragon statue here had a spirit. This kid can actually move the divine dragon statue. It might really be useful. The old man was shocked at first. Then he was ecstatic. His aura erupted and he grabbed at Lu Ming again. The divine dragon statue continued to roar and pounced on the old man. There was another explosion. The old man's hand was blocked, but there were more cracks on the divine dragon statue. What should I do? If this goes on, I won't be able to block more than a few moves. Oh right, there are divine dragon statues in front of the other palaces. If I can mobilize them, I can definitely suppress this old man. Lu Ming's mind raced. He thought of the statues in front of the other palaces. There was a palace on every mountain in this mountain. In front of each palace, there was a divine dragon statue. There were dozens of palaces in total. Lu Ming was thinking of how to mobilize those divine dragon statues. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras erupted from those palaces one after another. These auras were incomparably terrifying. They soared into the sky like smoke signals. Following that, figures flashed. A figure actually rushed out from each palace. The aura of each figure was incomparably shocking. The weakest one was not weaker than the old man from before. All of them were existences above the 8th level Divine Lord realm. There were a total of more than 30 people. Lu Ming was stunned. Yuan Song was also stunned. They were too shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil and they could not calm down. There were actually so many powerhouses here. How was this possible? More than 30 existences above the 8th level Divine Lord realm. Even if all the powerhouses in the entire Taishu dynasty were added up, there would not be too many. Where did these people come from? Lu Ming dared to bet that these powerhouses were definitely not from the Taishu dynasty, the barbarian race, or the Tianyi sacred dynasty. This was because a Divine Lord realm expert could only live for 10 stellar years at most. In other words, these people had entered the Lost Galaxy within these 10 stellar years. If so many powerhouses from the Taishu dynasty, the barbarian race, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty had entered within these 10 stellar years, it would have caused a huge commotion. Such powerhouses were all famous big shots. It was difficult not to cause a commotion when they went missing. Therefore, these people were definitely not from the Taishu dynasty, the barbarian race, or the Tianyi sacred dynasty. It was very likely that they were from a more distant force. Then, Lu Ming and Yuan Song's heart sank. So many powerhouses had appeared all of a sudden. How could they fight against them? The difference was too great. Primitive divine dragon body. What an amazing primitive divine dragon body. This kid, could it be that he has already condensed the primitive divine blood? The Lost Galaxy was a secret place of the divine dragon clan. With this kid, maybe we can get out. These people stared at Lu Ming. Their eyes lit up, revealing a fiery light. Chapter 35:15. I was the one who discovered this kid first. The old man who started yelled and stared at the others. So what if you discovered him? I want this kid. Another old woman said coldly. Her aura was oppressive and incomparably terrifying, even stronger than the old man from before. 9th level Divine Lord. Lu Ming revealed a look of shock. This old woman was definitely a 9th level Divine Lord existence. In the Taishu dynasty, Lu Ming had felt the aura of a 9th level Divine Lord powerhouse before. The two were similar. You want him? Why should you want him? I even said that I want him. A deep voice sounded. A burly man sneered, not afraid of the old woman at all. Obviously, he was also a figure of the same level. Lu Ming felt a headache. This time, it was really mysterious. He really walked into a dragon's den. What should I do now? Do I have to take out the purple copper coffin again? That's a way to perish together. Lu Ming's mind turned quickly. He was unwilling to give up. He had not found the autumn moon yet. Oh right, the divine dragon statues and that feeling came from these mountains. After coming here, the feeling of these mountains became stronger. It's as if there are divine dragons residing in these mountains. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart stirred. If he could mobilize all the divine dragon statues, he might be able to fight. Immediately, Lu Ming desperately urged the blood in his body, wanting to mobilize those statues, but there was no response. Could it be that the distance is too far? What should I do? Oh right, primordial divine dragon horn, give it a try. Lu Ming thought of the primordial divine dragon horn. With a thought, the primordial divine dragon horn appeared. At this time, the surrounding powerhouses were confronting each other. The atmosphere was getting more and more tense. I think we should take down this kid together and study him. If we can find a way to get out, we can all go out together. Someone suggested. All right, let's do that. Then let's do it. These people reached a consensus and planned to take down Lu Ming first to study him together. As for whether Lu Ming agreed or not, they could not be bothered. Why would they care if a mere divine king agreed or not? Many pairs of eyes stared at Lu Ming at the same time. Let's do it. Lu Ming grabbed the primordial divine dragon horn and blew into it. Woo woo woo. Following this, the sound of an ancient horn could be heard. It was as if it had traveled through endless time and space. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire area. Roar, roar, roar. In the next moment, a series of dragon roars echoed in the sky. The divine dragon statues in front of the palace roared toward the sky and moved. Dozens of divine dragon statues flew toward Lu Ming. What happened? Those experts were shocked and subconsciously stepped aside. Then, those mystical dragon statues all appeared around Lu Ming, protecting Lu Ming in the middle. It really works. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had not expected the immemorial divine dragon horn to have such an effect. It could even command the divine dragon statue. Could this be the true usage of the ancient divine dragon horn? It seemed like he had been blind in the past to use the primordial divine dragon horn as a weapon. It was a complete waste. The surrounding experts were stunned for a moment. Then their eyes lit up. This kid can actually control the divine dragon statue. All the more we have to take him down for research. That's right. Perhaps we can really find a way out. Those experts whispered. Then they made their move. The void trembled and exploded. Terrifying attacks pressed towards Lu Ming. Of course, they were pressing towards those divine dragon statues. They did not want to kill Lu Ming just like that. How would they research after killing Lu Ming? Roar, roar, roar. All the divine dragon statues roared. Their bodies emitted a resplendent radiance as they soared into the sky. Dragon claws tore through the air and clawed at those attacks. This space shook violently and a huge explosion occurred. It was completely annihilated. However, those surrounding experts, some of them were really strong. Their cultivation reached 9th level divine lord, their strength heaven-shocking. Some divine dragon statues could not withstand it at all. A series of cracks directly appeared on their bodies, then they exploded. In an instant, more than a dozen statues exploded. If this continued, these divine dragon statues would definitely not be able to block these experts. Continue. Lu Ming circulated his divine power crazily. Then he blew the primordial divine dragon bugle. He felt that there was a force in every mountain peak. The reason why Lu Ming sensed it previously was because of this force in the mountain peak. If he could summon it, he could reverse the current situation. Woo 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 woo. The ancient bugle sounded, becoming more and more intense. Finally, it broke through the clouds. Those divine dragon statues roared and charged towards these experts like they had gone mad. At the same time, there was a strange change in the mountains and rivers. Every mountain and river suddenly emitted a resplendent radiance. Following that, a dragon's roar sounded, penetrating gold and cracking stone. The next moment, a divine dragon suddenly rushed out of the mountain peak closest to Lu Ming. This divine dragon was pitch black all over. There were 6 dragon claws on its abdomen. This was a 6-clawed divine dragon. At the scene, everyone was stunned. A 6-clawed divine dragon actually appeared in the mountain peak? What was going on? They had stayed here for so many years and actually did not discover it? No, wait, this isn't a real divine dragon. It's not a body of flesh and blood, but a soul body. This is a dragon soul. Someone cried out in surprise. That's right, this was indeed a dragon soul. Lu Ming had long seen through it. He did not expect that inside this mountain peak, there was actually a dragon soul that was summoned by his primordial divine dragon bugle. The dragon soul let out a long roar, its gaze like lightning, emitting a vast dragon pressure. Then, it pounced over toward an old man. This old man was that old man who made a move against Lu Ming at the very beginning. An enormous dragon claw directly grabbed down toward this old man. The old man was startled and blasted a palm out with all his might. A terrifying palm print pressed over toward the dragon soul. Bang! An intense rumble. That old man's body retreated explosively, his complexion turning pale. Sigh. At the scene, many people sucked in a cold breath. This old man was a genuine 8th-level divine lord. And this dragon soul actually repelled the old man with one move. This kind of strength was also too terrifying. The crux was that this was just a dragon soul. After a divine dragon died, the undying battle soul left behind did not have intelligence. Furthermore, no idea how long had passed. Such a long time had passed, a dragon soul actually still had such powerful combat strength. This was inconceivable. What kind of strength should this dragon soul have when it was alive? It absolutely surpassed the Divine Lord realm. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for just a dragon soul to be so strong. Many people's eyes revealed looks of astonishment. Legend has it that this place is a secret base of the Divine Dragon clan. There's a Divine Dragon branch residing here. Sure enough, it's right. Someone whispered, very shocked. Woo woo woo, the ancient bugle horn sound continued to sound out. Following that, astonishing dragon roars came from several more mountain peaks. Chapter 35:16. Several more mountain peaks emitted resplendent light. Dragon roars rang out, and then several huge black divine dragons charged out of the mountain peaks. These divine dragons were also dragon souls. They were pitch black and had 6 dragon claws on their abdomens. They were all 6-clawed divine dragons. Several dragon souls appeared and directly pounced at Lu Ming. Not good. Quickly stop him. Some of the surrounding powerhouses roared. Their divine power soared to the sky, forming several terrifying attacks that pressed down on Lu Ming. But dragon roars rang out. Those divine dragon statues and the dragon soul that appeared first did their best to block these people's attacks. And the dragon souls that appeared later had already arrived. Their dragon claws were incomparably sharp. They directly tore through space and grabbed at those experts. Terrifying rumbles rang out. This region was constantly exploding, setting off destructive storms. However, this planet was very strange. The ground was incomparably hard, and the mountains and rivers were even more so. When the terrifying destructive force landed on the ground, although the ground and rocks were constantly exploding, the explosions only left small craters. It had to be known that those experts that appeared later were at least 8th-level divine lords. Just how terrifying was this battle? If it were outside, it would have long destroyed this planet. It could be seen that this region was very extraordinary. Wu Wu Lu Ming constantly blew the primordial divine dragon horn. To be honest, blowing the horn consumed a lot of divine power. The divine power stored in his star core had already been exhausted. But there was an endless stream of divine power coming out of the quantum character art, allowing Lu Ming's divine power to always be abundant. As the primordial divine dragon horn rang out, many mountain peaks were filled with radiance. Dragon roars rang out incessantly. Pitch-black dragon souls appeared one after another. Each of these dragon souls was a 6-clawed divine dragon. Furthermore, they were all extremely powerful. They were just dragon souls, but they could actually suppress 8th-level divine lords. Some dragon souls were even stronger and could actually suppress 9th-level divine lords. In just a moment, at least 20 dragon souls appeared. With so many souls unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks on those experts were actually forced into a disadvantageous position. Outside the mountains, the faces of Python Fu and the others were pale. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. They were truly stunned by this scene. Lu Ming was actually able to summon a dragon soul. Fortunately, Lu Ming's target was not them. Otherwise, they would already be dead. Brat, shut up, shut up. An old woman roared. Her strength was very astonishing, being a 9th-level divine lord. She rushed towards Lu Ming, wanting to take down Lu Ming. However, a huge dragon claw reached out to grab her. The two of them exchanged blows, and the old woman retreated quickly. Then, the divine dragon swung its tail at her. Bang! The old woman screamed and retreated quickly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Roar, roar, roar. Dragon roars continued to resound from the remaining 10 or so mountain peaks. Then, dragon souls rushed out one after another. There were a total of 36 mountains, and each mountain had a dragon soul rushing out. 36 dragon souls and the remaining divine dragon statues were enough to completely crush those experts. With a scream, an 8th-level divine lord was forcefully torn apart by a dragon soul and died on the spot. The remaining people were afraid. They desperately charged, wanting to escape from this place. However, the dragon souls surrounded them, blocking this area. Old bear, why aren't you making a move? We're all going to die. Suddenly, someone roared. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying aura came from the depths of the mountains. The moment this aura appeared, heaven and earth became heavy and incomparably oppressive. Then, a loud roar came out. A huge bear appeared in the depths of the mountains. Yes, a huge bear that was tens of thousands of meters tall. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black fur, like a mountain. Its speed was very fast. With a step, it appeared nearby. A huge bear paw slapped toward a dragon soul. Boom! That dragon soul was directly sent flying, crashing into a mountain. The mountain shook, and gravel flew everywhere. Lu Ming saw that the dragon soul's dragon claw shattered, as if it had disappeared into thin air. What terrifying strength! This is a quasi-emperor. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted in incomparable shock. This black bear was actually a quasi-emperor existence. Lu Ming had seen the battle between the Great Void Saint Emperor and the Barbaric Emperor. Both sides' auras were about the same, both earth-shattering. There was actually a quasi-emperor residing here. It was really terrifying. A quasi-emperor was much stronger than a 9th-level divine lord. You can actually summon dragon souls? Interesting. The giant bear opened its mouth, its voice rumbling. It stepped forward, pressing toward Lu Ming. However, a few dragon souls pounced toward the giant bear. Although the dragon souls are strong, they're only equivalent to a divine lord. They're not my match. The giant bear shouted coldly. Its paws slapped out continuously. With each slap, a dragon soul was sent flying. No dragon soul could stop the giant bear. It kept approaching Lu Ming. Woo-woo. Lu Ming blew continuously. Those dragon souls moved according to Lu Ming's will, gathering together and rushing toward the giant bear. With so many dragon souls attacking continuously, the power was also very astonishing. The giant bear was blocked for a moment too. What are you all still in a daze for? Attack together. The giant bear roared loudly at the others. The others were akin to waking up from a dream. Just now, when they saw the giant bear appear, they even thought that the giant bear could handle it alone. They were just about to take action and take down Lu Ming. But right at this time, a dragon roar suddenly came from this stretch of mountains and rivers. This dragon roar was exceptionally terrifying, shaking until the entire universe started trembling, completely suppressing the other dragon roars. Outside the mountains and rivers, Mang Fu and the rest of the 6th-level Divine Lord Existence's bodies trembled greatly like they were electrocuted, then spewed out a mouthful of blood. 6th-level Divine Lords were directly injured by a dragon roar. 7th-level Divine Lords were still a little better, but their complexions were also pale. Only 8th-level Divine Lords and 9th-level Divine Lords were unaffected. But their expressions also changed drastically, looking in the direction where the dragon roar came from one after another. That was because this dragon roar gave them a lot of pressure. That terrifying dragon roar continued to emit. The next instant, this stretch of mountains and rivers was shining. Following that, a dragon claw reached out from the mountains and rivers. This dragon claw was pitch black. The dragon scales on it were all clearly visible. But one could still tell that this was not a body of flesh and blood, but a dragon soul. When this dragon claw reached out, it directly clawed over toward the giant bear. The giant bear's expression changed drastically, its huge eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. With a roar, its body became even bigger. A pair of bear paws smacked out continuously, colliding together with the dragon claw. But the next instant, with two cracking sounds, the giant bear's bear paws directly broke apart. Chapter 35:17. The Quasi-Emperor Realm giant bear's palms were broken when it tried to block the dragon claw. It was bent 180 degrees and blood was gushing out of it. The giant bear's body was like a giant meteorite as it crashed to the ground. Boom! Gravel flew everywhere and a giant pit was formed on the ground. The giant bear coughed out blood. Everyone was stunned and their eyes widened. They could not believe what they had just seen. The giant bear was an invincible Quasi-Emperor Realm existence. How could it be injured so easily? The opponent was only a dragon claw. What kind of existence was that? A divine emperor? It was definitely a real divine emperor. Otherwise, it would not be so strong. There was a dragon soul that had reached the divine emperor realm. It was terrifying. Boom! That dragon claw once again clawed at the giant bear. The attack was incomparably fierce. The giant bear roared and erupted with all its strength, pushing its strength to the limit. The giant bear was a Quasi-Emperor Realm expert. It was definitely strong in all aspects. Its divine origin force had already awakened 4 times and it had also mastered the secret technique of the origin force. However, it was useless. The giant bear let out a miserable shriek when the dragon claw clawed at it. All of its attacks and defenses collapsed and it crashed to the ground again. This time, half of its body exploded. It was seriously injured and on the verge of death. The dragon roared and the dragon claw continued to claw at the giant bear. Surrender! I am willing to surrender. Please spare my life. The giant bear let out a miserable shriek. It was a Quasi-Emperor Realm expert. Even if it was trapped here, it did not want to die. Once a Quasi-Emperor Realm expert took the last step, he would be able to enter the Divine Emperor Realm. Perhaps he would be able to get out of here after entering the Divine Emperor Realm. Suddenly, the sound of the horn changed. The dragon claw stopped abruptly above the giant bear's head. Otherwise, the giant bear would have exploded. The giant bear heaved a sigh of relief. It almost peed in its pants. What about you guys? Lu Ming looked at the rest of the people. Those people's facial expression changed drastically. I am willing to surrender. I am also willing to surrender. The other experts also cried out one after another. What a joke! That dragon claw was too terrifying. There were other dragon souls as well. If they did not surrender, they would all die. Swear. Swear that you will surrender and not attack us. Lu Ming said coldly. The reason why he didn't continue to let the dragon soul kill these people was because he wanted to get information about Autumn Moon from these people. Secondly, the strength of these people was extremely shocking. If he could get out later, he would be able to borrow the strength of these people. The chances of him overturning Jing Yu's case would be much higher. That was why he spared the other party's life. I swear on my life essence that I will never attack you again. The giant bear was the first to cry out. I swear as well. Following that, the others also swore that they would never lay a hand on Lu Ming and the others. In the end, Lu Ming looked outside the mountains. Python Fu's face turned pale and his body went soft. He actually knelt down and cried out, Young master, please spare me. This lowly one had eyes but failed to see. Young master, please spare me. Python Fu was almost scared to death. Lu Ming's miraculous abilities were far beyond his imagination. He had already been trapped in this place for over a star year. He didn't even know that the dragon statues here could move, and that each of these mountains could summon a dragon soul that was shockingly strong. Now, in his eyes, Lu Ming was simply a primordial dragon that had come back to life. This time I'll spare your lives. Lu Ming said coldly. Many thanks, young master. Python Fu was overjoyed and repeatedly kowtowed. The other 7th level and 6th level divine sovereigns also expressed their thanks. At this moment, with a thought, Lu Ming put away the primordial divine dragon horn. Once he put away the primordial divine dragon horn, the giant dragon claw also retracted. The other dragon souls also flew towards those mountains, rushed into those mountains, and disappeared. Only then did all the experts present let out a long sigh of relief. Their gazes toward Lu Ming were filled with dread. "Young master, how should I address you?" A round-faced old man who looked rather amiable flew over and said with a smile, "Lu Ming." Lu Ming replied, "So it's young Master Lu. This old man is Zhu Tai." Zhu Tai cupped his fists and continued, "May I know how young Master Lu came to the Lost Star River? Are you also looking for the Divine Dragon Race's treasure?" "The Divine Dragon Race's treasure?" Lu Ming was flabbergasted. He then shook his head, saying, "No, I'm here to find someone. Has anyone seen this girl before?" After saying that, Lu Ming took out a portrait from his interspatial ring. The portrait was of the mid-autumn moon. "It's her." When Lu Ming opened the portrait, almost everyone was taken aback and exclaimed one after another, "You've all seen her before?" Lu Ming was overjoyed. Looking at these people's expressions, he knew that they had definitely seen the mid-autumn moon. "Yes, I've seen her before. Over 100 years ago, this girl came here." Everyone spoke. "Then where is she now?" Lu Ming asked joyfully. "She left. She left over 100 years ago." Everyone spoke. "What do you mean she left? Are you kidding me?" Lu Ming was shocked, then his face turned gloomy. Once one entered the Lost Star River, they couldn't leave. There were so many powerful existences here, but none of them left. How could the mid-autumn moon leave? "It's true, we're not lying to you." At this moment, the giant bear walked over. He recovered for a while, and the half of his body that was broken had recovered, but his aura was still weak. "That girl went to an ancient passage and left this place." The giant bear said, "If the ancient passage left this place, then why didn't you leave?" Lu Ming said coldly, still in disbelief, "Young Master Lu, what we said is true. If you want to explain, you can only start from the origin of the Lost Star River." The giant bear said. Lu Ming did not say anything and listened quietly. "It is said that this Lost Star River is a base of the Divine Dragon Clan. It's a branch of the Divine Dragon Clan, the place where the six-clawed black dragon lived. However, later on, some top clans joined forces to attack the Divine Dragon Clan. The six-clawed black dragon clan went to the mother planet of the Divine Dragon Clan to rescue them. I believe young Master Lu already knows what happened after that. The Divine Dragon Clan was almost wiped out, and the six-clawed black dragon clan never returned. Even the powerful existences followed the tracks and killed all the six-clawed black dragons here. However, there are legends that the powerful existences didn't fancy the treasures of the six-clawed black dragon clan and left them behind. Therefore, many people crossed the Endless Star River to come here to search for treasures, but ended up being trapped here. However, this place has an ancient passage in the starry sky, a teleportation formation that can lead to the outside world. However, it was sealed, and we couldn't open it no matter how hard we tried. Until more than 100 years ago, the girl you mentioned actually opened the teleportation formation and left this place. The giant bear explained in detail. Chapter 35:18. Since the teleportation platform has been activated, why didn't you leave? Lu Ming asked again. That's because the teleportation platform has been destroyed. The moment that girl teleported away, it self-destructed. Perhaps she used the wrong method to activate it. The giant bear sighed. Where is the teleportation platform? Bring me there. Lu Ming said. It's in the depths of this mountain. Please. The giant bear waved his hand, and everyone brought Lu Ming to the depths of the mountain. Sure enough, there was a huge formation platform here. It was really huge, with a radius of several thousand li. However, many places had exploded, and many people's runes had been destroyed. Lu Ming closed his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense. After a while, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. It was Autumn Moon's aura. That's right, he sensed Autumn Moon's aura. There was no mistake. The giant bear was right. Autumn Moon must have been here. Even though more than 100 years had passed, there was still a remnant of Autumn Moon's aura. Although it was very faint, ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it. However, Lu Ming was too familiar with Autumn Moon. Even if it was very faint, he could still sense it. Can this teleportation platform not be repaired? Lu Ming asked the giant bear and the others. It can't be repaired. At least with our level, it's hard to repair. The giant bear and the others shook their heads. Senior Bone Devil, do you have a way to repair it? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bone Devil. No. Bone Devil's answer was very simple. He then said, this teleportation platform is very ingenious. It's unique to the Divine Dragon Clan. Only the Divine Dragon Clan can teleport. Other people can't teleport at all. And that girl, Autumn Moon, received the inheritance of the Divine Eye Lord of Heaven. She might have mastered some unique techniques and forcibly activated this teleportation platform. Although she was teleported out, the platform was also destroyed. It's hard to repair it. It can't be repaired? Lu Ming was disappointed. It wasn't easy for him to find this place and find the whereabouts of Autumn Moon. Unfortunately, Autumn Moon had already left. Everyone, do you know where this teleportation platform leads to? Lu Ming asked the giant bear and the others. It's hard to say. It might lead to a secret base of the Divine Dragon Clan. But most likely, it leads to the mother planet of the Dragon Clan. The giant bear said. The mother planet of the Dragon Clan? Lu Ming was puzzled. The mother planet of the dragon race is still around. Yes. The giant bear said, the primitive universe is boundless. Not all planets are the same. Some planets are very special. For example, some of the top races on the list of 10,000 primitive tribes all have their own home planets. Their home planets are not only huge, but also very special and difficult to destroy. Not to mention divine emperors, even divine emperors or stronger existences can't destroy them. I see. Lu Ming nodded. The mother planet of the Dragon Clan? It seemed that he would have to make a trip there in the future. Of course, that was under the premise that he could get out. By the way, why did you attack me before? Lu Ming asked again. Because you've cultivated the primordial divine dragon body. The Lost Star River is a base of the Dragon Clan. Since you've cultivated the primordial divine dragon body, you might be able to find a way out. That's why we attacked you. Zhu Tai smiled awkwardly. However, we didn't expect you to be able to summon the dragon soul here. Then, our chances of getting out will be greater. The dragon soul here is an undying battle soul left behind by a six-clawed black dragon that fell countless years ago. It probably still has its instincts. If you can control the dragon soul to lead the way, we might really be able to get out. The giant bear added. The others' eyes were already glowing. They came from different forces in the universe. They wanted to find the treasure of the six-clawed black dragon, but they didn't find it. Instead, they were trapped here. They really wanted to get out. Otherwise, they would die of old age here. Control the dragon soul to lead the way. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. He also didn't want to be trapped here. This was a good idea. Alright. Next, I'll study how to make the dragon soul lead the way. By the way, the Lost Star River, is it just you guys? Lu Ming asked. Not only that, there are some in other places, but there aren't many. After all, those who can cross the universe to come here are all people with high cultivation. Those with low cultivation don't dare to come here. The weakest among them is a fifth-layer divine monarch. Zhu Tai explained. Lu Ming nodded and said, all right, I'm going to study it. Don't disturb me. All right. We definitely won't disturb you. If anyone disturbs you, I'll slap them to death. The giant bear was overjoyed and almost bowed. Its eyes swept around, revealing a ferocious glint. The others naturally nodded repeatedly. How could they possibly disturb Lu Ming? Lu Ming immediately sat down at the peak of a mountain and took out some divine crystals to absorb. After a period of time, Lu Ming's condition recovered to his peak. Then he summoned the primordial divine dragon horn and blew it. After several breaths of time, the mountain below him began to shine. Then a dragon soul flew out. Lu Ming tried to use the horn to control the dragon soul. Unfortunately, he could only barely control the dragon soul to attack or stop. This seemed to be the dragon soul's instinct. As for controlling the dragon soul to do other things, he couldn't do it. I can't do it. The horn has all kinds of different tones. I just haven't figured out how to use it. If I can figure it out, it should be possible. Lu Ming pondered. Then he changed the way he blew and continued to study it. In the distance, the giant bear, Zhu Tai, and the others were eagerly watching. Don't worry. Lu Ming's core secret art is very strange. A horn that can summon a divine dragon is something I've never heard of before. It's so mysterious. It should be possible to control. We just have to wait patiently. The giant bear comforted them. In truth, he was also incomparably anxious. In the following time, Lu Ming carefully studied how to use the ancient divine dragon horn. Since Autumn Moon had already left, he had to find a way to leave the Lost Star River and return to the Taishu dynasty. He had to deal with Jingyu's matter as quickly as possible. Then he would go find Autumn Moon and Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been studying it for half a year. After half a year, he found that the ancient divine dragon horn was extremely mysterious and unpredictable. When blowing the horn, he needed to pour in divine energy. Depending on the amount of divine energy poured in, the horn's sound would also be different. Naturally, the control of the dragon soul would also be different. After half a year of trial and error, Lu Ming finally succeeded in his research. He was able to control a dragon soul and fly around with it. If I can bring all these dragon souls out, just how strong would I be? Lu Ming's heart was burning. Chapter 35:19. Lu Ming was really tempted. The combat power of these dragon souls was too strong, especially the most powerful dragon soul. It was highly likely to be at the Divine Emperor realm. If he could bring it out, he would be able to defeat the entire Taishu sacred court. However, Guemo immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him. Don't think too much. It's impossible to bring it out. It's already very good that the dragon souls could bring you to the border of the lost galaxy. The reason why they could survive is because this is the base of the six-clawed divine dragon. Once they leave the lost galaxy, they will soon dissipate and completely disappear in the universe. Gumo said. Lu Ming suddenly became like a frosted eggplant. Then let's go. Lu Ming smiled, then got up and stepped out. Yuan Song followed behind Lu Ming. Young Master Lu Ming, did you succeed in your research? Zhu Tai immediately came up to him with a face full of smiles. During this period of time, there were even more people outside the mountains. In total, there were more than 100 people. People from other places on this planet had gathered, waiting for the results of Lu Ming's research. At this moment, everyone was looking at Lu Ming eagerly. It's a success, Lu Ming said. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes lit up. Their eyes were shining brightly. If it's a success, they would be able to go out. They were so excited that their bodies trembled. They were really too excited. They had waited for so many years, and finally, they saw hope. However, Lu Ming sneered and said, "But why should I bring you out?" Everyone was stunned. Then they looked at each other. Yes, why should Lu Ming bring them out? Young Master Lu Ming, please bring us out. If you have any requests, just say it. Zhu Tai said with a trembling body. Yes, young Master Lu Ming, if you have any requests, just say it. We will definitely fulfill them. We will die 1,000 times. Everyone spoke one after another, wishing that they could dig out their hearts and show it to Lu Ming. If you want me to bring you out, you have to promise me one thing. Lu Ming said. Young Master Lu Ming, just say it. Not bad, not bad. Everyone said one after another. I encountered some difficulties outside. Have you heard of the Taishu dynasty? Following which, Lu Ming briefly explained what he was going to do in the Taishu sacred court. You just have to promise me that you'll stay by my side for the time being. Once I'm done with the Taishu dynasty and overturn the verdict for Prince Jingyu, you can leave. How about it? Lu Ming said. Honestly speaking, this was a terrifying force. Because the weakest was a 5th-level divine lord. If he were to bring her out, she would definitely be able to turn the world upside down and become a powerful helper for him. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. The strongest person in the Taishu dynasty is a quasi-emperor. It's only a sub-universe level power. That's easy, I agree. I agree as well. Immediately, everyone agreed. The strongest person in the Taishu dynasty was only a quasi-emperor. Although this kind of power was also called a universe-level power, in fact, it could only be considered a sub-universe-level power. True universe-level powers all had godly emperors in charge. It wasn't difficult for sub-universe-level powers without godly emperors to do so. Moreover, they had been in the Lost Galaxy for so long, they didn't mind staying by Lu Ming's side for a while longer. Immediately, these people swore on their life origin that after leaving, they would stay by Lu Ming's side until they helped Lu Ming complete his mission in the Taishu dynasty. Alright, let's go then. Lu Ming smiled, then condensed the immemorial divine dragon horn and blew it. Soon, a dragon soul flew out. Lu Ming didn't plan to summon a few dragon souls. One was enough. Moreover, a dragon soul was easier to control and could go further. Woo-woo, the ancient horn sounded. Lu Ming stood on the dragon soul's head. The dragon soul let out a dragon roar and flew into the distance. The others followed behind the dragon soul. The dragon soul flew completely according to its instincts. It flew left and right, forward and backward, up and down without any pattern. If others were to look for it, they wouldn't be able to find it. Their speed wasn't fast. Just like this, they flew for over a month. Suddenly, the dragon's soul stopped. We're here. Lu Ming glanced around. He had a feeling that as long as they flew forward a bit more, they would arrive and be able to leave. Everyone, if we continue flying forward, we should be able to leave. Lu Ming said. Let me try. Someone couldn't hold back and excitedly said, then rushed out. Before they could fly out 100 miles, the space in front of them suddenly rippled like water. Then that person directly disappeared. Many people's eyes lit up. Disappearing meant that they had left. Everyone, let's go. Lu Ming smiled, then stepped down from the dragon soul's head. The dragon soul let out a dragon roar, then turned around and flew back, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, I can't bring them out. Lu Ming sighed. However, he was already very satisfied with being able to bring out Zhu Xiong, Zhu Tai, and the others. Swish, swish. Lu Ming flew forward. He seemed to have passed through a thin film. In a flash, he discovered that he had already appeared in another universe in the starry sky. Looking back, he saw a huge galaxy in the distance, emitting starlight and slowly rotating. This was the Lost Galaxy. They had come out. I really came out, I really came out. The heavens didn't forsake me. Lu Ming was surrounded by Zhu Xiong, Zhu Tai, and the others. These people looked up to the sky and laughed excitedly. They had been trapped for so many years. Now that they were out, it was hard not to be excited. After a while, everyone finally calmed down. Young Master Lu Ming, thank you. Everyone bowed and cupped their fists to Lu Ming. They were very grateful in their hearts. No need to thank me. We're just exchanging conditions. Let's go, follow me to my station. But first, conceal your aura. Don't expose your cultivation. Lu Ming said. For the time being, these people couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, some people would be on guard. This power could only be effective if it caught people off guard. Then, they went to the hidden dragon star of the heavenly chaos starfield. On the way, they encountered a group of barbarians. They wanted to stop them, but they were easily dealt with. After a while, Lu Ming and the others returned to the hidden dragon star. Yuan Huan and the others were naturally happy to see Lu Ming return. However, when Yuan Huan learned about the cultivation bases of the people Lu Ming had brought with him, he was dumbfounded. He was so agitated that he trembled. In his eyes, Lu Ming was a man of great fortune. Not only was he fine after entering the Lost Galaxy, but he had also brought out a group of terrifying experts. If this wasn't great fortune, then what was? However, when Yuan Huan regained his composure, he said something shocking. Chapter 3520. Yuan Huan revealed a shocking piece of news. 3 months ago, the barbarian emperor had fallen. What? Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. The barbarian emperor had fallen. During the Great Void Sacred Emperor's birthday banquet, the barbarian emperor had fought with the Great Void Sacred Emperor. That kind of strength was earth-shattering. Lu Ming remembered it clearly. The barbarian emperor was a boundary emperor, but he was much younger than the Great Void's sacred emperor. How could he have fallen so suddenly? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. It was said that the barbarian emperor had offended an expert from the Wu people and was assassinated by the Wu people. His head and heart were taken away. Yuan Huan said. An expert from the Wu people. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. During the Taishu dynasty's birthday banquet, an expert from the Wu people had appeared and attacked them with soul power. His methods were strange and unpredictable. If Blue Merchant had not blocked it, many of them would have been in danger. The Wu people were a true universe-level force and a member of the primitive 10,000 tribe list. They were extremely powerful and far beyond the barbarian tribe. Nobody knew how the barbarian emperor had offended an expert from the Wu people and was killed. Cooperating with such a terrifying race was like asking a tiger for its skin. If they were not careful, they would be devoured. Battle Ancestor, Etion had sent a message saying that the barbarian tribe was in chaos. A few princes were fighting for the throne. He wanted to secretly help one of the princes become the barbarian emperor. That way, he would be able to control more barbarian tribe forces for us to use. Yuan Huan said. That's a good idea. Send a message to Etion and tell him that I'll bring people to help him. Lu Ming said. After some time, Etion replied and said that there was no need. After all, the battle between the barbarian princes was very dangerous. It involved 8th level and 9th level divine lords, and even quasi-emperors. It was very dangerous. Etion is looking down on me. Lu Ming smiled. Obviously, Etion felt that the strongest person on Lu Ming's side was Yuan Huan. Even if he went, he wouldn't be of much help. Instead, it would put Lu Ming in danger. Tell Etion that I have a way to help him. This time, I will definitely go. Lu Ming said. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he cooperated with Etion, he could push a barbarian prince he could control to the throne of the barbarian emperor. In the future, he would be able to borrow the power of the barbarian tribe. He felt that the Taishu dynasty was no longer peaceful. As the Taishu Saint Emperor neared the end of his lifespan, the various forces of the Taishu dynasty began to stir. Once the Taishu Saint Emperor died, there would be chaos. And if he wanted to reverse the verdict for Jingyu, the more power he had, the better. In the end, Etion gave in to Lu Ming and agreed to let Lu Ming go. Not long after, Etion brought Lu Ming to the barbarian tribe's territory through secret means. This time, Lu Ming brought 30 experts over. All of them were brought out from the Lost Galaxy. Giant Bear, the Boundary Emperor, naturally had to follow. In addition, there were a total of 5 9th-level divine monarchs. Zhu Tai was one of them. The rest were 8th-level divine monarchs. This was a terrifying force. They were covered in black robes to prevent the barbarian tribe from recognizing that they weren't from the barbarian tribe. Lan Shu. As soon as he arrived at Etion's battleship, Lu Ming saw Blue Merchant and was very excited. Blue Merchant also smiled. During this time, Blue Merchant had been staying with Etion. Lu Ming, why did you insist on coming? This time, the barbarian princes will fight for the throne. There will be a terrifying battle. It will be very dangerous. Etion sighed. This is a good opportunity for us to control the barbarian tribe. Of course, I have to help you. These are the helpers I brought. Lu Ming smiled and then pointed to Giant Bear and the others behind him. They were... Only then did Lan Shang and Etion take a closer look at Giant Bear and the others. With one look, their pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a horrified expression. Blue Merchant was a 9th-level divine monarch when he was at his peak. His strongest part was his soul. Now, his soul power was even stronger than when he was at his peak. As for Etion, he was even stronger. He was the leader of the 3 generals under Jingyu, and his cultivation had reached the Boundary Emperor realm. Thus, the 2 of them had extremely powerful sensing abilities. As soon as they sensed, they found that the people brought by Lu Ming all had strong and vigorous auras. Their vitality was as exuberant as a volcano. Experts, all of them were experts. In an instant, they judged that these people were at least 8th-level divine monarchs. Especially Giant Bear. He stood there like a star that would explode at any time. It was extremely terrifying. Boom. Etion involuntarily burst out with an aura that pressed towards Giant Bear. At the same time, Giant Bear instinctively burst out with an aura that collided with Etion's aura. Boom! In the middle of the collision of the two auras, the space was directly torn apart, creating a dark space. However, both of them controlled their auras very well. The energy did not overflow. Both of them retracted their auras as soon as they appeared and did not cause a big shock. Boundary Emperor! Etion exclaimed in shock. Blue Merchant was not much better. Lu Ming was not only accompanied by a large group of top experts, but also a Boundary Emperor. This was a Boundary Emperor who was already at the peak of forces like the Barbarian Tribe, Taishu Dynasty, and Tianyi Sacred Dynasty. There were not many such figures in the entire Taishu Dynasty. Apart from some hidden foundations, there were only a few Boundary Emperors on the surface. A Quasi-Emperor could play a decisive role in a battle. They finally understood that Lu Ming had to come. He only came because he had the confidence to do so. Good. Lu Ming, with them joining us, our chances of success will be greatly increased. Etion was overjoyed. Hyun, what's your plan? Also, what's the current situation of the Barbarian Tribe? Lu Ming asked. The Barbarian Tribe was different from the Taishu Dynasty. The Barbarian Emperor was in his prime, so he did not appoint a crown prince. There was also no prince who could suppress everyone. Therefore, when the Barbarian Emperor suddenly fell, the competition among the princes was very intense. Among them, 3 princes were the most powerful. They were the eldest prince, the second prince, and the 5th prince. This was because these 3 princes each had the support of a Boundary Emperor. Etion explained. Then which prince should we support? Lu Ming asked. Not any of the 3 princes, because these 3 princes are all very ambitious and talented. If we push them to the throne, we won't be able to control it. We need to support the 8th prince. He is relatively weak and not very talented. He is easy to control. Etion said. Are you confident? Lu Ming asked. At first, I was not very confident. However, with your arrival, I am 100% confident. Etion laughed. Chapter 35-21. Including me, there are a total of 5 Boundary Emperors in the Barbarian Tribe. The 3 strongest princes have the support of a Boundary Emperor each. The remaining 2 will remain neutral for the time being. Etion continued. Which 2? Lu Ming asked. One is me and the other is the Lord of Sky Barbarian. Hence, the 3 princes are desperately trying to rope us in. As long as one of us is successfully roped in, the situation will be completely reversed. The 3 princes have sought me out more than 3 times, but I did not agree. Etion said. What should we do next? It's simple. The Lord of Sky Barbarian has been hesitating on which prince to support. As I have not expressed my opinion, he is not sure which prince he will support. This guy is very cautious. He will only choose if he has full confidence. What we need to do now is to find the Lord of Sky Barbarian and let him know our strength. He will then choose our side. As for me, I will deliberately join the eldest prince's side. Then, we will be able to determine the outcome. Etion said. All right, let's do that. Lu Ming nodded and exclaimed in his heart. Etion was indeed the leader of the 3 generals under Jingyu. He was meticulous and his plan was flawless. After a while, they set off for the residence of the Lord of Sky Barbarian. In the south of the Barbarian Tribe territory, a huge mountain was suspended in the starry sky. This mountain was incredibly huge, and it was not smaller than a planet. Countless berserkers lived on the mountain, and there were as many powerful warriors as there were clouds in the sky. This was the residence of the Lord of Sky Barbarian. At the highest point of the mountain was an incredibly tall and sturdy middle-aged berserker. He was sitting cross-legged and training, and as he did so, banging sounds came from his body. Space itself was trembling like a drum, and it was an incredibly terrifying sight. Lord of Sky Barbarian, Void Annihilation Marshal wants to see you. At this time, a burly barbarian came to report. Etion came to see me. He probably wanted to find out which prince I supported. This guy is very smart. Let him in. The Lord of Sky Barbarian smiled. Soon Tian flew in with Lu Ming, Giant Bear, Zhu Tai, and the others. However, Lu Ming only brought Giant Bear and 5 rank 9 Divine Lord experts. He did not bring the others. Tian, why did you come to my heavenly barbarian mountain instead of staying in the Void Extermination Stage army? The Sky Barbarian Lord smiled casually. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. Now that the Emperor of Berserkers has fallen, several princes are fighting for the position of the Emperor of Berserkers. It is impossible for us to remain completely neutral. We have to choose a prince to support. Tian went straight to the point. What you said makes sense. What about you? Which prince do you plan to support? The Sky Barbarian Lord smiled. He asked about Tian's choice first. He was smart. I won't hide it either. I've already sided with the 8th prince and supported him to become the Emperor of Berserkers. Tian said. What? This time, the Sky Barbarian Lord was taken aback. He was furious. Tian, do you think I'm stupid? Do you think you can trick me with a lie? He thought Tian was tricking him into choosing the 8th prince. He did not believe it at all. Not to mention the 8th prince's talent, there was almost no one who supported the 8th prince. If he chose the 8th prince, how could he compete with the other 3 princes? In the end, he would definitely lose. It was better to choose the other princes than the 8th prince. Hence, he thought Tian was lying. Are you looking at me like I'm lying? If you don't believe me, I can swear on my life origin. Tian said with a serious face. Looking at Tian's expression, the Sky Barbarian Lord could not help but believe him. However, he frowned. But I want to know why. Why did you choose the 8th prince? If you chose the other princes, wouldn't you be more confident? The Sky Barbarian Lord said. I don't like the other 3 princes. All right, Sky Barbarian, I'm here to cooperate with you. Let's support the 8th prince to become the Emperor of Berserkers. How about that? Tian said. Support the 8th prince? The Sky Barbarian Lord smiled faintly. Tian, why should I choose the 8th prince? You should also know that the other 3 princes have already looked for me many times. As for the 8th prince, he is alone and weak. Even if he has the support of the 2 of us, he still doesn't have full confidence in winning. If I support the other princes, I will have a better chance. What if we join in? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. What are you? The Sky Barbarian Lord sneered and looked at Lu Ming and the rest with disdain. Before this, he had not looked at Lu Ming and the rest. In his opinion, Lu Ming and the rest were just Tian's subordinates. They were not qualified for him to look at. But at this moment, when he glanced over, he swallowed the words he was about to say, and his pupils shrank. Lu Ming was naturally ignored by him. The main reason was that the people behind Lu Ming were too shocking. The Sky Barbarian Lord could tell at a glance that there were 5 9th-level Divine Lords. The most shocking one was Zhu Xiong. He had a strong aura and was at the same level as the Sky Barbarian Lord. The disdain on his face disappeared. He quickly cupped his fists and said, Sorry for the disrespect. Now we're qualified. Lu Ming continued. The Sky Barbarian Lord was displeased. He was talking to Zhu Xiong and the rest. How could Lu Ming, a supreme being, interrupt? Don't you understand that the juniors should not interrupt when the seniors are talking? The Sky Barbarian Lord looked at Lu Ming unhappily. Boom! As soon as the Sky Barbarian Lord finished speaking, Zhu Xiong took a step forward and a powerful aura fell on the Sky Barbarian Lord. He said coldly, His words are our words. His words are our words. Do you understand? What? This time, the Sky Barbarian Lord was even more shocked. It turned out that so many powerful figures were actually obeying Lu Ming's orders. 1 Boundary Emperor and 5 9th-level Divine Lords listened to Lu Ming. What was Lu Ming's background? It must be shocking. He knew that he had completely underestimated Lu Ming. The Sky Barbarian Lord thought quickly. How about it, Sky Barbarian? With our strength and yours, we have a 99% chance of winning if we support the 8th prince. Tian said with a smile. The Sky Barbarian Lord's eyes flickered as he pondered. After a while, he said, Okay, I agree to work with you to support the 8th prince. He finally made a decision. Tian and Lu Ming already had 2 Boundary Emperors. In addition to the 5 9th-level Divine Lords behind Lu Ming and Tian's Void Annihilation Army, their strength was shocking. Even if he chose another prince to join them, they might not win. After all, if he chose one prince, there were still two other princes and the eighth prince. The situation was extremely complicated and they had no chance of winning. However, if he chose the eighth prince, they would have a much higher chance of winning. Chapter 35-22. The Lord of Sky Barbarian agreed to support the eighth prince. Next, they discussed the details. Yi Tian and Lu Ming took their leave. Tian, does the barbarian tribe really only have 5 boundary emperors? They should have some hidden power, right? Lu Ming asked Yi Tian on the way. That's right, the barbarian tribe naturally has hidden power and a few hidden boundary emperors, Yi Tian said. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. If that's the case, if the other princes get help from these people, won't we lose? Yi Tian laughed. The barbarian tribe was very different from the Taishu dynasty. The hidden experts of the barbarian tribe would not intervene in the fight between the princes. They only took orders from the barbarian emperor. They would only take action when the barbarian tribe was in danger. Therefore, even if the princes fought to the death, they would not intervene. They would only appear and serve the new barbarian emperor when one of the princes sat on the throne. I see. Lu Ming nodded. Soon after, they returned to the Void Destroyer army and went to meet the eighth prince. The eighth prince was pleasantly surprised to know that there were so many experts. A few days later, the first prince sent someone to invite Yi Tian to support the first prince. This time, Yi Tian agreed directly. Of course, he agreed on purpose. This was also part of their plan. Yi Tian deliberately sided with the first prince to deal with the other two princes and then the first prince. Everything was ready. They just had to wait for 2 months. 2 months was half a year after the barbarian emperor's death. According to the barbarian tribe's rules, a new barbarian emperor could be elected half a year after the barbarian emperor's death. At that time, most of the senior figures of the barbarian tribe would gather. Victory and defeat would be decided at that time. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. That day was a major event for the barbarian tribe. Countless experts and senior figures gathered at the holy capital of the barbarian tribe. They knew that the new barbarian emperor was about to be born. Lu Ming, Yi Tian, the eighth prince, the Lord of Sky Barbarian, and the others also came to the holy capital of the barbarian tribe. In front of the barbarian race's holy capital, there was a huge square where countless barbarians were gathered. Lu Ming and the others sat in a corner and waited quietly, keeping a low profile. The fifth prince had arrived. Someone exclaimed softly. From the right, a large group of people stepped through the air, and a terrifying pressure surged over from that direction. An expert. They were all experts. There were too many experts in this group. The leader was a berserker who looked to be in his 30s. This person was the fifth prince of the berserker race. Following closely beside him was an old man. The aura that this old man emitted was exceptionally terrifying. Quasi-emperor. Lu Ming immediately determined that this old man was a quasi-emperor. Fifth brother, what an imposing manner. Are you trying to show us who's boss? A sneer was heard as a group of people flew over from another direction. The auras of this group of people were equally terrifying. When they clashed with the auras of the fifth prince's group, intense explosions rang out in the sky. The second prince. Someone whispered. All right, sit down. How can you be so hostile when you just arrived? A cold shout came from the north. There was also a group of people who stepped through the air. The leader was a burly middle-aged man. Everyone recognized that he was the first prince. He. The second prince and the fifth prince both sneered and looked displeased. They were displeased that the first prince was reprimanding them. Brother, you haven't become the barbarian emperor yet. Don't talk to us in such a tone. The second prince said unhappily and led his people to sit down in an area. The fifth prince also led his people to sit down. The first prince snorted coldly, and a strong murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then he led his people to the northern area and sat down. All right, almost everyone is here today. Now, let's start discussing the important matters. The first prince stood up and spoke first. The scene suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone knew that the main event was about to begin. Father was ambushed by the Wu people and died. Now, the barbarian tribe is without a ruler. However, a country can't be without a ruler for a day. Now, half a year has passed. It's time to elect a new barbarian emperor. The first prince's voice echoed throughout the hall. Hee, then who do you think is more suitable to be the barbarian emperor? The second prince asked with a cold smile. Since second brother asked, I'll get straight to the point. Since ancient times, there has been an order of seniority. Father has died, so naturally I, the eldest son, will inherit the barbarian emperor's throne. The first prince said, Haha. As soon as the first prince finished speaking, the second prince laughed disdainfully. Second brother, what are you laughing at? The first prince asked with a gloomy expression. What era is it now? Why is there still an order of seniority? In my opinion, the barbarian emperor's throne is very important. We must choose a prince with the highest talent, the strongest strength, and the best future. Only then will the barbarian tribe have a future and become more prosperous. The second prince said loudly. Among the princes, in terms of talent and cultivation, the second prince was indeed the best. He was slightly stronger than the first prince and the fifth prince. What a joke! The barbarian emperor is the ruler of the tribe. What's the use of having a slightly stronger cultivation? The first prince said. You're saying that you're very convincing? The second prince retorted. Of course. The first prince said confidently. Second brother, you don't have to disagree with me. I now announce that I will inherit the barbarian emperor's throne. Who has any objections? I have objections. The second prince shouted as soon as the first prince finished speaking. How dare you? The first prince shouted coldly with a gloomy expression. Second brother, I'm the eldest. You're offending me. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of father. With that, the first prince waved his hand. Boom! A middle-aged barbarian stepped out from behind the first prince. A violent aura burst out from him, causing heaven and earth to shake violently. The middle-aged man was a quasi-emperor stage cultivator. The aura of a quasi-emperor covered the sky and pressed down on the second prince. However, another quasi-emperor stepped out from behind the second prince. A terrifying aura spread out. The two terrifying auras collided, causing heaven and earth to explode. Some of the weaker cultivators were so scared that their organs trembled and they were almost scared to death. A battle between quasi-emperors was too terrifying. Teach me a lesson on behalf of father? Do you have the right to do that? The second prince sneered. You don't know what's good for you. The first prince shouted coldly. Boom! In an instant, the two quasi-emperors exchanged blows. They shot up into the sky, entered the starry sky, and exchanged blows. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently. The starry sky in the distance trembled non-stop. A large number of stars were trembling. The barbarian tribe's holy capital was similar to the great illusionary saint capital. It was covered with a large array. At this moment, it was shining brightly. Chapter 35-23. Boom! 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 The two quasi-emperors fought fiercely, and it was hard to determine the winner. You have a quasi-emperor, so do I. You have the support of a 9th-level divine lord, so do I. What makes you the barbaric emperor? I should be the barbaric emperor. Now let's fight it out. The second prince sneered and stepped out. He wanted to fight the first prince. Throughout this process, the fifth prince remained seated and did not utter a word. His eyes were filled with surprise. He really didn't expect that the first prince and the second prince would actually start fighting. This was great news for him. If the first prince and the second prince were both seriously injured, he would be able to reap the benefits without doing anything. He would be a fool to speak at this time. The first prince and the second prince were confronting each other, and their subordinates were also confronting each other. There was no lack of 9th-level divine lords among them. However, they did not make a move. Instead, they watched the battle in the starry sky. Quasi-emperors were much stronger than ordinary 9th-level divine lords. Once the quasi-emperors were defeated, it would directly affect the balance of the battle. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 100 moves. The battle was extremely intense. The two quasi-emperors also used their full strength. This was also related to their future. At this time, the first prince looked at Etion and secretly gave him a look. He dared to make a move because of Etion. Etion had already surrendered to him, but he did not expose himself. He wanted to determine the winner at the critical moment. And now was the critical moment. Seeing the first prince's look, Etion naturally understood. Then, with a swoosh, he soared into the sky and rushed into the battle between the two quasi-emperors. Etion's sudden attack was too unexpected. It was beyond the expectations of many, including the quasi-emperor who supported the second prince. He did not expect Etion to suddenly make a move. Of course, the quasi-emperor who supported the first prince naturally knew. At this moment, he used his strongest move to attack his opponent. The quasi-emperor who supported the second prince shouted angrily. He could only block the attack, but Etion had already arrived. Boom! Etion threw a punch. The quasi-emperor who supported the second prince could not block it and was directly hit in the chest. The full power attack of a quasi-emperor was extremely terrifying. The quasi-emperor supporting the second prince screamed as his body was sent flying, crashing into a huge planet. That planet was directly pierced through before crashing into another planet. A large hole had been blasted open in his chest. His bones had been shattered. With just this move, the other party was already severely injured. The first prince's quasi-emperor seized the opportunity and chased after him, launching another thunderous attack. The second prince's quasi-emperor screamed miserably. Half of his body exploded and he almost died. Although he was not dead, his aura was weak and he no longer had the strength to fight. His head was grabbed by the quasi-emperor of the first prince, and his life was in his hands. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everything happened too quickly. From Etion's attack to the second prince's quasi-emperor being severely injured, it only took an instant. Don't kill him. The first prince's voice spread far and wide. That was a quasi-emperor. It would be a pity to kill him as long as he was severely injured. He was the one who wanted to become the barbarian emperor. If he killed all of them, he would have no subordinates he could use. What was the point of being the barbarian emperor then? Impossible, impossible. At that moment, the second prince came to his senses. His face was pale and he kept shaking his head, unable to accept what had happened. It was over. He knew that he was done for. The quasi-emperor had been defeated. He was finished. Moreover, Etion had also sided with the first prince. He was no longer qualified to fight back. Beside him, the fifth prince's face was also pale. How could this be? This scene was completely out of his expectations. Weren't Etion and the Lord of Sky Barbarian neutral? Why did Etion suddenly side with the first prince? Initially, he was very happy to see the battle between the first prince and the second prince. He thought that he could reap the benefits without doing anything. He did not expect the second prince to be defeated in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the fifth prince was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have joined forces with the second prince. Swoosh! The first prince's quasi-emperor appeared in front of the fifth prince. Second brother, kill yourself. You have already lost. The first prince said coldly. If he lost, he would die. No, impossible. The second prince roared and looked at the fifth prince. Fifth brother, we might be able to defeat him if we join forces. Otherwise, we will die. You are courting death. Kill. The first prince shouted, not giving the fifth prince time to react. Boom, boom. Etion and the first prince's quasi-emperor charged towards the second prince. The terrifying aura made the second prince's face turn pale and his body tremble. There were many experts beside the second prince. There were 9th and 8th level divine lords. However, at that moment, their eyes flickered. For a moment, no one stepped forward. They were not enough to face two quasi-emperors. While they were stunned, the second prince was already in Etion's hands. Let me go, big brother. Spare me. Spare me. The second prince was almost scared to death. He screamed crazily. Although his cultivation was not weak, he was not strong enough in front of Etion. To be honest, the barbarian emperor was not very old back then. Therefore, The barbarian tribe princes were much younger than the crown prince and second prince of the Taishu dynasty. Their cultivation was naturally not comparable to the crown prince and second prince of the Taishu dynasty. Not to mention Tian. I gave you a chance before. Unfortunately, you did not know how to cherish it. The first prince sneered. He took a step forward and charged towards the second prince like lightning. Then, a sword light flashed in his hand and slashed down. With a puff, the second prince was directly killed. The scene was silent. No one was too surprised by this scene. Almost everyone expected that there would be a bloody massacre today. It had always been like this. If you lost the fight for the throne, you would die. It did not matter if you were brothers. It was just that cruel. I'm willing to submit to the first prince. I'm also willing to support the first prince to become the barbarian emperor. The second prince's subordinates immediately surrendered when they saw that the second prince was dead. Great, huh? The first prince was overjoyed. After dealing with the second prince, the outcome was set. There was only the fifth prince left. He was not a threat. Fifth brother at that moment, the first prince looked at the fifth prince. Big brother. The fifth prince's face was pale. He could not speak clearly. Fifth brother, I'll give you a chance. I won't kill you. Destroy your own cultivation. The first prince said lightly. What? You want to destroy my cultivation? No, impossible. The fifth prince roared. If his cultivation was destroyed, how was he different from a cripple? This was something that no cultivator could accept. Big brother, I won't fight with you anymore. Let me go. Don't destroy my cultivation. The fifth prince roared and began to beg for mercy. Chapter 35:24. Impossible. If I don't destroy your cultivation, I can only send you to accompany my second brother. The first prince said coldly. In the barbarian tribe, the second prince and the fifth prince had great power and had won over a large number of experts. As long as the fifth prince was not dead or still had his cultivation, he would be a potential threat to his position. He would not allow this to happen. Fifth prince, let's go. Let's leave this place first before we come up with a countermeasure. At this moment, the elder behind the fifth prince transmitted his voice to him. Then, a force wrapped around the fifth prince and took him to the sky in an attempt to escape. Trying to escape? Take them down and kill them without mercy. The first prince roared. Tian and the other boundary emperor were already prepared. They had their eyes on the fifth prince and the boundary emperor beside him. As soon as the other party moved, they moved as well. Their speed was amazing and they caught up in an instant. Two terrifying attacks were launched at the fifth prince and the elder. The elder roared and used all his strength to fight back. However, he was alone after all. It was difficult for him to fight against two experts. After exchanging one blow, he retreated and his face turned pale. You guys, come and help me. The elder roared at the fifth prince's subordinates. Among those people, there were 9th and 8th realm divine lords. If they were to help, they would be able to hold Tian and the rest back for a while so that they could escape. The fifth prince's subordinates were hesitant. Now that the situation had been decided, if they were to take action, they would be going against the first prince. They would not have a good ending. With this hesitation, the first prince's subordinates rushed over and surrounded these people, leaving them no room to attack. In the sky, Tian and the elder continued to attack. The two of them were fighting against one person. Moreover, the other party was carrying the fifth prince and had to protect him. They were no match for them. Even if they tried their best to resist, it would be difficult to fight back. After barely blocking more than 10 blows, he was hit and coughed up blood. Old Wu, hold them back. I'll go first. The fifth prince roared and flew backward, allowing the elder to block Tian and the elder. Unfortunately, in such a situation, he would only die faster if he left Old Wu's protection. Boom boom. The three boundary emperors exchanged another blow. Old Wu retreated and his injuries worsened. Moreover, the terrifying energy swept out in all directions. A few of the energy surged towards the fifth prince at an astonishing speed. No, no! The fifth prince roared in fright as he tried his best to block the attack. However, this was the energy produced by the battle between three quasi-emperors. How could he withstand it? the force swept over, and the fifth prince did not even have the chance to scream before he exploded, his body and soul destroyed. Forget it. With the fifth prince dead, Old Wu let out a long sigh and finally stopped resisting. Tian continuously tapped his body, sealing his cultivation. Just like that, the second prince and the fifth prince were defeated. The outcome has been decided. It seems that the eldest prince is more powerful. He actually managed to win over Tian. That's right. With two quasi-emperors helping him, he defeated the other two princes at lightning speed. Good moves. The throne of the Berserker Emperor will belong to him. Many people were discussing this matter. As for the first prince, his face was filled with joy and he was in high spirits. He stood high up in the sky and looked down at everyone. His voice rang out, "Now, I've inherited the position of the barbarian emperor. Is there anyone else who has any objections?" The scene was dead silent. Since there are no objections, let's begin the coronation ceremony. Today, I'm the barbarian emperor. The first prince said loudly. Wait a minute. However, at that moment, a discordant voice rang out. The first prince's face turned gloomy as he looked in a direction. That was where the eighth prince was standing. It was the eighth prince who had spoken earlier. Eighth brother, what do you mean by asking me to wait a minute? A cold light flashed in the first prince's eyes as he stared at the eighth prince. The eighth prince's face turned pale. He was still afraid of the first prince. However, when he thought of Tian, the master of Sky Barbarian, Lu Ming, and the others standing behind him, his courage was boosted. Everyone wanted the throne of the barbarian emperor, and he was no exception. In the past, he did not have the strength and backing to fight for it. Now that he had the strength to fight for it, why not? I don't think it's appropriate for eldest brother to be the barbarian emperor. The eighth prince took a deep breath and spoke. As soon as he said that, the scene fell into dead silence. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the eighth prince in horror. What's wrong with the eighth prince? Is he courting death? Didn't he see what happened to the second prince and the fifth prince? At this time, the eighth prince still dared to say such words. Is he crazy? Or is he tired of living? The first prince narrowed his eyes and exuded a cold, murderous intent. Eighth brother, you said that I'm not suitable to be the barbarian emperor. Who do you think is suitable to be the barbarian emperor? The first prince said coldly. Everyone could hear the murderous intent in his voice. Me. The eighth prince replied. The scene fell silent again. Everyone looked at the eighth prince as if he was a fool. What did the eighth prince say? He's suitable to be the barbarian emperor? He's crazy. He's really crazy. The eighth prince, who is not talented enough and has no support, wants to be the barbarian emperor? Is this a joke? Or is he tired of living? The first prince's face darkened. His murderous intent was extremely cold. Haha. In the end, the first prince laughed from extreme anger and said, Eighth brother, originally, you just need to enjoy life properly. A trash like you, I can't be bothered to touch you either. Unfortunately, you're tired of living and want to come out and court death yourself. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Send eighth brother on his way. The first prince instructed a subordinate. That subordinate was a ninth-level divine lord existence. He was also a pinnacle figure in the barbarian race. Killing an eighth prince did not require a quasi-emperor to take action. Swoosh. That ninth-level divine lord powerhouse's figure flashed, charging toward the eighth prince. His speed was swift to an astonishing extent. Beside the eighth prince, sitting there was Lu Ming. Without even needing Lu Ming to open his mouth, Zhu Tai beside Lu Ming made a move. Bang! Zhu Tai smacked a palm out, exchanging a move with the other party. A terrifying explosion sounded out. That subordinate of the first prince was blocked, his figure drifting backward. This made the first prince's eyes narrow slightly. Ninth-level divine lord, eighth brother, looks like you have experts around you too. No wonder you dare to talk to me like this. But wanting to compete with me with just a ninth-level divine lord, it's truly too naive. The first prince said. Who said that there's only one ninth-level divine lord? At this time, Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded out, attracting many people's gazes. However, Lu Ming and the rest were wearing black robes. This kind of black robes material was special, others could not see through them immediately. A divine king realm trash, is it your turn to speak here? The first prince said coldly. Then what about us? Giant Bear and the rest gave a light cry, all taking a step out, standing in front of Lu Ming. Following that, powerful auras erupted from their bodies. A terrifying pressure filled the air. Chapter 35-25. The aura of Giant Bear and the others burst out. It was like a mountain that stood between heaven and earth. The terrifying pressure made many people's faces change drastically. Boundary Emperor, you? How do you have a Boundary Emperor? The eldest prince's face changed drastically as he roared in disbelief. His eighth brother had always been incompetent. How could he have a Boundary Emperor by his side? Not only were there Boundary Emperors, but there were also as many as 5 9th-level Divine Lords. This was a terrifying force. The others around were also shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil. Eldest brother, you're not the only one who can have a Boundary Emperor following you. I have one too. The eighth prince's face was filled with confidence. Hee, eighth brother, it seems that everyone has underestimated you. However, with just one Boundary Emperor and 5 9th-level Divine Lords, do you think you can compete with me? Didn't you see what happened to second brother and fifth brother? Also, you're really stupid. You only jumped out now. If I were you, I would have taken action earlier to fight me with fifth brother and second brother. That way, there would still be a glimmer of hope. The eldest prince sneered, his face full of ridicule. Finally, he waved his hand and said coldly, "Send eighth brother on his way." As soon as the eldest prince's voice fell, the Boundary Emperor who had defected to him moved. His figure was like lightning as he charged towards the eighth prince. However, Giant Bear roared angrily and slammed his paw against the Boundary Emperor. Both of them swayed and retreated slightly. However, Itian remained motionless. The eldest prince frowned and said, "Ian, why aren't you attacking? If I attacked, you would already be dead." Itian said lightly. What? Hearing this, the eldest prince's hair stood on end. He quickly retreated and stared at Itian. What did you say? Ha, eldest brother, didn't you hear what Marshal Itian said? Then let me tell you. Marshal Itian is my man. Do you understand? What? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place exploded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Itian was actually the eighth prince's man. Then why was he by the eldest prince's side and helping him deal with the second prince and fifth prince? "Turn you traitor!" The eldest prince roared. "Traitor? Hee, from the very beginning, I had sided with the eighth prince. The reason why I agreed to your request was because I wanted to borrow your strength to deal with the second prince and the fifth prince." Itian sneered. Everyone suddenly understood. So that was how it was. Itian first borrowed the eldest prince's power to deal with the second prince and the fifth prince. Then, he helped the eighth prince deal with the eldest prince. What the profound scheme. The first prince's expression was extremely ugly. The figures of his subordinates flashed as they surrounded the first prince to protect him. All right. Tian, eighth brother, I have really underestimated you. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Instead, I have become the mantis. However, although you have 2 quasi-emperors, the outcome of today's battle remains to be seen. The first prince bellowed and slowly regained his composure. Although the eighth prince had 2 quasi-emperors, he was not afraid because he had more experts by his side. Although he was only a quasi-emperor, he had more 9th level and 8th level Divine Lord experts. With so many experts working together, they might be able to fight Itian and the others. After all, the 8th prince's foundation was not strong enough. He did not have as many 9th level and 8th level Divine Lords as he did. What if you include me? At this moment, another faint voice was heard. Then a group of people stepped out. The leader was the Lord of Sky Barbarian. The others were his subordinates. The Lord of Sky Barbarian led his men to the back of the first prince and blocked his escape route. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The Lord of Sky Barbarian also wanted to intervene and help the 8th prince? Wasn't the Lord of Sky barbarian neutral all this while? No one could figure it out, including the first prince. His pupils shrank rapidly and his face looked as though he had eaten a dead rat. He looked at the Lord of Sky barbarian in shock and shouted, "Lord of Sky barbarian, you are also one of the 8th brother's men?" "That's right," the Lord of Sky barbarian said flatly. The first prince roared. He could not figure out why these experts were helping the 8th prince. "Eldest brother, destroy your own cultivation and I will spare your life," the 8th prince said flatly. "Don't even think about destroying my cultivation. Don't even think about it. Kill this bastard. Kill him." The first prince roared crazily with a ferocious face. However, the eyes of his subordinates flickered. There were 3 quasi-emperors around the 8th prince. The disparity in power was too great. If they were to fight, they would be in grave danger. They were only helping the first prince because of his wealth. There was no need for them to die with the first prince. "8th prince, I am willing to pledge allegiance to you." "Prince Mu, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you." A few silhouettes left the first prince's side and bowed to the 8th prince. You traitors!" The first prince's eyes were red and he was furious. In the end he roared, "I will kill all of you traitors." Having said that, he pounced on those people. However, the figures of those people flashed and avoided the first prince. "First prince, admit defeat." At this moment, the quasi-emperor who had pledged allegiance to the first prince let out a long sigh. The first prince froze and trembled as though he had been electrocuted. "Haha, you want me to surrender? You want me to destroy my cultivation? Impossible. I would rather die than destroy my cultivation. 8th brother, let's fight to the death." The first prince laughed and charged towards the 8th prince. The dazzling sword light went straight for the 8th prince's glabella. However, Etienne and the others were beside him. How could the first prince kill the 8th prince? "Stubborn. I have no choice but to send you on your way," Etienne said coldly as he threw a punch. The terrifying fist force made the crown prince scream in pain. His body retreated like a scarecrow and fell heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. He was severely injured and no longer had the strength to fight. However, Etienne did not kill the first prince. He could not kill the first prince and could only leave it to the 8th prince. "8th prince, since the first prince wants to die, let's fulfill his wish," Etienne said. Hesitation flashed in the 8th prince's eyes. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward. A long sword appeared in his hand. He pierced the first prince's glabella and killed him. At this point, the first prince, 2nd prince, and 5th prince, the 3 princes who were most likely to compete for the throne, had all fallen. Everyone's gaze fell on the 8th prince. Unexpectedly, the 8th prince, who had been ignored at the beginning, became the one who succeeded in the end. This was beyond everyone's expectations. "Greetings, barbaric emperor." Etienne was the first to bow. "Greetings, barbaric emperor." Then, the sky barbarian Overlord and the others followed suit. The others reacted and bowed as well. Chapter 35-26. Lu Ming smiled. If the 8th prince ascended the throne and became the barbarian emperor, he would at least have the support of some of the barbarian tribe experts if there were any changes in the Taishu dynasty in the future. This was extremely beneficial to him. In this way, the barbarian tribe would not only not be his enemy but also his helper. At the critical moment, he would probably be able to give his enemies a huge surprise. After that, Lu Ming and the others had nothing to do. It was nothing more than the 8th prince ascending the throne and becoming the barbarian emperor. After that, they would hold important meetings. 3 days later, Lu Ming led Giant Bear and the others to bid farewell to Etienne. This time, Blue Merchant planned to return to the Taishu dynasty with Lu Ming. Of course, they could not do so openly. They had to return secretly. Etienne wanted to follow Lu Ming. However, the new barbarian emperor had just ascended the throne. Etienne had to stay to stabilize the barbarian emperor and make him obedient. This way, they could borrow the power of the barbarian tribe in the future. Lu Ming left with the others without alerting anyone. They returned to the hidden dragon star quietly. After a while, peace was restored. Lu Ming sent people to search for news of his parents while cultivating. The dark ape fighting tribe also stepped up their cultivation of the primitive divine body and made great progress. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. In the backyard of the hidden dragon star, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were drinking wine. Lan Shu, I have a question that I have always been curious about. Lu Ming took a sip of wine and asked. What is it? Blue Merchant said. Since the last time I went to the barbarian tribe, I feel that the strength of the barbarian tribe is far from that of the Taishu dynasty at its peak. Lu Ming said. In addition to those hidden resources, the barbarian tribe only had 5 quasi-emperors on the surface. Including the former barbarian emperor, there were only 6 quasi-emperors. However, Itian was not a barbarian. He belonged to the Taishu dynasty. According to what Lu Ming knew, there were more than 6 quasi-emperors in the Taishu dynasty. Especially when Jingyu was still alive, Itian also belonged to the Taishu dynasty. In addition, it was said that Jingyu had also reached the quasi-emperor realm. Their overall strength was stronger than the barbarians. That's right. When Jingyu was still alive, the strength of the Taishu dynasty reached its peak. It was indeed much stronger than the barbarian tribe. It could even destroy the barbarian tribe. However, because the Taishu dynasty was too strong, the Tianyi sacred dynasty and the barbarian tribe formed an alliance to fight against the Taishu dynasty. Blue Merchant said. I see. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder the Taishu dynasty, which was so powerful, did not destroy the barbarian race. It turned out that the barbarian race and the Tianyi sacred dynasty had formed an alliance. Later, when the Taishu dynasty weakened, the alliance between the Tianyi sacred dynasty and the barbarian tribe was dissolved. In this way, the 3 forces always maintained a balance. Uncle Lan, was Prince Jingyu really at the quasi-emperor realm? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right. Prince Jingyu was the youngest quasi-emperor in the history of the Taishu dynasty. His combat strength was unparalleled. He was the real #1 expert in the Taishu dynasty. Even the current sacred emperor was no match for him. Blue Merchant said with nostalgia in his eyes. The #1 expert. Lu Ming frowned and said, since Prince Jingyu was so strong, how could he be killed later? As long as he resisted, no one in the Taishu dynasty could kill him. Prince Jingyu was a peerless genius. He was invincible among those of the same level. Such a person could even fight those of a higher level. Even if there were more experts of the same level besieging him, it was impossible to kill him. Lu Ming was puzzled. Sigh, it's all because of that woman, the current sacred imperial concubine, Kong Shishue. Lan Shang gave a long sigh. Sacred imperial concubine? Lan Shu, what happened back then? Lu Ming asked. He had only heard rumors that Prince Jingyu had violated the sacred imperial concubine and met with misfortune. Lu Ming, now that you have great power, it's time to tell you. Blue Merchant paused for a moment and continued. In fact, the sacred imperial concubine and Jingyu were lovers at the beginning. They were truly in love and were regarded as a golden couple by everyone. What? Lu Ming was stunned. His mouth was wide open and he looked incredulous. This result was really out of Lu Ming's expectations. He never thought that the sacred imperial concubine was Jingyu's lover at the beginning. However, Jingyu went into seclusion to break through to the next level. He went into seclusion for 1,000 years. When he came out, Kong Shishue had already become the sacred imperial concubine. That was a huge blow to Jingyu. Moreover, Jingyu's cultivation had not reached the great accomplishment stage and he could not resist. When Lan Shang sat up to hear, he let out another long sigh. Lu Ming was also silent. He could understand how big of a blow that was to Jingyu. In one seclusion, his former lover had become his mother. What a cliché. Could it be that Jingyu really violated the sacred imperial concubine? Lu Ming could not help but have this thought. The sacred imperial concubine was Jingyu's first lover. It was not impossible that he could not let go of her. If that was the case, how could the case be overturned? Don't think too much. Blue Merchant seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's thoughts and immediately said, I know Jingyu very well. He is definitely not that kind of person and would never do such a thing. Jingyu must have been framed back then. They were caught red-handed by the sacred imperial concubine. The sacred imperial concubine was furious and attacked directly. Jingyu did not even have time to react before he was severely injured. Otherwise, no one in the Taishu dynasty could have killed him. If someone framed Prince Jingyu, then the sacred imperial concubine must be involved. After so many years, has no one confronted the sacred imperial concubine? Lu Ming asked. I have thought about this for a long time, but the sacred imperial concubine has been living in seclusion all these years. Ordinary people can't see her at all. Moreover, the matter between the sacred imperial concubine and Jingyu has become a taboo. No one dares to mention it. I have tried many times to see the sacred imperial concubine, but I was stopped. Blue Merchant sighed. It seems that if we want to overturn the case, we have to start with the sacred imperial concubine. She probably knows all the secrets. Lu Ming said, but he frowned. How could he meet the sacred imperial concubine? And how could he make her reveal the secrets? The sacred imperial concubine had abandoned Jingyu and married the sacred emperor. Later on, she had framed Jingyu. This showed how vicious this woman was. It was almost impossible to get her to reveal the secrets herself. I'm afraid that the sacred imperial concubine wasn't the only one who did that. There must be other conspirators behind the scenes. Blue Merchant said. Crown Prince. Lu Ming immediately thought of the Crown Prince. Back then, Jingyu was too outstanding and seriously threatened the Crown Prince's position. The Crown Prince had 100 reasons to frame Jingyu. It's hard to say. I have secretly investigated these years, but I haven't made much progress. Blue Merchant said. The main reason was that his cultivation was crippled and he did not have much strength. After chatting with Blue Merchant for a while, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. He slowly sorted out the information he had just received and organized his thoughts. There must be a big secret in this matter. Chapter 35-27. In the beginning, the imperial concubine Kong Shishue and Jingyu were lovers. Then, after Jingyu went into seclusion, Kong Shishue married the imperial concubine. Later on, when Jingyu's cultivation reached a high level, he was framed and caught by the imperial concubine. The imperial concubine attacked and injured Jingyu severely. Something must have happened. Otherwise, with Jingyu's cultivation, how could he not fight back and be severely injured? Could it be that Jingyu was seriously injured because he saw the imperial concubine suddenly arrive? Or was there another reason? After Jingyu was severely injured, Jingyu's forces were besieged by the imperial concubine. Some were killed, some were sealed, and some escaped. Even Blue Merchant's star core was destroyed. However, Jingyu's subordinates were certain that Jingyu was wrongly accused. This was because Blue Merchant said that after Jingyu was severely injured, he was executed in public. However, at the crucial moment, Jingyu sent a message to Blue Merchant, saying that he was wrongly accused. This sentence was enough for him. Blue Merchant and the others firmly believed that Jingyu was wrongly accused because they knew Jingyu's character too well. Therefore, they wanted to overturn Jingyu's case. I'm afraid there's a deep secret in this matter. How should we proceed? Lu Ming rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Divine King realm. He was not far from the Divine Lord realm. Back then, Xianxia had asked Hong Yang to leave him a jade talisman. The talisman said that the location of Xianxia's group was sealed in it. As long as Lu Ming's cultivation reached the Divine Lord realm, he would be able to break the seal and find out the location of Xianxia's group. Also, Autumn Moon might have gone to the Divine Dragon Mother planet. He had to search for her. However, he had promised Jingyu that it would be difficult for him to leave until the matter of the Taishu dynasty was resolved. Therefore, the matter of the Taishu dynasty had to be resolved as soon as possible. Taishu dynasty, Imperial Palace. Congratulations, Imperial Father. I did not let you down and found the Twin Life Stone. As long as you refine the Twin Life Stone, you may break through to the Divine Emperor realm and enjoy 100 stellar years of life. The second prince bowed to the Taishu Sage Emperor, holding a jade box in his hand. At this moment, The great Void Saint Emperor was extremely excited. Divine power burst forth, and the jade box in the second prince's hand appeared in his hand. Taishu opened the jade box. There was a stone the size of the twin life. This piece of rock had 2 colors, and multicolored light constantly flowed on it. It was incomparably magical. Twin life stone. Is this the legendary twin life stone? The Taishu sacred emperor's breathing quickened. There was a peerless treasure in this world called the 3 lives stone. This was the life had 3 lifetimes of the 3 lifetimes of the divine heavens. Was life was life was life was living was life. Of course, the twin life stone was not the 3 life stone. Legend had it that it was a companion item to the 3 life stone, but it was also extremely rare. This was a treasure that could only be found by chance. It was 10,000 times more valuable than the divine pearls. Good. You have done a great service this time. The Taishu sacred emperor praised the 3 life stone. For someone like him who was nearing the end of his lifespan, nothing was more tempting than the twin life stone. Ever since he had lived 10 stellar years of life, he could clearly feel that he was getting weaker and weaker. No matter how many spiritual pills and precious treasures he used, it was useless. His soul was shrinking and drying up day by day. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on for another 200 years before he disappeared. 200 years was just a blink of an eye to them. During this time, he had become more and more irritable. Imperial Father, the twin life stone is not the 3 life stone. It has a great drawback. After refining it, there is only a 50% success rate. Once you succeed, you will be able to live another life and even have a breakthrough in your cultivation. However, if you fail, you will completely fall and vanish into thin air. The second prince bowed and said, even if there is only a 50% success rate, we have to give it a try. The Taishu sacred emperor's eyes were burning. How could he not know about the drawbacks of the twin life stone? However, if he did not try, he would die. If he succeeded, he would break through to the divine emperor realm and become a true divine emperor. Not only would he be extremely powerful, but his lifespan would also reach 100 stellar years. One had to know that since the establishment of the Taishu dynasty, it had only been 50 stellar years. How long was that? Even if there was only a 10% chance of success, he had to give it a try, let alone a 50% success rate. Then let me congratulate Imperial Father in advance for your successful breakthrough. The second prince bowed and said, Good. You may leave. I will study it first. The Taishu sacred emperor waved his hand. The second prince left. Not long after, in the depths of the second prince's residence. Second prince, did you really give His Majesty the twin life stone? One of the second prince's trusted aides asked. This person was an old man in a yellow robe. The real twin life stone? How is that possible? This kind of treasure is extremely rare. If I had the real twin life stone, why would I give it to that old man? The second prince smiled faintly. It's fake. If the divine emperor finds out about it, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to the second prince. The yellow-robed old man's expression changed drastically. Don't worry. I know that old man too well. The success rate of refining the twin life stone is only 50%. There is a great risk involved. Therefore, before refining the twin life stone, the old man will definitely do one thing. That is to remove all of the clan residences and control all of the Taishu dynasty's territory. This has always been the old man's wish. He wants to be the divine emperor. However, once he removes the clan residences, it will definitely cause a wave of internal strife. If he does this normally, it will cause too much of a stir and it will be detrimental to the Taishu dynasty. However, this is a great opportunity. The barbarian emperor has fallen, and the barbarian race is in chaos. They won't be able to attack us for the time being. This is the best opportunity to remove the clan residences. If he fails to refine the twin life stone, he can still be the divine emperor, right? The second prince said. Second prince, you're saying that the heavenly king's residences and marquis's residences won't be willing to be removed and will rise up in revolt. However, with their strength, they won't be able to contend against the divine emperor. The yellow-robed old man said. Of course. However, isn't there still my big brother? The second prince smiled faintly. The crown prince? The yellow-robed old man's eyes flickered. My big brother has been coveting the divine emperor's position for many years. He has been waiting for a long time. Finally, the old man's lifespan is nearing its end. However, if he finds out that the old man has obtained the twin life stone and has a 50% chance of entering the divine emperor realm, what do you think he will do? The second prince smiled as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hand. The yellow-robed old man's eyes lit up. Even if there's only a 50% chance of success, the crown prince won't take the risk. Because once the divine emperor succeeds, the crown prince will completely lose the throne. So, he will fight with all his might and rebel? Haha, so send someone to secretly inform my big brother. The Taishu dynasty will soon have a great show. That will be our chance. The divine emperor's position will be mine. The second prince laughed loudly. Chapter 35:28. The second prince had been planning for this day for a long time. He couldn't wait until the sage emperor reached the end of his lifespan. If that happened, the crown prince would naturally inherit the sage emperor's position. Moreover, once the crown prince inherited the throne, he would definitely not let him off. Therefore, he had to stir up the situation. A fake twin life stone could successfully stir the water into a pot of porridge. That would be his chance. Come, let the storm come even fiercer. The second prince revealed an expectant and sinister smile. Not long after, in the crown prince's residence, twin life stone, damn it, damn it. The crown prince roared, his eyes red. He had just found out through a secret channel that the second prince had found a twin life stone for the Taishu sage emperor. Although the twin life stone only had a 50% success rate, he couldn't accept it. A 50% success rate was already a very high success rate. Let alone 50%, even if the success rate was only 10%, he still wouldn't accept it. What if the Taishu sage emperor succeeded? What would he do then? Could he only be the crown prince for the rest of his life until he died of old age? Unless he could break through to the divine emperor realm, but with his talent, it was basically impossible without a miracle. Old man, I wanted to let you live for a few hundred more years so that you could leave peacefully. I didn't expect you to insist on causing trouble. You're courting death. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The crown prince's eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. 3 days later, the confidants of the sacred emperor left the great void sacred capital and headed to the residences of the heavenly kings, marquises, generals, and soldiers to pass on an order. The Taishu sage emperor had summoned all the lords of the heavenly kings' residences, marquises' residences, generals' residences, and soldiers' residences to the Taishu sacred capital. Strange, didn't the sage emperor's birthday banquet just end? Why are they going again? Many of the lords were surprised when they received the order. Almost all the lords had attended the sage emperor's birthday banquet. How many years had it been? Why was the sage emperor summoning them to the Taishu sacred capital? Of course, since the sage emperor had given the order, they had to go. Many lords began to move. As for Lu Ming, he naturally received the order from the king and was also shocked. Strange, I feel that something bad is going to happen this time. Lu Ming frowned. His spiritual sense told him that something big was going to happen this time. I once heard from Jingyu that the Taishu Saint Emperor has always had a wish, which is to remove all the clan residences and unify all the territories under the control of the royal family. Right now, the sacred emperor's time is almost up. Before he dies, he might really do it. Besides, the Berserker Emperor has just died not too long ago, and the internal structure of the Berserker tribe is not stable yet. This is a good chance. Lan Shang carefully speculated. Uncle Lan, are you saying that the Saint Emperor will eliminate all of the clan residences? But Lan Shang said. Just in case, send a message to Itian and ask him to come to the Taishu Sacred Court. Although he had brought many experts from the Lost Galaxy, there was only one boundary emperor. To be on the safe side, he wanted Itian to come with him to the Taishu Sacred Capital. 2 boundary emperors should be enough to protect themselves. Of course, he thought of the Undying Demon Lord. The Undying Demon Lord was at least a boundary emperor. maybe even higher. Lu Ming even speculated that the undying demon lord was a real divine emperor. One had to know that the Saint Devil dynasty was a country before the Taishu sacred dynasty, and the Taishu sacred dynasty had been established for about 50 stellar years. Even if the undying demon king was sealed, he could still survive from the Saint Devil dynasty until now. Could a quasi-emperor do that? Only a divine emperor could do that. If the demon king was not a divine emperor, even if he had been sealed for a long time and his vitality was greatly damaged, he would have recovered some of his battle strength after breaking the seal for a long time. He would definitely be a great helper if he was not a divine emperor. However, Lu Ming felt that it was not the right time for the undying demon lord to appear. The undying demon lord was a big shot. He had to use him at a critical moment. After the message was sent out, Yi Tian rushed over after some time. Of course, he was alone. He could not bring the others along. After Yi Tian arrived, Lu Ming brought Blue Merchant, Giant Bear, Zhu Tai, and the others to the Taishu sacred capital. Yi Tian, Giant Bear, and the others wore thick armor and disguised themselves as Lu Ming's guards. At the same time, they restrained their aura to the extreme. Soon, the Taishu sacred capital was in sight. Who is it? At this moment, Blue Merchant shouted coldly in a direction. His soul power was shining between his eyebrows. Blue Merchant's soul power was extremely strong. Therefore, his spiritual sense was extremely sharp. Even boundary emperors like Yi Tian and Giant Bear could not compare to him in this aspect. His soul power has reached the Sir God level. His spiritual sense is sharp. In the starry sky ahead, there was a ripple and a figure appeared. This figure was wrapped in a black robe and was surrounded by a black fog. Her appearance could not be seen clearly. One could barely make out that the figure was petite and seemed to be a woman. Who are you? Who sent you? Lu Ming asked. You don't need to know who sent me. My master sent me here to tell you that this trip is dangerous. After the other party finished speaking, her figure flashed and disappeared. Lu Ming and the others did not pursue because the other party did not have any ill intentions. She seemed to have good intentions. This trip is dangerous. The other party left behind these 4 words. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant frowned. Obviously, the other party was reminding them that this trip to the Taishu sacred capital was dangerous. Could it be that this time, as Blue Merchant had guessed, the Saint Emperor was going to eliminate all the clan residences before his death? However, who was this person? Who was the master that she mentioned? Why did she send someone to warn them? It was obvious that she had good intentions. However, Lu Ming had come prepared this time. He had 2 quasi-emperors with him. Even if the Saint Emperor wanted to eliminate the clan residences, he would be able to protect himself. At most, he would just make a fuss and retreat. He did not believe that the Saint Emperor would kill all the clan residences just to eliminate the clan residences. That was impossible. Doing so would shake the foundations of the Taishu dynasty. At most, he would kill a few as a warning to others. Looks like I guessed correctly this time. Blue Merchant frowned. No matter what, if he wants to eliminate the clan residences, let him do it. As long as we have a foothold, it's fine. Lu Ming said. The marquee residences were just a name. Lu Ming did not care. As long as he had power, nothing was more important. Lu Ming and the others continued forward into the Taishu sacred capital. They arrived at the Hidden Dragon marquee residence and waited. A month later, all the clan residences had arrived at the Taishu sacred capital. Then, the Saint Emperor ordered them to gather in the palace. Chapter 35-29. Behind the palace was a huge courtyard. This was where the sacred emperor usually entertained his guests. Today, it was packed with people. Tables and chairs were placed in different areas. Every heavenly king's residence and marquee residence had their own area. The highest part of the courtyard was where the Great Void Sacred Emperor and the other members of the royal family sat. Below them were the 27 areas. This was where the 27 heavenly kings' residences were located. At the bottom, there were even more tables and chairs. This was where the marquee residence, general residence, and soldier residence were located. Lu Ming brought Yi Tian, Giant Bear, and the others to the Hidden Dragon residences area and sat down quietly. They waited quietly. Tian, giant bear, and the others were wearing armor. They sat behind Lu Ming and did not attract much attention. They were treated as Lu Ming's bodyguards. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Soon, Lu Ming and the others were drowned in the crowd. Half an hour later, everyone arrived. Lu Ming looked around and saw 9 Extinction Heavenly King, 9 Sabers Heavenly King, and the others. However, he did not see 1,000 Holy Old Heavenly King. This was because the Heavenly King of the 1,000 Holy Heavenly King residence was not 1,000 Holy Old Heavenly King. His Majesty has arrived. A sharp voice was heard. The Great Void Sacred Emperor, the Crown Prince, and the others stepped into the air and arrived. So many experts. Lu Ming looked around and saw a group of black-robed men behind the Sacred Emperor. These black-robed men looked calm, but Lu Ming felt a strong sense of danger from them. These people gave him a lot of pressure. The Sacred Emperor arrived and sat at the top. "Greetings, Sacred Emperor." Everyone stood up and bowed. After not seeing him for a while, the Great Void Sacred Emperor looked even more lethargic. His eyes were cloudy and he looked like he was going to pass away at any time. "Please take a seat." The Great Void Sacred Emperor waved his hand and everyone took their seats. "Everyone, please drink." The Great Void Sacred Emperor raised his wine glass and took a sip. Everyone was filled with doubts. They did not know why the Taishu Saint Emperor had called them here. However, they could only suppress the doubts in their hearts and raise their wine cups to take a sip. After the Saint Emperor took a sip, his eyes lit up. At this moment, the Taishu Saint Emperor was no longer lethargic. Instead, he was like a terrifying beast that had awakened, emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone felt their hearts tighten. The reason why the Sage Emperor had gathered them here was finally going to be revealed. The Great Void Saint Emperor's gaze swept across the entire place, sweeping across everyone. "I'm sure you're all curious about why I've suddenly summoned you here. I'll get straight to the point. I've summoned you here because there's a traitor among you." The Great Void Saint Emperor's voice reverberated throughout the area, sounding a little cold. "What?" Everyone was shocked. "Heavenly King Hao Exin, you secretly colluded with the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty and sold a large number of divine artifacts to them. Do you know your crime?" Suddenly, the Great Void Sacred Emperor's gaze landed on one of the Heavenly King's manors. Heavenly King Hao Exin was one of the top 8 Heavenly King mansions in the Taishu Dynasty. Heavenly King Hao Exin's strength was even more shocking. He was a 9th-level Divine Lord. However, at this moment, Heavenly King Hao Exin's expression changed. He cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, there's definitely no such thing. Are you mistaken?" Heavenly King Hao Exin had indeed cooperated with the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty and traded treasures with each other. In fact, many Heavenly King mansions were doing this kind of thing. Everyone was well aware of it, but they could not say it out loud. Otherwise, it would not be good. Since the Great Void Saint Emperor had brought it up, he naturally could not admit it. "You're still quibbling. I've already collected enough evidence. Do you want me to show it to you?" The Great Void Saint Emperor said coldly. This, Heavenly King Hao Exin began to break out in cold sweat. In the end, he cupped his fists and knelt down. He said, "Your Majesty, I have indeed traded divine artifacts with the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty. However, that was many years ago. Your Majesty, please punish me." "Have you finally admitted it? Selling divine artifacts to the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty is a crime of treason. You must be punished. Now, cripple your own cultivation. Also, Heavenly King Hao Exin Mansion does not need to exist in the future. I will send people to guard the territory of Heavenly King Hao Exin Mansion," the Taishu Dynasty said lightly. "What?" As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Except for a few people, most people were shocked. He had only sold divine artifacts to the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty, but the Great Void Saint Emperor actually wanted to cripple Heavenly King Hao Exin's cultivation and even remove Heavenly King Hao Exin Mansion from the list. Heavenly King Hao Exin Mansion had existed since the Taishu Dynasty was established. It had experienced countless years, but now the Taishu Dynasty wanted to remove it with just a few words? Heavenly King Hao Exin was also stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Originally, he thought that even if the Great Void Saint Emperor found out about this kind of thing, he would only be casually punished and hand over some treasures. He never dreamed that the Great Void Saint Emperor would actually want to cripple his cultivation. He was a 9th-level Divine Lord, the top combat power of the Taishu dynasty. Was he going to be crippled just like that? This was not a 9th-level Divine Lord. There were not many 9th-level Divine Lords in the entire Taishu dynasty. Moreover, he wanted to cripple the entire Heavenly King Hao Xian mansion. Saint Emperor, I refuse to accept this. Heavenly King Hao Xian shouted. Since you have committed a crime, you have to accept the punishment. Are you going to do it yourself, or should I do it? The Great Void Saint Emperor's voice was cold. Let's go. Suddenly, Heavenly King Hao Xian roared. His body burst up and rushed towards the sky. The experts he brought followed Heavenly King Hao Xian and rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. Heavenly King Hao Xian was an overlord after all. He would definitely not allow himself to be captured. However, when Heavenly King Hao Xian rushed into the sky, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was an extremely burly figure wearing iron armor. Military King. Many people were shocked. They recognized that this was the Great Void Military King, the highest commander of the Grand Council, the military king who commanded the world's troops. Kill! The military king shouted coldly as the battle spear in his hands swept out. Boom! A huge battle spear pressed towards Heavenly King Hao Xian. Heavenly King Hao Xian roared and erupted with all his strength. He wanted to block it, but it was useless. He could not withstand a single blow. Under the spear, Heavenly King Hao Xian screamed. His arms exploded, and even half of his body exploded. His body fell to the ground and crashed heavily. Countless runes immediately spread out on the ground, enveloping the entire palace. After Heavenly King Hao Xian crashed to the ground only shook a little but did not explode. Heavenly King Hao Xian vomited blood. His aura was extremely weak. He had already been severely injured. Although Heavenly King Hao Xian had the cultivation of a 9th-level Divine Lord, the military king was a quasi-emperor. There was still a huge gap between them. He was severely injured in one move. After severely injuring Heavenly King Hao Xian, the military king waved his spear again. After a series of explosions, Heavenly King Hao Xian's subordinates were all severely injured. Chapter 35-30. Swoosh. Finally, King Jun moved and landed beside Heavenly King Haosen. Saint Emperor, spare my life. Heavenly King Haosen begged for mercy. You still want to resist? How can I spare you? Taishu Saint Emperor said coldly. As soon as Taishu Saint Emperor finished speaking, King Jun attacked. His spear pierced through and killed Heavenly King Haosen. A 9th-level Divine Lord, a Heavenly King of a Heavenly King mansion, was killed just like that. The scene was silent. No one spoke. Everyone's face was extremely solemn as their eyes turned. Taishu Saint Emperor actually killed Heavenly King Haosen just because he sold the divine artifact to the Tianyi sacred dynasty. This was simply unbelievable. Many of the mansion lords present had done such a thing. Were they all going to be executed? Was the Saint Emperor going crazy because his time was up? Was he going to drag them down with him? Many people's hearts sank as all kinds of thoughts ran through their minds. Do you want to be buried with Haosen or submit to His Majesty the Saint Emperor and serve him? King Jun's gaze swept across those from Heavenly King Haosen Mansion. We are willing to submit to the Saint Emperor. Those from Heavenly King Haosen Mansion knelt down. Those who could follow Heavenly King Haosen here were naturally loyal to him. If Heavenly King Haosen was not dead, they would definitely resist to the end. But now that Heavenly King Haosen was dead, it was meaningless for them to continue resisting. All right, men, take them away first. As soon as the Saint Emperor spoke, a group of guards immediately came and took the people from Heavenly King Haosen Mansion away. Then, Taishu Saint Emperor's gaze swept across again. Many people began to feel nervous as cold sweat dripped down their backs. Especially those who had done something similar to Saint Emperor Haosen, they were even more nervous. Heavenly King Fengxiang. Taishu Saint Emperor said lightly. This time, his gaze fell on another Heavenly King. Heavenly King Fengxiang was also a 9th-level divine lord. He was extremely powerful. There were 27 heavenly king mansions in the Taishu dynasty. There was only one quasi-emperor, and that was Heavenly King Qianxing. Other than Heavenly King Qianxing, the heavenly kings in the top 8 heavenly king mansions were all 9th-level divine lords. Among them, the first and second heavenly king mansions had 2 9th-level divine lords. This was also to say that in the 27 heavenly king palaces, there were a total of 10 9th-level divine lord powerhouses. The Soaring Phoenix Heavenly King residence was ranked 5th among the 27 heavenly king residences. But at that moment, Heavenly King Feng Xiang's body trembled and his face turned pale. He stood up and bowed. "Your Majesty, what can I do for you?" "Heavenly King Feng Xiang, do you know your crime?" The Great Void Saint Emperor said coldly. "Your Majesty, what crime have I committed?" Heavenly King Feng Xiang's body trembled slightly, but he managed to stabilize himself and continued. "Do you want me to say it?" The Soaring Phoenix Heavenly King's mansion produces a type of divine herb called the Soaring Phoenix grass, but you secretly sold it to the barbarian tribe at a high price. Don't you know that the barbarians are the mortal enemies of the Taishu dynasty? You are helping the enemy. This is a capital offense. Do you plead guilty? The Great Void Saint Emperor said coldly. Heavenly King Feng Xiang's face was pale, but he naturally did not want to surrender. He said loudly, "Your Majesty, I admit that I sold the Soaring Phoenix grass to the barbarians, but it was not a large amount. Furthermore, the Soaring Phoenix Heavenly King residence has been fighting the barbarians all these years. I am guilty, but my contributions outweigh my crimes. I do not deserve to die. A crime is a crime. If you commit a crime, you must be punished. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to get someone to do it?" The Taishu dynasty said coldly. "Ha!" At that moment, Heavenly King Feng Xiang suddenly laughed crazily and shouted, "Jing Shu, do you think I don't know what you are trying to do? You are reaching the end of your lifespan. That's why you are going crazy. You want to eliminate all the palaces and unify all the palaces in the hands of the royal family. You want to be the eternal Saint Emperor." Not only could Blue Merchant guess the Saint Emperor's motive, but these heavenly kings were not simple-minded. They could also deduce some things based on the Saint Emperor's behavior. Since the Great Void Saint Emperor wanted to kill him, Heavenly King Feng Xiang might as well go all out. Not only did he call out the Taishu Saint Emperor's name, but he also directly revealed the Taishu Saint Emperor's motive. "Everyone, Jing Shu is crazy today. He will definitely eliminate all the palaces. Are you going to sit here and wait for death? He killed Heavenly King Hao Xen first, and then I will be next. After killing me, it will be all of you. He will come one by one and take you down one by one. Are you going to wait for him to capture you? Today, we can only survive if we join forces and fight back together." Heavenly King Feng Xiang roared, wanting to call on everyone to attack together. Anyway, he was going all out. As long as he could escape today, he would take his people and join the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Hearing Heavenly King Feng Xiang's words, many people's eyes lit up. They understood that Heavenly King Feng Xiang's words made sense. If this continued, they would definitely be defeated one by one. No one would be able to escape. "Stubborn. You still want to sow discord between us. We can't let you live. Kill." The Taishu Saint Emperor shouted coldly. Boom. King Jun stepped out like a terrifying god of war. His terrifying aura forced towards Heavenly King Feng Xiang. "Everyone, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?" Heavenly King Feng Xiang roared. "That's right. If this continues, we will all be defeated one by one. We can only survive if we join forces." At this moment, a voice sounded. Everyone was shocked. It was Heavenly King Wushuang from the Wushuang Heavenly King residence. Heavenly King Wushuang was ranked first among the 27 Heavenly King residences. He had 2 9th-level divine lords and many other experts. Heavenly King Wushuang was a middle-aged man. He was very handsome. At this moment, divine power surrounded him. There were at least a dozen experts beside him who stood up at the same time. No one expected Heavenly King Wushuang to be the first to speak. In fact, Heavenly King Wushuang had no choice. Heavenly King Wushuang's residence secretly had business dealings with the barbarian tribe and the Tianyi sacred dynasty. It was a tacit agreement. But today, the Taishu Saint Emperor used this to make things difficult for them. They had no way to argue back. Moreover, Heavenly King Wushuang's residence was the leader of the 27 Heavenly Kings. They were very powerful. If the Taishu Saint Emperor really wanted to eliminate all the other Heavenly Kings, he would definitely start with Heavenly King Wushuang's residence. Moreover, they did not want to be eliminated, so they could only fight back. That's right. We can only save ourselves if we join forces. Heavenly King Wushuang's residence was about to attack. Alright, let's join forces. Following that, another Heavenly King from the Heavenly King residence spoke. Following that, more and more Heavenly Kings stood up and prepared for battle. King Jun stopped in his tracks. How dare you? I think you want to rebel. The Heavenly King roared. His terrifying aura filled the air, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on everyone. Following that, a few figures stepped out from behind the Taishu Saint Emperor. They appeared around the void and sealed the entire void. Most importantly, the aura of these people was extremely terrifying. Chapter 35-31. A few figures walked out from behind the Great Void Saint Emperor. They sealed the space and exuded a terrifying aura. Boundary Emperors, all of them were Boundary Emperors. There were a total of 3 people. Lu Ming recognized one of them. He was the 6th prince, the younger brother of the Great Void Saint Emperor. Back then, during the Great Void Saint Emperor's birthday banquet, he fought with the powerful barbarians together with the King Jun. He was also a Boundary Emperor. As for the other 2 black-robed elders, Lu Ming did not recognize them. However, they were extremely terrifying and powerful. They were both quasi-emperors. They are the hidden experts of the Taishu dynasty. Clearly, the Great Void Saint Emperor is fully prepared today. Blue Merchant transmitted his voice to Lu Ming behind Lu Ming. Blue Merchant's soul power was extremely strong. The others could not hear him transmitting his voice to Lu Ming. The 3 Boundary Emperors and the barbarian tribe experts surrounded everyone. Everyone looked pale. Heavenly King Wushuang, Heavenly King Fengxiang, and the others gathered together. They had no confidence in facing 4 Boundary Emperors. Everyone, don't be instigated by Heavenly King Fengxiang. Alright, I'll be frank. I'm going to eliminate all the clans today. The Great Void Saint Emperor said. Everyone's expression changed. Indeed. But, the Great Void Saint Emperor continued, not all the clans and lords are guilty. Today, only Heavenly King Haosen, Heavenly King Fengxiang, and Heavenly King Wushuang are guilty. Those who are guilty should be killed. However, the other clans are innocent. As long as you surrender and dissolve your clans, I'll still give you an important position. As soon as the Great Void Saint Emperor said that, many people's eyes lit up. The Great Void Saint Emperor said that only Heavenly King Fengxiang and Heavenly King Wushuang were guilty today. As long as the others surrendered, not only would they not be killed, but they would also be given an important position. Although they were unwilling to dissolve their clans, it was better than being killed. If they resisted today, they would not be able to survive. The Great Void Saint Emperor was clearly prepared. On the battlefield, there were 4 quasi-emperors, including the Taishu Holy Emperor himself and the Imperial Advisor. That was a total of 6 quasi-emperors. They didn't have a single quasi-emperor. The only quasi-emperor, 1000 Holy Old Heavenly King, did not come today. Clearly, the Taishu Saint Emperor was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he did not call Heavenly King 1000 Saints over. In any case, as long as he disbanded the 1000 Saints Heavenly King residence, he could slowly deal with 1000 Saints Old Heavenly King in the future. Many people had already begun to waver. Heavenly King Feng Xiang and Heavenly King Wushuang's expressions changed drastically. Everyone, don't be fooled by his tricks. If you surrender today and solve the clan mansion, he will definitely find an opportunity to kill you one by one in the future. Today, the only way to survive is to fight our way out and join the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Heavenly King Feng Xiang roared. That's right. He's trying to drive a wedge between us. Heavenly King Wushuang also roared. He had already been singled out by the Taishu Saint Emperor. Today, he could only fight to the death. During this process, Lu Ming and the others were very calm and did not make any movements. Even if he were to make a move, with the manpower he brought along, as well as Heavenly King Feng Xiang and the others, the odds were against them. It was not worthwhile for him to resist with Heavenly King Feng Xiang and the others. In his opinion, disbanding the clan mansion was not a big deal. His hidden dragon mansion had been established not long ago, and only the combat power he had was still there. The clan mansion was just a name, and he did not care. As long as he could leave this place today, he could bring the undying demon lord with him. With the barbarian race behind him, even the Taishu Saint Emperor would not be able to touch him easily. Of course, this was because the Taishu Saint Emperor did not want to do anything to him. Otherwise, he would definitely fight back. Humans were all selfish, weren't they? A monarch doesn't joke. If I say that he is innocent, then he is innocent. If I say that I won't touch you, then I won't touch you. This is the last time I say this. If you want to die with Feng Xiang and Wushuang, then I will fulfill your wish. The Taishu Saint Emperor stood up, and his terrifying aura became even more shocking. Even though they were all quasi-emperors, there were differences in strength. As for the Taishu Saint Emperor, he was half a step away from becoming a true sacred emperor. Once he unleashed his full strength, it would be earth-shattering. I will disband the clan mansion and submit to your majesty. At this moment, a voice rang out. It was an elder in a black robe. Many people were shocked as they recognized this elder in a black robe. He was the Heavenly King of the Juyo Heavenly King residence, Heavenly King Juyo. Juyo Heavenly King Wushuang was furious. Art, Juyo, I will do what I say. Those who are willing to submit to me, step aside. The Taishu Saint Emperor said. Thank you, your majesty. Heavenly King Juyo led the people of the Juyo Heavenly King residence to the side. Your majesty, I am also willing to submit. Me too. Following that, the people of the other clan mansions knelt down one by one. It was already good enough that they were not killed by the Taishu Saint Emperor. After all, the clan mansion was more important than their lives. They had to save their lives first. Soon, more and more people submitted to the Taishu Saint Emperor. Heavenly King Feng Xiang and Heavenly King Wushuang's faces turned darker and darker. Let's go! Charge out! Heavenly King Wushuang and Heavenly King Feng Xiang roared and led the experts of the two Heavenly King residents to charge toward one of the black-robed elders. There were 2 level 9 divine lords in Heavenly King Wushuang's residence. Including Heavenly King Feng Xiang, there were a total of 3 level 9 divine lords. In addition to the other level 8 and level 7 divine lords, their combined power was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the black-robed elder that they had chosen did not seem to have a strong aura. He was considered weak among the boundary emperors. Violent attacks surged towards the old man like raging waves. You are courting death. The black-robed elder shouted coldly as his divine power erupted. A saber appeared in his hand and he slashed out. The saber seemed to have lit up the starry sky and the universe. It was unimaginably stunning. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided heavily and there was a shocking explosion. Following that, the black-robed elder's saber light shook violently and finally exploded. The black-robed elder's body floated backward. However, Heavenly King Wushuang and Heavenly King Feng Xiang's attack was also blocked and their speed slowed down. Wushuang, it seems like you are about to become a boundary emperor. Unfortunately, you are still one step away. The Taishu Saint Emperor's voice rang out. At this moment, another black-robed elder, Lord Jun, and the 6th Wangye rushed toward Heavenly King Wushuang and the others. The 4 boundary emperors had joined forces. At this moment, Heavenly King Wushuang and Heavenly King Feng Xiang's hearts sank. They knew that they would definitely die today. Shocking technique, you will die a horrible death. Heavenly King Feng Xiang roared crazily. How dare you insult the sacred emperor? Lord Jun shouted as his long spear pierced through the void, breaking through layers of defense and piercing through Heavenly King Feng Xiang's forehead. On the other side, Heavenly King Wushuang was extremely powerful and was about to become a boundary emperor. Unfortunately, he was still not a boundary emperor. Under the joint attack of the 6th Wangye and the black-robed elder, he was instantly killed. Chapter 35-32. This was a battle without any suspense. Under the joint suppression of the 4 quasi-emperors, Heavenly King Fengxiang Mansion and Heavenly King Wuxuang Mansion were reduced to ashes. The 2 Heavenly Kings were killed, and the other Divine Emperor from Heavenly King Wuxuang Mansion was also killed without much resistance. More than half of the other experts were also killed. The remaining experts all surrendered and were taken down by the Saint Emperor's guards. Many people at the scene felt like they were in a dream. The famous Heavenly King Wuxuang, Heavenly King Fengxiang, and Heavenly King Haosen had fallen just like that. These were all overlords, and it was difficult to meet them. Each of them was a top figure in the Taishu dynasty, but now, they were so worthless and were easily killed. Alright, today, all the traitors have been killed. Everyone else, please take a seat. The Taishu Saint Emperor waved his hand. Everyone sat down, but they were still trembling with fear. However, there is still one person who must be punished today. Unexpectedly, the Taishu Saint Emperor spoke again, which shocked many people and made them fearful. Then, the Taishu Saint Emperor's gaze fell on the area at the bottom, and finally fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed. He did not expect the Taishu Saint Emperor to target him. Was it because of the blue merchant's soul mother? In an instant, several thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, Marquis Lu. The Taishu Saint Emperor said lightly. Your Majesty, may I know why you called me? Lu Ming had calmed down, stood up and cupped his fists. The youngest marquis of the Taishu dynasty reached the peak of the Divine King realm at such a young age, and suppressed all the geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. No wonder you are Yu's successor, you are even more outstanding than you. The Taishu dynasty said lightly, and his voice spread throughout the scene. As soon as he said this, the scene suddenly fell silent. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming in a daze, full of surprise. There was only one Yu that the Taishu Saint Emperor mentioned. That was the extremely talented prince, Jing Yu. Lu Ming was actually Jing Yu's successor? At this moment, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were equally shocked. The Taishu Saint Emperor already knew. Lu Ming didn't say anything, but his mind was racing. When he saw that Lu Ming was silent, the Taishu Saint Emperor continued, You don't have to deny it. I know you too well. Therefore, when I first saw you, I knew that you were Yu's successor. You have his aura on you. There's no mistake about it. Later on, when the Great Void Imperial Academy was held, you obtained 3rd place. Originally, you could have made a condition for me, but you used that condition to save Blue Merchant. That made me even more certain. Could it be the power of a sovereign again? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Back then, Blue Merchant had recognized him as Jing Yu's successor at first sight. In that case, others could as well, as long as they knew Jing Yu well. At this moment, the Crown Prince and State Preceptor looked at Lu Ming in shock. They were clearly surprised. They also didn't expect Lu Ming to be Jing Yu's successor. What? Are you still going to deny it? The Taishu Saint Emperor asked. That's right, I am indeed Prince Jing Yu's successor. Lu Ming spoke. Since he was already exposed, there was no need to hide it. He would just reveal it. The moment he said that, the crowd went into an uproar. This was too surprising. Lu Ming was actually Jing Yu's successor. No wonder he was so outstanding. I'm just curious. Since the Saint Emperor already knew that I was Jing Yu's successor, why didn't you expose me earlier? Lu Ming continued to ask. Why did I expose you earlier? I wanted to see how your successor is like. Is he as outstanding as him? Now, it seems like you didn't disappoint me. You're even more outstanding than exceeding my expectations. But now, I can't let you live. The Taishu Saint Emperor's voice turned cold. Many people, including Lu Ming, were shocked by these words. The Taishu Saint Emperor's last sentence was obviously to get rid of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes sharpened. Lu Ming, under the Blue Merchant scheme, you've improved your strength step by step. In the end, you want to take revenge for Jing Yu, right? The Taishu Saint Emperor's eyes were as bright as the sun, as if he could see through Lu Ming. Revenge? Saint Emperor, you're overthinking. I just want to reverse the verdict for Prince Jingyu. I believe that Prince Jingyu left a message saying that he was wronged back then. I just want to find out the truth of what happened back then. Lu Ming said. Reverse the verdict? I killed Jingyu back then. If you want to reverse the verdict, isn't that the same as taking revenge on me? The Taishu Saint Emperor sneered, his killing intent cold. At this moment, he was calling Jingyu by his name. Saint Emperor, Lu Ming has no intention of taking revenge on you. As long as you help Lu Ming find out the truth of what happened back then and clear Prince Jingyu's name, that will be enough. Lu Ming said. The truth? What Jingyu did back then is the truth. Lu Ming, you've been hiding your identity and increasing your strength. You have ulterior motives and are disgraceful. Kill yourself and I'll leave your corpse intact. The Taishu Saint Emperor said coldly. Lu Ming's face turned cold. He didn't expect the Taishu Saint Emperor to be so unreasonable and want to kill him. In his opinion, even if the Taishu Saint Emperor knew that he was Jingyu's successor, he wouldn't kill him so easily. After all, he just wanted to reverse the verdict for Jingyu. Could it be that there was a deeper story behind what happened back then? Saint Emperor, are you so afraid of the truth of what happened back then? What was the truth hidden back then? Also, Jingyu and the Saint Concubine were lovers, but you forcefully took her away. I suspect that you framed Prince Jingyu back then. Lu Ming shouted. Since the Saint Emperor wanted to kill him, he might as well go all out and say anything. As soon as he said that, many people were shocked and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Audacious, truly audacious. This matter was taboo for the Saint Emperor. No one dared to mention it in front of him. Those who did were all dead. But not only did Lu Ming dare to mention it, he even said that Jingyu was framed by the Saint Emperor. He didn't know what death was. As expected, the Saint Emperor was enraged. A terrifying aura emanated from his body as he roared, "Disgraceful! Men kill Lu Ming on the spot. No, cripple him first. I want him to beg for death." Immediately, a burly man stepped out from behind the Saint Emperor and charged at Lu Ming. This burly man was one of the Saint Emperor's guards and had the cultivation of a 9th-level Divine Lord. To deal with Lu Ming, there was no need for a quasi-emperor to take action. The Saint Emperor knew that Lu Ming had an 8th-level Divine Lord by his side. Therefore, it was enough for him to send a 9th-level Divine Lord guard. Chapter 35-33. The relationship between the sacred imperial concubine and Jingyu had always been the Taishu sacred emperor's taboo. No one dared to mention it. After all, it was seriously too unpleasant to hear. Lu Ming actually dared to mention it in public. The sacred emperor was thoroughly enraged and directly had people kill Lu Ming. Kneel down and kowtow to the sacred emperor and admit your mistake for me. A middle-aged guard wearing iron armor, his aura thick like the sea, stepped over in the air, a palm smacking over toward Lu Ming. An enormous palm seal formed, crushing over toward Lu Ming. This palm, forget about Lu Ming, even an 8th-level Divine Lord existence would also be pressed down by his palm force. Clearly, the middle-aged guard knew that there was an 8th-level Divine Lord existence by Lu Ming's side. But so what? It was fine if the other party did not make a move. If he wanted to make a move, then kneel down together. Get lost. At this time, an angry roar came from Lu Ming's side. A burly figure rushed out explosively, slamming a punch out. The void trembled wildly. The horrifying fist force slammed into the middle-aged guard's palm seal, making his palm seal crumble instantly. The fist force did not stop, the berserk power surging wildly toward the middle-aged guard. The middle-aged guard's expression changed. Both arms trembled, forming a layer of defensive divine power, blocking the attack of the fist force. But he still retreated repeatedly. 9th-level Divine Lord. The middle-aged guard opened his mouth rather incredulously. The one who attacked just now beside Lu Ming was a 9th-level Divine Lord existence. Therefore, he was directly repelled due to his carelessness just now. But why would there be a 9th-level Divine Lord existence by Lu Ming's side? Everyone present was stunned, looking at Lu Ming somewhat incredulously. 9th-level Divine Lord, in the Taishu dynasty, that was a top powerhouse. The 27 heavenly king palaces added up were just 10. Lu Ming, This junior youth side, just a marquee manor, actually had a 9th-level Divine Lord existence. 9th-level Divine Lord, Lu Ming, I underestimated you. The Great Void Saint Sovereign was also very surprised. Previously, he did not pay attention to those people around Lu Ming at all. The way he saw it, the strongest around Lu Ming was just an 8th-level Divine Lord. It was not worth paying attention to at all. Therefore, he had no idea how many experts Lu Ming had by his side. In fact, it was the same for the others. In addition, Giant Bear, Etian, and the others tried their best to conceal their auras. No one noticed them at all. Lu Ming, leave now. Blue Merchant transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. All right, Giant Bear, let's go. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. Then, Giant Bear and the others swept up Lu Ming and rushed towards the sky. The Taishu Saint Emperor had already steeled his heart to kill him. If he didn't leave now, when would he? You think you can leave in the Imperial Palace? 6th brother, kill them. The moment Lu Ming and the others rose into the air, the Taishu Saint Emperor issued this order coldly. Boom! The 6th Wangya soared into the sky and the space kept exploding. A terrifying saber light bloomed from the 6th Wangya's hand and slashed towards Lu Ming and the others. The 6th Wangya was a quasi-emperor realm expert. This saber strike was extremely terrifying. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and the others with a single strike. However, at this moment, Giant Bear made his move. He roared and his body swelled rapidly. The armor on his body exploded into pieces. Then, a huge bear paw slapped towards the saber light. Boom! The saber light shook violently and then exploded with a bang. What? Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The 6th Wangya had personally made a move and his saber strike was blocked. The 6th Wangya was a quasi-emperor. When he dealt with Heavenly King Wushuang and the others just now, he was so powerful that it made them despair. But now, his terrifying saber strike was blocked. Only a quasi-emperor could block the saber strike of a quasi-emperor and be unharmed. Lu Ming actually had a quasi-emperor by his side? What was a quasi-emperor? It was the peak combat power of the Taishu dynasty. There were only a few of them. What did Lu Ming do to have such an expert by his side? The Taishu Saint Emperor, the Crown Prince, the State Preceptor, and the others all widened their eyes in shock. Attack! Kill them! The Taishu Saint Emperor roared. Bush, bush. This time, it was not only the 6th Wangya who attacked again. The Jun Wang and a black-robed elder also attacked. The Saint Emperor ordered that they could not let Lu Ming and the others escape. Therefore, in an instant, 3 quasi-emperors charged towards Lu Ming and the others. The 3 quasi-emperors attacked with all their might. They were too fast. Even though Lu Ming and the others had already rushed into the starry sky, they still caught up with them. The 3 attacks were 100 times brighter than meteors. They blasted towards them and wherever they passed, the space exploded. You guys protect Lu Ming and Senior Lan. We will block the quasi-emperors. Etian transmitted his voice to Zhu Tai and the other 9th-level Divine Lord experts. Then he suddenly turned around and a huge battle saber appeared in his hands. Divine power burst forth and his armor exploded, revealing his true appearance. Etian could not care less about hiding his identity now. Clang, clang. Etian's battle saber vibrated violently. 2 bright saber lights burst forth and slashed towards the Jun Wang and a black-robed elder. Boom, boom. 2 terrifying explosions rang out. In the starry sky, it was as if 2 stars had exploded, setting off a terrifying cosmic storm. In the end, the Jun Wang and the black-robed elder's attacks were blocked. However, Etian was unable to defeat the 2 of them and was forced to retreat. At the same time, the Giant Bear and the 6th Wangya exchanged blows and both of them retreated at the same time. Another quasi-emperor! Someone exclaimed in disbelief. There was actually another quasi-emperor by Lu Ming's side. Countless people's hearts were filled with shock and fear. 2 quasi-emperors. With such combat power, who in the Taishu dynasty could compare to them? Other than the imperial family, no one could compare to them. As for some of the older people, their eyes were filled with shock. This person looks familiar. He looks like Etian. It's indeed Etian, the leader of the 3 generals under Prince Jingyu. Lu Ming is indeed the successor of Jingyu. There was an uproar. Although Lu Ming had already admitted it, now that they saw Yi Tian and Lu Ming together, there was no doubt that Lu Ming was the successor of Jingyu. A group of traitors. Very well, let's catch all of you in one fell swoop today. The Great Void Sacred Emperor's cold voice rang out. Swish, swish, swish. The Jun Wang, the sixth Wang Ye, and the black-robed elder continued to attack. They pushed their combat power to the extreme and charged towards the giant bear and Yi Tian. The five quasi-emperors broke out in a fierce battle. However, those who could reach the quasi-emperor realm were peerless geniuses. Hence, their combat power was not much different. Only those who were abnormally strong could be invincible among their peers. Hence, it was difficult for the giant bear and Yi Tian to withstand the two of them alone. Leave the two of them to us. You go and kill Lu Ming. The Jun Wang transmitted his voice to the black-robed elder. At the same time, he launched a terrifying attack and fought with Yi Tian, freeing the black-robed elder. Alright. The black-robed elder's body swayed. He bypassed Yi Tian and charged towards Lu Ming. Damn it. Yi Tian wanted to help but was entangled by the Jun Wang. Chapter 35-34. I miscalculated. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected that the sage emperor had already known of his identity and was determined to kill him. He really hadn't expected this. According to his calculations, even if the sacred emperor knew his identity, he might not kill him. After all, Jingyu was the one who made the mistake, and Jingyu was the sacred emperor's son. Wouldn't the sacred emperor be heartbroken if he killed Jingyu? Lu Ming was Jingyu's successor, and so many years had passed. What reason did the sacred emperor have to kill him? Was he really afraid that he would seek revenge? It was definitely not that simple. If he knew this would happen, he would have joined forces with Heavenly King Wuxia and the others. He would not be in such a passive position now. The black-robed elder was very fast. He caught up with Lu Ming in an instant. A pitch-black ghost claw grabbed at Lu Ming and the others. Block it! Zhu Tai shouted. Then his figure flashed. A total of 5 ninth-layer Divine King existences beside Lu Ming attacked together. 5 dazzling attacks gathered together and bombarded the pitch-black ghost claw. The starry sky trembled and energy swept out in all directions. Then, the ghost claw shook and was pushed back. It was blocked. The 5 ninth-layer Divine Monarchs joined forces and blocked the black-robed elder's attack. Heavens, 5 ninth-layer Divine Monarchs. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. They were all stupefied. Today, Lu Ming had given everyone too many surprises. He actually had so many top experts around him. 2 quasi-emperors and 5 ninth-layer Divine Monarchs. They had the power to disrupt the Taishu dynasty's situation. Why aren't you attacking? The Great Void Sacred Emperor looked at the other black-robed elder beside him. Yes. The black-robed elder's eyes flickered a few times. He did not seem to want to attack, but the Sacred Emperor had ordered him to. Just as the black-robed old man was about to attack, a resplendent sword light suddenly burst out from the starry sky. It traversed the universe and was incomparably resplendent as it slashed towards the black-robed old man who was attacking Lu Ming and the others. This black-robed old man had green hair and green eyes. At this moment, his green eyes were filled with shock. He waved his hands, forming a pitch-black long spear and thrusting it forward. With a boom, the pitch-black spear collided with the sword light, and then both of them dissipated. At this moment, a white-haired old man appeared in the starry sky. "Thousand Saints, old Heavenly King!" Someone exclaimed. That's right, this old man was Thousand Saint old Heavenly King. Sage Emperor, it's so lively today, yet you didn't invite me. That's not very kind of you. Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King's voice reverberated throughout the entire place. The Great Void Saint Emperor's face was somewhat gloomy. The reason why he did not invite the Holy Old Heavenly King was because the Holy Old Heavenly King was a quasi-emperor. When a quasi-emperor fought with his life on the line, it was still very shocking. Shaochun did not invite the Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King over to prevent any accidents from happening to the Shao clan residence. As long as the Shao clan residence was destroyed, Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King would not be able to cause any trouble in the future. Xiaochun did not expect Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King to come. Obviously, he had rushed over after hearing the news. Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King, you came at the right time. These people are all traitors. Take down the traitors for me. The great Void Sage Emperor said coldly. Traitors? How can Lu Ming be a traitor? Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King said. Old Heavenly King, Lu Ming is the successor of Jingyu. At this moment, Blue Merchant took off his black robe, revealing his true face as he spoke to Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King. Blue Merchant, you're not dead. Seeing Blue Merchant, the great Void Sage Emperor let out a furious roar. He instantly understood that he had been deceived. Of course I'm not dead. As a Sage Emperor, you secretly sent people to kill me after knowing that I have a spiritual treasure on me. How laughable! Blue Merchant said coldly. Since they had completely fallen out with each other, Blue Merchant did not care about the Sage Emperor's face and directly exposed him. Many people looked at each other when they heard this. The great Void Sage Emperor had secretly sent people to kill Blue Merchant. It was really disappointing that a Sage Emperor would do such a thing. Of course, they were only thinking about it in their hearts. They were not as bold as Blue Merchant to say it out loud. The great Void Sage Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. He said, Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King, why aren't you making a move to take down the traitor? Since Lu Ming is the successor of Jingyu, how can he be a traitor? In my opinion, the matter of Jingyu back then was also very suspicious. I know Jingyu. He would never do such a thing. He was most likely framed. Lu Ming should want to find out the truth about Jingyu back then. I think it's necessary to find out the truth. Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King said. Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King, are you rebelling too? The great Void Sage Emperor said. Sage Emperor, Jingyu is your most outstanding son. If he was framed, don't you want to find out the truth? Clear his name? The Holy Thousandth Elder said. I saw what happened back then with my own eyes. There's no need to investigate further. Saint Qian, I wanted to spare your life on account of our many years of friendship. Since you're so stubborn, I'll kill you as well. The great Void Saint Emperor said coldly. Advance and retreat with the old Heavenly King. Thousand Saints Heavenly King roared and led the experts of his residence into the starry sky to meet up with Thousand Saints Old Heavenly King. The current Thousand Saints Heavenly King was the son of the old Thousand Saints Heavenly King. Naturally, he would stand by the old Heavenly King's side unconditionally. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense, and a great battle could break out at any moment. Prince Jingyu was innocent back then. At this moment, a voice rang out. Her voice was crisp and pleasant to the ears. It was like the sound of pearls and jade colliding together. Once one heard it, one's heart would calm down. As he spoke, several figures appeared in the sky above the great void holy capital. The leader was a woman. She looked to be in her 20s, but her charm was unparalleled. She was devastatingly beautiful. What a beautiful woman! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This woman's beauty could be ranked in the top few among all the women he had seen. Moreover, she had a special temperament that made it difficult for people to shift their gaze away from her. The Imperial Concubine. Blue Merchant muttered, his eyes filled with shock. The Imperial Concubine? This is the Imperial Concubine? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had seen the Imperial Concubine. She was indeed very beautiful. No wonder the great Void Saint Emperor wanted her for himself. At this moment, the Imperial Concubine became the center of attention. Everyone's eyes fell on her, not only because of her beauty, but also because of what she had just said. Prince Jingyu was innocent. In this world, the Imperial Concubine was the one who knew the most about what had happened back then. After all, she was the one who had been involved. Could it be that there was more to what had happened back then? Shishue, who allowed you to come out? Go back. The great Void Saint Emperor's face was extremely gloomy as he shouted coldly. So many years have passed. Since everyone is here today, including Jingyu's successor, it's time to clarify what happened back then. Jingyu has been wronged for so many years. It's time to clear his name. The Imperial Concubine said. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant looked at each other and saw the surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. The imperial concubine, Kong Shixue, actually said that Jingyu was innocent. Wasn't she the one who had framed Jingyu back then? Chapter 35:35. Shixue, what did you say? Are you out of your mind? Go back to where you came from. Do you hear me? The Great Void Saint Emperor shouted coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. Are you still trying to threaten me now? But I've already made preparations over the years. I've already moved my family to a safe place. Your tricks are useless against me. The imperial concubine seemed to have thought of something as her eyes turned cold. As soon as these words were spoken, many people were greatly shocked and their imaginations ran wild. What did the imperial concubine mean? Could it be that the Saint Emperor used the imperial concubine's family to threaten her back then? Did he make her do something she was unwilling to do? There were many secrets hidden in this. I think you've really gone crazy. Men, bring the imperial concubine back. The Great Void Saint Emperor shouted coldly as endless killing intent brewed in the depths of his eyes. Jing Shu, from now on, I'm no longer under your control. From now on, I'm no longer the imperial concubine. I'm Kong Shixue. Kong Shixue's voice rang out as divine power emanated from her. Her glabella glowed as a golden steel ring appeared, suffused with a resplendent radiance. The other three people beside the imperial concubine, 2 old women and a middle-aged woman, were also suffused with a resplendent radiance as divine power erupted. 9th-level divine lords. The sacred imperial concubine and the 3 people that she brought were actually all 9th-level divine lord cultivation. No one was surprised. Kong Shixue was also a peerless genius back then. Although she was not as good as Jingyu, her talent was unparalleled among her peers. It was not surprising that she had cultivated to 9th-level divine lords. However, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were still very surprised. It's her! Lu Ming and Blue Merchant couldn't help but exclaim softly. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant recognized Kong Shixue the moment she used the Vajra ring. Back then, the Great Void Saint Emperor had tricked Lu Ming into finding his parents. Then, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were surrounded and attacked. 2 groups of people had saved them. Blue Merchant speculated that one of the groups was sent by the Crown Prince. There was another mysterious lady who used a diamond ring. Lan Shang and Lu Ming could not figure out who she was. Now that they looked at her, they understood. The person who saved them back then was Kong Shixue. It was normal for Kong Shixue, as the divine royal concubine, to know about the Taishu Sage Emperor's plan. In that case, before they entered the great illusionary divine capital, someone had warned Lu Ming and the rest that this danger was probably sent by the divine royal concubine. Attack! If he resists, kill him! The Great Void Saint Emperor roared, his face contorted. Protect the imperial concubine! Lu Ming shouted. He gathered with the giant bear and Etian and rushed towards Kong Shixue. Nothing must happen to Kong Shixue. Today, the truth of Jingyu's matter would be revealed. Attack, attack together! The Great Void Saint Emperor roared at the guards behind him. Yes! The black-robed elder beside the Great Void Saint Emperor obeyed. This black-robed elder was bald. At that moment, all the divine power in his body exploded. Everyone thought that he was going to soar into the sky and attack Kong Shixue. However, the next scene shocked everyone. A dazzling sword radiance shot out from the bald black-robed elder's hand and pierced towards the Great Void Saint Emperor's heart. The Great Void Saint Emperor had never expected the bald black-robed elder to attack him. It was too late for him to block the attack. The sword radiance pierced through the Great Void Saint Emperor's back, through his heart, and through his chest. Moreover, the terrifying sword chi shot out and destroyed the Great Void Saint Emperor's heart in an instant. Then, the sword chi spread around his body. The Great Void Saint Emperor let out a beast-like roar. A terrifying force exploded like the sun. It turned into billowing waves of energy that surged towards the bald black-robed elder. The Great Void Saint Emperor was already half a step into the Divine Emperor realm. Now that he was fighting with his life on the line, his battle strength was at its peak. However, the bald black-robed elder was also a quasi-emperor. His speed was shocking. In a flash, he dodged the Great Void Saint Emperor's attack and landed beside the Crown Prince. However, some of the people around the Great Void Saint Emperor were not so lucky. Those who were below the 8th level Divine Lord realm were turned into ashes before they could even scream. Some of the 8th level and 9th level Divine Lord realm guards coughed out blood and retreated. They were severely injured. In an instant, a few hundred people died, including some concubines, princesses, and princes. Everyone at the scene was stunned, including Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and Kong Shishua. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. The bald black-robed elder had actually launched a sneak attack on the Great Void Saint Emperor and severely injured him with a single move. The Great Void Saint Emperor roared. His hair was disheveled and he coughed out blood. That move just now had caused too much damage to him. It had almost destroyed his bodily functions. After all, it was a sneak attack from a quasi-emperor. It was too terrifying. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. The Great Void Saint Emperor's face was contorted. His eyes were red as he stared at the Crown Prince and roared, "Unfilial son, it's you!" The bald black-robed elder landed beside the Crown Prince. At this moment, the Crown Prince's eyes were filled with excitement. He was so excited that his body was trembling. Today's events had really exceeded his expectations. Originally, he had wanted to fight to the death and kill the Great Void Saint Emperor today. However, he did not have much confidence. However, Lu Ming had so many experts around him. They were able to restrain the Great Void Saint Emperor's forces. Moreover, even the Saint Concubine had stepped forward. All of this had distracted the Great Void Saint Emperor and made him lower his guard. All of this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. That bald black-robed elder had already sided with him. He secretly sent out a signal. The bald black-robed elder's sneak attack had indeed severely injured the Great Void Saint Emperor. "Father, your words are too harsh." The Crown Prince stood up calmly and said, "I have long suspected that Brother Jingyu was framed. Today, it seems that it was indeed the case. However, Father has repeatedly stopped the Saint Concubine, no Kong Shishue, from telling the truth. After thinking about it, I decided to stand on the side of justice and use this method to stop Father and force Kong Shishue to tell the truth." The Crown Prince found a very good reason for himself. He was not killing his father. He would only stand on the side of justice. "Saint Emperor! Your Majesty!" The sixth Wangye and the green-haired elder exclaimed. They returned to the Great Void Saint Emperor's side and protected him. However, the Guard King did not return to the Great Void Saint Emperor's side. Instead, he stepped forward and came to the Crown Prince's side. "You have also betrayed me?" The Great Void Saint Emperor glared at the Guard King. The Guard King could be said to have been groomed by him. He did not expect the Guard King to side with the Crown Prince. "Your Majesty is getting old. In the future, the Crown Prince will be the next Saint Emperor," the Guard King said plainly. "All of you." The Great Void Saint Emperor was enraged. He then looked at the second prince and said, "Jingkuan, go and get rid of this unfilial son. When I die, the Saint Emperor's position will be yours." Chapter 35-36. The second prince's name was Jingkuan. However, the second prince sat there motionlessly as though he had not heard anything. "Unfilial son! Unfilial son!" The Great Void Sacred Emperor roared like a madman. Those heavenly kings would not help the Great Void Sacred Emperor. Today, the Great Void Sacred Emperor wanted to eliminate all the heavenly kings. These people could not wait for the Great Void Sacred Emperor to be killed. What happened today was exactly what they wanted. Today, the Great Void Sacred Emperor was truly deserted. "Kong Shishue, what happened back then? Tell us." The Crown Prince said to Kong Shishue. "All right." Kong Shishue nodded and said, "Back then, Crown Prince Jingyu was innocent. It was the Sacred Emperor who forced me to frame Crown Prince Jingyu." Kong Shishue's words shocked everyone. Once she said that, there was an uproar. Everyone was so shocked that they were dumbfounded. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Itian, and the rest were the same. They had never imagined that the mastermind behind this was actually the Great Void Saint Emperor. They had thought that the one who framed Jingyu was either the crown prince or the second prince. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect the Great Void Sacred Emperor to be the one who framed Jingyu. The Great Void Sacred Emperor was Jingyu's father. But why did he frame Jingyu? Jingyu had unparalleled talent and was the strongest in the history of the Taishu dynasty. He could have broken through to the Divine Emperor realm and led the Taishu dynasty to greater heights. Why did he frame Jingyu and want to kill him? Holy Thousand King asked, his heart full of doubts. This was also the question in everyone's mind. Not only was Jingyu his son, but he was also unparalleled. Why did the Great Void Sacred Emperor want to kill Jingyu? It's because Jingyu's talent is too strong that Jing Shu killed him. Jing Shu is a selfish and narrow-minded person. Kong Shishue said, her eyes full of resentment. Shut up. Shut up for this emperor. The Great Void Sacred Emperor roared. If you dare to do it, why don't you dare to let me say it? Kong Shishue sneered and continued, Jing Shu is jealous of Jingyu's talent. Since Jingyu reached the quasi-emperor realm, he became even more jealous. Moreover, he is afraid that Jingyu will reach the Divine Emperor realm. Once Jingyu enters the Divine Emperor realm, he will be the uncrowned king of the Taishu dynasty, the real number one. Jing Shu is afraid that his position will be threatened, so he wants to get rid of Jingyu. However, at that time, Jingyu was already invincible in the Taishu dynasty. Even Jing Shu himself was no match for him. Killing Jingyu was easier said than done. Therefore, he used me, my parents, my brothers and sisters, and all my relatives to threaten me. If I didn't cooperate with him, he would kill all my relatives. I had no choice but to cooperate with him and frame Jingyu. Moreover, I poisoned Jingyu's wine. At the crucial moment, Jing Shu purposely arrived and attacked Jingyu when he was distracted. He severely injured Jingyu. You all know what happened after that. Following Kong Shishue's words, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. No one expected that the truth would be like this. All of this had been planned by the Taishu Saint Emperor. He had even wanted to kill his own son, who was the most capable. He was truly selfish to the extreme. So it's like this, ha! Lan Shang laughed heartily, but there were tears in his eyes. The matter of Jingyu had always been a demon in Blue Merchant's heart. Because of this matter, his cultivation was crippled and he almost became a cripple. He had always wanted to find out the truth, but the truth was out of his expectation. There is actually such a person in this world. Lu Ming whispered, feeling sad for Jingyu. Jingyu was killed by his own father and his lover. However, Lu Ming did not doubt that there was indeed such a selfish person in this world. To the Great Void Sacred Emperor, he did not care about the glory of the Taishu dynasty. Even if Jingyu broke through to the Divine Emperor realm and led the Taishu dynasty to glory, what did it have to do with him? He was not the one who led the Taishu dynasty to glory. What he wanted was his own glory. Everyone who surpassed him and threatened his position should die. There was another reason why he killed Jingyu, and that was because of me. Kong Shishue continued to speak, but her eyes were filled with sadness. That year, Jingyu and I were truly in love. However, one day, Jing Shu saw me and wanted to have me. I refused, so he captured my family and held them in his hands to threaten me. In the end, I could only agree. Kong Shishue said, "What? Despicable!" Blue Merchant roared. Everyone came to a realization. At that time, everyone was puzzled as to why Kong Shishue would suddenly marry the Great Void Sacred Emperor and become the sacred concubine. Many people said that it was because of Kong Shishue's vanity. It turned out that the Great Void Sacred Emperor had captured Kong Shishue's family and threatened Kong Shishue. First, he threatened Kong Shishue, forcing Kong Shishue to marry him. Then he threatened Kong Shishue, forcing Kong Shishue to frame Jingyu. Despicable, truly despicable. Lu Ming had never seen such a despicable person. As long as Jingyu is alive, the world will always think of my relationship with Jingyu. They will always think that Jing Shu stole his son's woman. Therefore, only when Jingyu is dead will the world forget everything. This is also one of the reasons why he wanted to kill Jingyu. All these years, I have been secretly moving my family away. I have been looking for an opportunity to reveal the truth and prove Jing Yu's innocence. Kong Shishue continued. Jing Shu, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Holy Thousand King shook his head and sighed. He was heartbroken for Jing Yu. Back then, Jing Yu was the person he valued the most. He didn't expect Jing Yu to end up like this. Father, your actions are too disappointing. Originally, the Taishu dynasty could have been more glorious if brother Jing Yu was alive. I didn't expect that he would be framed and killed by you. Although you are my father, today, I will seek justice for brother Jing Yu. At this moment, the crown prince stepped forward and said loudly. Many people looked at him with disdain. The crown prince's words were truly shameless. Back then, the crown prince was one of the people who wanted Jing Yu dead the most. If Jing Yu was alive, his position as the crown prince would be unstable. Back then, many people thought that the crown prince had framed Jing Yu, but he couldn't produce any evidence. Now, he said that he wanted to seek justice for Jing Yu? He was just looking for an excuse to kill his father. Haha, do you really think that you can kill me today? This is the palace, my territory. I have just sent out the news that the army will be here soon. Today I will kill all of you. All of you must die. The great void sacred emperor roared crazily. He wanted to kill everyone at the scene. Anyone who knew about this had to die. Chapter 35-37. The great void saint emperor had completely lost his mind. He wanted to kill everyone present. He still had a trump card and a foundation. This was the imperial palace, and there was a group of imperial guards, all of whom were experts. Furthermore, the so-called foundation of the imperial palace could not only consist of the two black-robed elders. There were many more quasi-emperor experts. As long as these people arrived, he could turn the tables and kill the crown prince, Lu Ming, and Kong Shishue. However, in the next moment, boom, boom, a terrifying explosion came from the imperial palace. A bright sword light shot into the sky. At the same time, a divine dragon could be seen piercing through the clouds. Its aura was extremely terrifying. At the same time, there was a deafening battle cry. You've also bribed the Bone Sword tribe and the Dragonman tribe. The great Void Saint Emperor's expression changed drastically as he stared at the crown prince. In the Taishu dynasty, there were some ancient families that had existed for even longer than the Taishu dynasty. For example, the Bone Sword tribe and the Dragonman tribe. The great Void Saint Emperor knew very well that these ancient families had quasi-emperors. The Sword Light and Divine Dragon figure just now were quasi-emperors. Not only that, but more than half of the imperial guards have also fallen into my hands. If I wasn't confident, how would I dare to attack? The crown prince sneered. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the depths of the imperial palace. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His attire was very similar to the bald black-robed elder and the green-haired black-robed elder. This black-robed man was extremely fast, and the aura he emitted was that of a quasi-emperor. However, there were two people chasing after the black-robed elder. These two people were quasi-emperors from the Bone Sword tribe and the Dragonman tribe. In an instant, the black-robed man appeared not far from the great Void Saint Emperor. Zhu Yan, why are you alone? The great Void Saint Emperor asked. Saint Emperor, the others have all left. They've betrayed us. The black-robed man shouted and came to the Saint Emperor's side. What? The great Void Saint Emperor's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of despair. Behind them, the Bone Sword tribe and the Dragonman tribe had arrived. Together with the Crown Prince and the others, they surrounded the great Void Saint Emperor and the others. Old man, you're already so old. Why aren't you dead yet? You want to use the twin stones to live another life? Today, I'll send you on your way. The Crown Prince roared. He couldn't wait any longer. The Crown Prince was keenly aware that the reserves of the imperial household were far greater than this. There was no time to lose. He had to kill the Sage Emperor first. In the next moment, the Army King, the Imperial Advisor, the bald black-robed Elder, and the experts of the Bone Sword tribe and the Dragon Human tribe, a total of 5 quasi-emperors, joined forces to attack the Taishu Saint Emperor. On the Great Void Sage Emperor's side, there were only 3 quasi-emperors, the 6th Prince, the green-haired black-robed Elder, and the black-robed man. As for the sage emperor himself, he had been severely injured and barely had a tenth of his strength left. With so many quasi-emperors fighting, the scene was earth-shattering. Even though countless runes appeared on the ground and blocked the terrifying force, the entire great illusionary divine capital still shook violently as if it was about to explode. "Let's retreat." In the starry skies, Lu Ming spoke. They retreated continuously, retreating far away to watch from afar. Kong Shishue and a few others also retreated far away, not far from Lu Ming and the others. Boom! The great illusionary divine capital shook. Terrifying divine light burst out, rushing into the depths of the starry skies. The scene was extremely terrifying. In the end, the Crown Prince's side had the absolute upper hand. They had 5 quasi-emperors, while the Taishu Saint Emperor only had 3. After exchanging more than 10 blows, the 6th prince and the other 2 were forced to retreat. The Taishu Saint Emperor roared as he unleashed his remaining strength. The divine power in his body burned like flames. After exchanging a blow with the imperial advisor, he was still severely injured. As he retreated, he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries had worsened. At this moment, the 6th prince and the green-haired black-robed elder looked at each other and nodded silently. Then, they suddenly retreated and rushed into the starry skies. They had actually escaped without a fight. "Traitor!" The Taishu Saint Emperor roared in despair. The Crown Prince and the others' eyes flickered, but they did not pursue. Killing the Sage Emperor was the most important thing now. "Old man, you have been betrayed." The Crown Prince laughed maniacally as the Imperial Advisor and the others charged towards the Taishu Saint Emperor. While the Crown Prince and the Sage Emperor were fighting, the people from the Heavenly King residence and the Marquis residence had already seized the opportunity to retreat and disappear from the Taishu Saint capital. It was too dangerous to stay. No matter if the Crown Prince or the Imperial Advisor won, who knew if they would attack them? If they did not leave now, when would they leave? "Your Majesty, I will advance and retreat with you." The black-robed man was very loyal. He stood in front of the Sage Emperor, but he was only one person. The result was already decided. Boom! The Imperial Advisor's punch blew a large hole in his chest. Then the Army King's spear pierced through the void and pierced through his heart. In the next instant, the Bone Sword Race's bone sword sliced through the air and beheaded the black-robed man. A quasi-emperor had fallen. Only the Taishu Saint Emperor was left. "You bastard! How dare you! You will die a horrible death." The Taishu Saint Emperor stared at the Crown Prince like a madman. "The one who will die a horrible death is you. Old man, you have already lived for 10 stellar years. What else do you want? Can't you just peacefully wait for your death? Do I have to take this step? You forced me to do this." The Crown Prince's face was ferocious. His killing intent was as cold as a knife. "Kill!" Finally, the Crown Prince gave the order. The Imperial Advisor and the others stepped forward. 5 attacks were launched at the Sage Emperor. Even if the Taishu Saint Emperor was at his peak, he would only die under the attacks of 5 quasi-emperors, let alone now. The Taishu Saint Emperor roared unwillingly. Under the 5 attacks, the Taishu Saint Emperor turned into ashes. A Sage Emperor of a generation had fallen in the hands of his own son. Haha! The Crown Prince laughed loudly after killing the Taishu Saint Emperor. From now on, the Taishu dynasty was his. Wait! In the next instant, the Crown Prince calmed down and looked at a place. Because there was still someone there who had not left. The second prince. At this time, the second prince had not left. He sat there with a smile, as if he did not know what had happened. "Second brother, you actually did not take the opportunity to slip away. It seems like you also want to die." The Crown Prince sneered and revealed a look of ecstasy. Originally, after killing the Taishu Saint Emperor, the second prince was a big problem for him. He did not expect the second prince to still be here. Moreover, there was no expert by his side. "Crown Prince, be careful. I will go test him," the Imperial Advisor said. His body moved and he rushed toward the second prince. Then he grabbed at the second prince. Without any suspense, the Imperial Advisor grabbed the second prince's neck. The The second prince did not retaliate. No, this is not the second prince. This is a fake. The imperial advisor shouted. Suddenly, with a boom, a dazzling divine light shot out from the second prince's body and then exploded. A terrifying force bombarded the imperial advisor's body. The imperial advisor was forced to retreat. Chapter 35-38. Second prince suddenly exploded. A terrifying power engulfed the imperial preceptor. This power was extremely terrifying. Even a 9th-level divine lord existence might be blown to death if they were careless. The destructive force engulfed the Grand Master. The Grand Master's face changed, and he immediately set up layers of defense. The Grand Master was pushed back a few hundred meters. Although he managed to block the attack, he was in a sorry state with many injuries on his body. The second prince had been reduced to ashes. Good job, second brother. So the real person isn't here at all. You set up this trap to kill me? The crown prince's eyes were cold. Obviously, the second prince wasn't here at all. The second prince, from before, was a fake. He was a puppet with a terrifying force in his body. If the crown prince was the one who attacked just now, he would be in danger. Lu Ming and the group, who were a distance away, saw everything clearly. Let's go, Lu Ming said. He led Etian, Giant Bear, Holy Thousand Heavenly King, and the rest out of the place. Kong Shishue and the rest also left. The crown prince looked at the starry sky and didn't give chase. Firstly, Lu Ming and the rest were far enough away that the crown prince might not be able to catch up. Secondly, even if they caught up, Lu Ming and the rest were very powerful. If they fought with all their might, the crown prince might suffer some losses. The most important thing now was to stabilize the situation and control the Taishu sacred capital. Moreover, the second prince wasn't here, which was a big problem for the crown prince. The crown prince led his men into the depths of the palace. Lu Ming and the rest soon left the Taishu sacred capital and appeared in the starry sky. Old Heavenly King, thank you for helping us again. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked Holy Thousand Heavenly King. I just happened to arrive. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Sighed. Holy Thousand Heavenly King sighed. It seems like the Taishu dynasty is going to change completely. From what the crown prince said, it seems like the Saint Emperor found the twin stones and wanted to live a second life. That's why the crown prince took the opportunity to rebel. However, the second prince isn't here and he set up a trap. Obviously, he expected this. Everything is very complicated, Blue Merchant said. The second prince may look gentle on the surface, but he's actually very scheming. Everything that happened today must have something to do with the second prince. Otherwise, how could he have predicted it in advance? I'm afraid that the Taishu dynasty is going to fall into chaos soon. Then, the old Heavenly King looked at Lu Ming and asked, Lu Ming, what do you plan to do next? Let's return to the Heavenly Chaos Star Zone and observe the situation. Lu Ming said. Originally, Jing Yu's case had been completely overturned. Jing Yu's innocence had been cleared, and he could have left. However, there was still no news of his parents, so he couldn't leave. He had to find his parents. Alright, we'll return to the Thousand Saints Heavenly King's residence first to gather our men to deal with the upcoming changes. Lu Ming, if you need anything, send someone to contact us at any time. The Holy Thousandth Elder said. Thank you, Old Heavenly King. Lu Ming thanked him again. The Old Heavenly King's words clearly indicated that he was on his side. After that, Lu Ming parted ways with the Holy Thousandth Elder and the rest. He brought Etian and the rest back to the Heavenly Chaos Star Zone. On a barren planet south of the Taishu Holy Capital, a few figures stood quietly. The person leading them was the second prince of the Taishu Holy Emperor. Behind him were 3 people. 2 of them were dressed in black robes. They looked exactly the same as the bald old man in the black robe and the green-haired old man in the black robe. At that moment, ripples appeared in the void. Then, 2 figures appeared in the sky. They were the 6th Wang Ye and the green-haired old man in the black robe. The 2 figures flashed and appeared in front of the second prince. They cupped their fists at the same time. Second prince. 6th uncle, Senior Gu, you may rise. How's the situation? The second prince asked hurriedly. Of course, he was asking about the Taishu holy capital. As you expected, the Crown Prince has made his move. The Holy Emperor has been killed, but the Crown Prince is still alive. The sixth Wangya said. As expected, that's enough. Shocking murderous intent flashed in the second prince's eyes. However, there are some changes in the process. It's about Lu Ming, the sixth Wangya said. The sixth Wangya said. Lu Ming? The second prince looked puzzled. That's right. Immediately, the sixth prince briefly recounted what had happened. I can't believe that Lu Ming is Jing Yu's successor. Moreover, he has so many experts with him. Interesting. The heavens are on my side. The second prince laughed loudly. He was not angry when he learned that Lu Ming had so many experts with him. Instead, he was delighted. Returned to the Saint Origin starfield and announced to the world that the Crown Prince has committed treason and killed his father. The heavens will not tolerate this. I want to suppress him and get rid of this treacherous person. The second prince said coldly. Then in a flash they left the place. After Lu Ming, Giant Bear, Tian, and the others returned to the Heavenly Chaos starfield, they began to send people to pay close attention to the Taishu dynasty. At the same time, he asked Tian to return to the barbarian tribe and mobilize their experts to support him. Meanwhile, Lu Ming stayed on the hidden dragon star and paid close attention to the Taishu dynasty's movements. Not long after, news came in one after another. The Crown Prince had occupied the Taishu sacred capital. With the Taishu sacred capital as the core, he occupied a large territory. The second prince announced to the world in the Saint Origin starfield that the Crown Prince's crimes had been exposed. At the same time, he called on all the people of the Taishu dynasty to suppress the Crown Prince. For a time, the Taishu dynasty was in a state of turmoil. Everyone knew that the Taishu dynasty would soon usher in an earth-shattering war. The second prince and the Crown Prince would fight for the throne of the sacred emperor. The winner would become the new sacred emperor, while the loser would be killed. Therefore, all the clans were making careful choices. This was a huge gamble. Those who lost would face serious consequences. Of course, there were some who wanted to remain neutral and stay out of it, but they were only a minority. The major clans began to make their choices. Some joined the Crown Prince's side, while others joined the second prince's. For example, the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Palace, the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Palace, and the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Palace, which were closer to the Saint Origin starfield, all joined the second prince's side. The Thousand Saints Heavenly King Palace chose to remain neutral. Lu Ming also chose to remain neutral and wait to see what would happen. However, there were obviously some who did not want Lu Ming to remain neutral. On this day, there was news that the second prince had come to visit. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The second prince had come to visit him in person? Yes. Lu Ming said. On the hidden dragon star, in a large hall, the second prince walked in with 3 people. It's them. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. 2 of them were the sixth king and the green-haired old man in a black robe. This second prince is not simple at all. Lu Ming thought. The sixth king and the green-haired old man in a black robe had fled without a fight. Now, it seemed that they had done it on purpose. They did not want to fight seriously at all. They were just putting on a show.